Unmute if you're on.
We are.
Hello, we are the University of Cincinnati. We have brought to you today Overwatch Queen City Clash for the spring 2025 semester. This is the second event we have ever held for this, and for our first game we have Bowling Green versus Old Dominion University. With me, I have a couple of my people on my team. You'll see us later in the bracket. I've got Tyler, Stiff T, and William, Lightning.
How's it going, guys?
Tyler's kind of a stowaway. He just wanted to be here, so we're letting him in. His name isn't on the graphic, but he's cool. He's the current production manager on VP of UC Overwatch, and Nick's the president.
Yeah, let's watch some Overwatch, guys. I can't wait.
Where's Botanic?
We're live, Hirsch. Live, Hirsch. All right. So, bans that we got here, we had Bowling Green banning Genji and Old Dominion banning Mauga. And see the rosters here. Thoughts on this matchup, guys?
Bowling Green coming in, I believe, 4-2 in qualifiers out of the 6 Swiss rounds. Old Dominion, they did scrape by and qualify, I believe, with the 11th or 12th seed. So we'll see what has been done so far as the practice for these two teams, but we're hoping to see a competitive matchup here. Bowling Green playing a couple close games with a lot of the top contenders in this tournament, hoping to see a good showing from them here.
Bowling Green making the Genji ban shows they probably want to play some hit scan. They might have a different flanker in mind. Looks like we are going to Oasis for our first map. Old Dominion, on their hand, banning some Mauga. Maybe they want to lean into more of a Ramatra style brawl. Maybe they're a little more comfortable on Lucio, especially with Lucio on the graphic. They might be a Lucio team. So we'll see. It'll be an interesting matchup. I didn't really get to watch these teams too much during qualifiers, so I don't know what kind of comp styles they lean towards. We're going to Oasis, probably going to get a good variety. Probably some brawl from both teams, at least on University. Garden's a bit different in City Center as well. They might play some dive on those maps, but we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like you see a good variety here on Oasis, so we might be able to get a feel for what the teams are more comfortable in. As a Lucio player, William, do you have a main support you're in favor of in this tournament that
Myself,
you've been checking
I'm
out?
definitely the best player here. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, at Penn State, they're not bad. We'll see. But in terms of these teams, it looks like we are getting into the map. So Weaver pick, I don't think that's going to stay.
If only. If only. All right.
First rolling out on City Center, so this Genji ban from the side of Bowling Green might actually come into play as this more is traditionally a dive map. So that Mauga ban, we'll be seeing that later, but looking to see what comps they roll out on.
Yeah, without the Genji here, I think you can be more creative with your hero selection on the DPS side of things. Definitely going to be a more dive-centric map, so there's a few replacements you could have for him.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think at least the comp for Bowling Green's going to change. I don't think that supports are going to stay. Yeah, this looks a bit more normal. Interesting that they might run Winston without a dive DPS. Interesting. They might have banned Genji so that they can get away with this a bit more comfortably. Genji would be a problem for the Lucio Juno backline, especially with the only support ult you have defensively being beat. Typically that does build slower than the Blade would build. So interesting going to that. Old Dominion looks like they're running on Reinhardt. I don't know if this sim is going to stay. That'll be interesting. Looks like it will. So they're probably going to play a lot to maybe try to TP onto that high ground. Both teams look like they're probably going to play for that high ground.
Certainly both teams looking to brawl here. And you guys see both teams meeting jump pad. Old Dominion taking early control of jump pad, holding this. They will be able to teleport out with Symmetra should they desire. But right now they just look to hold the high ground. Holding it quite steadily, building up that sim beam. So Bowling Green looking to open up the map, taking their Torb on the main angle.
With that Reinhardt, you're really going to see Old Dominion bunkering down here as the monkey jumps in and tries to disperse their team up a bit.
Finding the Soj early in.
Picks.
Bowling Green with a lovely hit outside of jump pad, finding this early fight.
It's a good reset though from the rest of Old Dominion. It's probably going to be a pretty fast point take from Bowling Green now. That Monkey did a good job of that fight. You can tell he's coming up with a lot of ult charge. Old Dominion is building some coal, so we'll see which one comes up first.
Yeah, as a tank player, it's going to be hard for this Reinhardt to get value on this map specifically. You have to play very coordinated as a team, have great pathing, so we'll see if they could figure it out here, but I'd love to see the innovation.
Definitely interested to see that they're keeping the Symmetra still. It might be helpful to get to high ground. Maybe you can test that Torbjorn.
And they are taking the TP for the retake. Soj sticking the main angle, finding this off angle as Old Dominion takes the left side jump pad.
Yeah, I like this angle.
Sojourn with a lovely angle, but gets caught out by the monkey, getting chased down and finished off by Gransko from Bowling Green.
Yeah, it looks like the Lucio isn't really playing with the Sojourn too much. That might be a little helpful in the future. They might want to look to do something like that. Good swings from Reinhardt, though. He's in on the Torbjorn, getting some Elans here. Popping the Primal, though, from the Winston. We'll see if Reinhardt feels the need to put in the Shatter here.
Trades coming out on both sides, but pushed into the cars. Gransko finding Shrek Jr. in the highway.
Yeah, I think I would have maybe liked to see the Earth Shatter invested there. I don't know if that would have been a fight winner. But it definitely trades coming out on both sides. I think you can kind of see it in the scrap that Reinhardt is able to get picks here. But
and Old Dominion actually looking to take a quick fight here.
I like this.
Both teams. Lovely shatter found from Shrek Jr. The Juno sustains through it all and burns the Reinhardt though.
I like that play though. They know that they have support advantage or support alt advantage. They want to catch Old Dominion before the beat. So that was a smart play from that team.
Yeah, the Juno wall makes it hard to follow up there on those kills. So great Juno wall to catch the tempo.
You do see Old Dominion retaking with beats on both sides. We need to see the Symmetra teleport probably to point. They need to establish presence there, but Old Dominion's comp has both Sojourn and Torb. It's going to be really good at surrounding this Reinhardt. It's going to be tough for them to actually get on top of
They are coming
people.
up on an ult advantage though. I think this Torbjorn wants to build some time. It is a retouch fight. They have to beat in. We'll see what the Lucio is able to get anything done here.
Right now, just an all fight on point as the Reinhardt's falling
Rolling on the
low.
Torb, beat comes out from the side of Bowling Green. Trade onto Shrek Jr. early. Clock opening up from the side of Old Dominion. And Old Dominion establishing point presence, but ultimately losing out on this fight. And that's going to be the first round of Oasis.
I think
going
this is
to
a lot
Bowling
of
Green.
a comp matchup. I think Dive is a lot better of a comp here than Brawl, especially on City Center. I like the Symmetra idea, try to get some fighting on the high ground there, but I also think Lucio Juno is probably just a stronger backline than the Moira. She kind of can't sustain through the consistent pressure that a Dive comp puts in. She does really good in a Brawl mirror, but when you're playing into Winston, it's not amazing.
Yeah, you're really battling uphill with the Winston comp, or I mean with the Reinhardt comp there on that map specifically. I'd like to see on University if they do go with a Brawl-centric type of composition again, because it is better suited for this map. So maybe they'll have a little more of an advantage going into this one, but we'll see.
We might see some Doomfist out here. That'll be quite interesting.
Looking like it.
Bowling Green or Old Dominion was hovering this Doomfist on City Center. I think I would have liked to see that comp out from the side of them, but I do think this might fare better into this weaker Juno Lucio backline.
The Torbjorn will be really good into this comp though. He's going to be a bit of a problem. It's probably going to be on Clevin to mark that a lot on the Sojourn, and it's going to be on the Lucio as well to probably break that turret before they put their engages in. Looks like they are taking opposite sides of the map. Bowling Green is opening up right side. This is typically where a lot of Brawl teams play. We'll see if, yeah, they're getting an engagement with Juno Ring. They're opening up
So they are taking it out early. Have to be careful of Lucio perks on both sides if you try to take this high ground though. That boot perk looking to knock people off the map on this right lane.
Alright, Doomfist falls off the map. That's kind of killer.
And I think Old Dominion was not ready for that tempo from the side of Bowling Green. That Juno Lucio double speed, the slide from Bold onto high ground. Lovely engage from the side of Bowling Green.
Yeah, I love the way they took that fight there. Clean and consistent there. Now, coming up on the next fight here, let's see how they approach it.
Yeah, no ults coming up on either side. Looks like they are just currently marking angles. Sombra might have overstepped. She did. That's a good catch by the Sojourn from Bowling Green. Turret goes down though. I don't think they're really going to push into this fight being down one player though. This is kind of just going to stall it out at 10%. That was a good pick by the Sojourn.
Yeah, and if you're the side of Old Dominion here, you have to find a way to get your Doomfist in so your flankers can also establish angles left to right side. But they're having trouble cycling in. Bowling Green playing with such high tempo here, catching out Bowling Green.
Big engage. That was fast. I didn't know if they were going to live that hit, but that's a clean team wipe right there. That's another 15% on the board. Ult's coming up. Looks like we're close to Primal. Old Dominion not really coming up with anything aside from Rush. They're probably going to get in with that. Looks like they're swapping over the Queen. I kind of like that switch. It's probably really hard for the Doomfist to get value into Sojourn.
Yeah.
Way too hard.
Bowling Green is just going a lot faster than them, so I think Queen will allow them to live the dives a bit more effectively, so that might give them more opportunities to trade on these things.
I like the Rush game.
Bowling Green still a lot of presence. Might be looking for the Primal for disruption on this Rush. Finding out the Queen regardless though. And if you're on the side of Bowling Green, you're getting some quick cleanup here and you have the clock to open up this next fight. beat on the side of Old Dominion University.
That was an expensive fight though. It took 3 ults from Bowling Green to clean that one up. They only have the clock. They'll be close to Lucio ult. They might not have it by the time this fight starts though. They will be playing into clock. They'll probably get built mid-fight, and then they have heat as well. That heat's probably going to need to be used to match that over clock.
We're going to need to see this EMP be built, I think, for Old Dominion to have a chance here. We need to. That's a big
They're
time.
engaging already on the Winston. This is kind of their opportunity to go though. Yeah, it's a good catch on Lucio. It's a good hack. Block is
Clock
used
coming out
into
from
the
Clement.
Juno. See if they find anything.
It's taken down.
Block's still active. Looks like see if they can find anything here.
Yeah, space is open now.
EMP is almost ready. It's still at 90%. See if he's able to get it and build it. I don't think they can turn this fight without it.
The Sombra falling, and it seems that Old Dominion is bleeding so far. This Queen is getting some nice axe resets on point. Ends up dropping to grab the Mega.
I think that Sombra kill though. I think that's what ended it there. She unfortunately wasn't able to build an EMP. by the
Lucio
end of it.
touch
Yeah.
does
wasn't able
not
to
come
go.
out.
Yeah, I don't hate the Sombra idea for EMP, but she just wasn't able to build it that map, and that's kind of the win con that Old Dominion is playing for. If you can't build that EMP, one of the strongest ults in the game, you just kind of can't win the fight.
And if you're on the side of Old Dominion University here, that's rough comp to play into. You are favoring that side of the Doomfist, and I think that the Torb is causing a lot of disruption there, as well as the Monkey. Monkey is able to get in and stay in versus that comp. They really have no kill power on the Winston. So going into this next map, you might either be wanting to look at a different tank swap or potentially a Torb ban. Maybe get yourself a Tracer, and you can kind of abuse that Juno Lucio backline a little bit more.
I like the idea of a Torb ban, but Juno might also be a good ban. They were having a lot of trouble dealing with the Juno. I think the double speed was really killer for them. They seem like they want to lean towards other flex supports, mostly Moira and Kiri. That's also kind of emphasized by them banning Maga. Maga plays a lot with Juno, so maybe they're not a super comfortable Juno team. I guess we'll see based on these bans, but...
Well, and Maga certainly would be a decent pick into Bowling Green's comp as well, being able to sustain those double speed hits with Maga's E, but they ended up self-banning that on their side, that map. So maybe regretting that ban a little bit, and need to make some adjustments going into next map. Siler, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think, at least from my perspective, I think the Maga ban could just be a personal preference thing on the tank side. I think maybe not having a Maga, it's definitely not a fun hero to play into. It's a very boring hero, if you ask me personally. So maybe they just wanted to take a more honest matchup. But maybe those that option's out of the window, and now a Maga could come out. But I do think they kind of have that brawl mentality in them a bit there still. With the Queen swap in the Reinhardt on City Center, I think a more brawl-centric map might be more favorable to them. I would have liked to see them try that Reinhardt on University. I saw potential in it, but it's really just a tempo thing. For tempo and team compositions for me. Bowling Green's going very fast, and they're very decisive with their hits, using ultimates very well. So I think Old Dominion just needs a way to either go quicker or survive those hits better.
And because of our Queen City Clash, the losing team is able to pick whatever map type they want, at which point the winning team does get a ban. So if you're Old Dominion, what kind of map type are you think you're looking for?
I'm looking for a. I think, like I said, anything like brawl related, maybe like a. I think a King's Row does have opportunity for dive, but I think everyone's played King's Row enough where you can kind of play your own style and make it work. So I'd expect to go somewhere like that. There's a chance maybe like a Flashpoint or something too.
I could definitely see a Flashpoint or a King's Row coming out. If you're wanting to favor that brawl side, maybe on the side of Old Dominion, picking the game mode. In the case of Flashpoint, the losing team does not get a ban. Obviously, since there's 2 maps, you'd kind of be picking the map for yourself. But looking at that map selection, I would definitely agree with a King's Row, maybe a Midtown Shout if you're looking to play a brawlier style. But on the side of Old Dominion, you are looking to just shut down this tempo from Bowling Green. And as for Bowling Green, the playstyle that they've been playing with so far, have definitely been paying dividends.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of going for a Flashpoint, although playing the Torb Soj on Cerebos would not be very fun. So I think they'd have to go New Junk City if they want to do that. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the sim to work at all. Sombra's not terrible on New Junk. I don't think it's a bad idea. Tyler?
Yep, I agree.
You agree? Okay. So we are just waiting on the bans from the teams
Yeah.
right now.
I was just trying to see if we had bans here. It
And
looks
it-
like we are going to King's Row. So, yeah, I like this pick here. I think Old Dominion might have some sort of like composition in the back burner they were saving for this map. I think they have some options for this point. And Bowling Green, I think they're going to also be good on this map. I think it's going to be a good fight from both of them.
This is a pretty good map for the Sotage Tour if they want to
Yeah.
keep that. I don't think Sombra's terrible on this. We'll see if Old Dominion keeps attack first. If they do, I don't know if I want to see more Sombra or not, though. That's a really hard hero to make work into the Sotage into the Torb. So she's going to have a lot of issues. She's not bad in a Lucio Juno backline. You can find some one-shots on the supports, but...
Yeah, exactly. It's like building those EMPs is the most crucial thing, but with that Torb marking out flankers and such, it's going to be a definitely an uphill battle.
I'll be interested to see if they go for the Reinhardt as well or not. He's not bad on Kings Row, but it could be worse.
I'm a Reinhardt enjoyer. I personally hope they might go for that. Especially with those sim TPs, I think you have a lot more flexibility with that on Kings Row. But everyone loves a good old Kings Row Reinhardt.
I think it'll
send you back.
Based a lot on these bans, though. Old Dominion getting that first ban. We'll see what they do. It looks like they're still waiting on that ban, so we'll see what they choose to opt for. Bowling Green having second ban, usually it's a little bit worse because you can't protect ban and one role is locked out. But it's also really nice because you can kind of see what the other team is playing for and you can ban towards that archetype. So if they ban something, like maybe they ban the Torb or something, then Bowling Green can match that. They could ban the Doomfist, they could ban the Ryan, something like that they want to play for. So they have to be careful with their ban here, depending on which one they think. I think they might want to go for a tank ban, just so they can play the tank they want to play. Yeah. But we'll see if they go for the protect ban or if they ban the Torb, because they're having a lot of issues with that.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's now we have that Genji coming out too. That also opens things up. I think that Genji ban could have been maybe targeted towards Bowling Green. Not sure there, but because with the because now the Maga and Genji are both available, so we have a little more options in that side of the field.
It is quite interesting that Bowling Green did ban Genji first map though. Maybe they're just not super comfortable playing into that hero, but they were playing a Winston Torb comp, which isn't bad into Genji.
Yeah.
And they do have Lucio for Blade, but it builds kind of slowly, especially when you're playing with a Juno. She does take a lot of that healing up, and if the Lucio is playing correctly, playing on angles with the Sojourn, then he doesn't really build the beat quite as fast as the Blade gets built. So Genji ban might have just been more of a comfort thing, but yeah, we're just waiting on that still.
Could also maybe have been a protect ban. I don't usually with protect bans you see DPS that aren't as favorable in the meta, but yeah, looks like still waiting on those bans. But yeah, I like what you were saying with the brawl matchup there. I am interested in wondering if we're going to see Maga on this point, because he is definitely, at least in the pro level, he is very good in the meta currently. But I think it's still at a point where you can force other comps, I think.
Yeah, for sure. It'll also be interesting to see if they keep Lucio Juno on the side of Bowling Green.
Yeah.
It was looking really good, but on defense here, a lot of teams like to opt for flexible supports. They're a little better at holding space. Juno Lucio are really good at taking space because that double speed, they're able to get in. But in terms of holding space, Juno Brig is typically a little stronger, so they might lean more into that. They might lean into more of a double flex comp. On here, it gets played a lot on defense on Kings, at least on first point. Street phase is pretty good for both Juno and Lucio, but we'll see what they opt for.
Yeah, they were definitely utilizing that speed very well. Bowling Green getting in extremely quickly.
Yeah, so it looks like we're asking the teams now for bans. Yeah, so I don't really know what kind of bans we'll be expecting here. Again, like you were saying, with maybe banning a DPS to protect ban, that's not a terrible idea if they want to protect their Sombra or their Sim.
Looks like we're heading in right now.
Heading into Kings Row. Ban's not exactly stated on the side so far. Guess we will see come mid-map.
I guess we'll see based on what they don't play. So if there's, well, maybe we'll see a Maga comp or something put in here.
Maybe they just gentlemen agreed to not ban either of them. I don't know.
Keep Maga in.
Maybe they're just like, yeah, we can ban Maga again. I don't care.
Yeah, just run it back. Yeah, so it looks like Old Dominion will be attacking first. We'll see what kind of comp they opt for. I would not hate to see maybe them try the Doomfist again. He's pretty good at opening the map up, at least in first point. Reinhardt, again, not a terrible idea, but they probably want to bring this in if they're going in. Looks like they're currently hovering the Reinhardt, so they might be keeping it. I don't know how I feel about the Reaper. It's going to be kind of hard to get him in on first point. There's a lot of people going to be playing into based on what the Bowling Green is playing. Looks like they are playing Lucio Juno again. Again, that backline is good at closing space and good at taking space, but they're not good at holding. So we'll see if they play aggressively onto the backline here of Old Dominion. They're going to be careful with that. They are opting for the Ram, so they have a decent amount of sustain with the Juno, but there are comps that give it a little bit more sustain than that. They're playing pretty pokey as well with the Soch Torp. So I want to see here is I want to see the Lucio probably play with the DPS, opening up an angle. Old Dominion, they're going to have to play fast, probably take top right, maybe try to clear some high grounds. Let's see how they play it though.
Certainly. Round opening up here, and brawl on both sides. Old Dominion looking to get in quick with this Reaper, but honestly, this Baptiste is kind of goes against this composition. The Reaper wants to get in fast, but the Baptiste kind of, he wants to sustain a little bit. But we'll see how this plays. Early take of Statue by Shrek Jr., and they're sending the Reaper through the flank in Hotel.
I don't hate this look for the Reaper taking Hotel, but I kind of wish that Old Dominion put the map right side of Statue a little bit more, get that Sojourn angle. She's gonna have a hard time finding any value from here. She's taking the angle now. This is an aggressive slide from Sojourn. Reinhardt aggressive, and
I love that slide from the Sojourn, but once you get your Sojourn into that position, she does have to stable a little bit before that Reinhardt goes
looks like Clement is on the flank. He does get found. Let's see. Sojourn Mirror 1. Old Fontman brings him down. So, well, Junker Queen swap, that's a big comp swap. They're running to the Juno Brig now, running the Queen. I don't hate this kind of composition, but they're still going to have a lot of trouble dislodging that Sojourn, that Torp from the high ground. That's probably going to be one of their bigger issues. Again, I want to see them take top right, probably. They have to send their Queen up there. They need to clear that high ground off. It's going to be kind of hard. They can't solo send the Reaper through Hotel. You can't clean that up every time. Looks like Wraith got forced early.
Yeah, the Juno instead of the Baptiste I like, but we'll see how this works. I think the composition definitely still needs to get in very quickly and brawl as a team.
Sojourn is looking to open it up. The rest of the team's fighting for Hotel right now. Brig is really low though. Queen does go down, brings down as well. That's a fast fight with Bowling Green. Another 10 seconds off the clock right there probably. And they're building up that Torp ult, that Ram ult, that Slow ult. They have a lot of ults coming to this next fight. Old Dominion, because they made that comp swap, their ult tank is really dry. Their highest ult, they're only 40%, so I don't even know if they're going to be able to kill many by the time the clock starts to run to 0. Old Dominion really needs to change something up here.
Yeah, if you're Bowling Green, with these ults coming online, if you play this ult cycle properly, you probably can just hold this until 30 seconds or a minute, in which case you'll probably have another neutral fight.
You can see that Torp angle. That's so killer. It's really hard. They're rushing the Torp really fast. They're really getting on for this.
They are collapsing the space into arches, but they're reclaiming it with Torvald. Juno sustaining this Torp through his ultimate, and Old Dominion backing up, back to Statue.
Break does go down to the Torvald, so again, this is another fight loss. Let's see if Bowling Green's if we catch anything. We might go down. That's a good Juno ring though to get her out. See if she's able to live this. Don't psych her out too badly.
And that fight was a lovely engage from the side of Old Dominion University. They collapsed that space really hard and got some early point presence, but the Torvald from the side of Bowling Green ended up reclaiming that, and Bowling Green now set up for another favorable neutral fight.
And that late kill on Soj means that they're not going to get in a fight for quite a while. And again, Old Dominion, they do have the Juno ult now. Rally is coming up, so they can get in now. But they are still playing into that B. They have 4 ults to play into, so it's going to be really hard to dislodge Bowling Green here.
Yeah, Ultimate's coming up for both teams, though. Old Dominion's now going to have some toys to play with here with these ultimates, as we see them all come out right now.
Juno coming out from the side of Salty, Rally coming out from Blue Shell on the side of Old Dominion, but this Juno from the side of Bowling Green from Karma finds far too much value, and that's a one-ult fight for the side of Bowling Green.
That's a great fight for Bowling Green. You got out both support ults. It looks like Old Dominion was leading a lot. They were focusing their Ramatra. You can see what the Reaper was looking at. That's a lot of their damage. Whoever's the Reaper is shooting at is probably what they're going to go for. Going for the Ram and the Juno ult, that's just not enough damage. You're not going to kill him through that block. So.
And that's the strength on this side of Bowling Green here. They do have that option for their engage, but they also have that Soj forward, like, perfect poke. So as long as they're able to sustain this Ramatra on point, the poke from the side of the Sojourn and Torp is just going to win out eventually.
What I'm looking for here now is the Reaper. That's one of the most important things. See if the Reaper's able to lift it. They catch him. That was a good move from the Lucio, keeping the Reaper in that position, not going to escape. That's a good shot from Sojourn, though. The trades are coming in. Juno goes down.
Lovely clock from the side of the point. Finding 2. Ends up falling to the Ramatra.
It is a 2v3 on point right now. Ramatra is still holding the point. I think Torb is...
Juno escapes, hopefully able to carry this Queen, but ending up falling to the Ramatra Monster so
Continue
far.
the turret on the higher ground. Really putting in the work right now. Really hard to break that turret for them.
Old Dominion does have spawn advantage, so if they can actually end up finding this point, they should have numbers for a brief moment. Reaper ult coming out from the side of Price.
He gets traded though for it. Still a 4v4 on point. Both speed rings used here. We have to see if the Sojourn's able to find the Juno. Juno is happy speed. Lucio goes down though on the side of Old Dominion. That Nemesis form, yeah, that's killer. Soch goes down as well, and I think that's it.
That is going to be a full hold for Bowling Green University.
Yeah, they were able to find some good picks there at the end with some of their ultimates, but at the end of the day, with those spawns needing to come back, and it's risky business there. You got to make sure you're not trading out. It's hard to get back onto the point and try to retake the space you already gave up.
Yeah, normally attack side trading out does work better because you have the faster respawn time most of the time. Usually trading out is good, but in fights like that where ult's still online, especially if a Torb turret that's just farming onto the point like that, it's so hard to stay alive. So if they were able to make that fight a little bit cleaner, they definitely could have won it. But I think that Bowling Green just did too good of a job trading out, especially with their Juno going down so early. The fact that they were able to sustain still, that's just kind of a feather in the cap of Ramontra just as a hero. He's able to just live on point, only a great heals, but you're just not able to put this down. He lived that entire fight. I honestly don't think the Ramontra died that whole defense. Going attack side, looks like Ultimate is playing the Queen again. It hasn't worked very well. I don't know if I would keep it, but maybe they're just more comfortable in this kind of composition. Again, we don't see what the bans are, so we don't know what exactly they're leading into here. But based on what they're banning, maybe they ban like a May or something. There hasn't been any May yet. I don't hate the Queen, but she's gonna have a hard time sustaining this comp.
I think there might have been a chance they banned Symmetra, because I could see them wanting to run the Rhine Sim on here, and maybe I think Bowling Green could have banned a Symmetra. I'm not sure, though. Either way, I think that was just a dominant defense there. Ramontra does such a good job at sustaining himself.
What you want to see here is if Widow's able to get a pick. We all know what happened to Vile on this map. Ooh, that was kind of close. The supports did hide. Okay, they didn't find anything, unfortunately. So, the big Ram slow on the Queen. Queen is already 1 HP, Junior Force. A lot of cooldowns being traded out. We'll see if Old Dominion is able to stabilize from this. Sojourn still going back.
Able to stabilize.
Does go down, so they are able to stabilize.
Pick on the Torbjorn's huge there. Now Bowling Green's going to have to stable real quick, but Old Dominion's going to have to make sure to not overstay their welcome and also restabilize themselves.
Yeah, it's a good knife on the Ram. See if they're able to get in. Looks like they are taking right side attach. It's something I said I wanted Old Dominion to do. It opens up the angle pretty well for the Sojourn. But Clevin is in a really powerful position here. Yeah, he's getting poked out quite a bit. He might need a little help up here. But he's doing a good job just raining down bullets from up there. Looks like Soji goes down. And Break goes down to the Soji. That's such a good orb from Gold Man. We'll see if it'll go down. So that might just be it. Most supports down. He's going down actively. Shot gets used. Yeah, that's going to be it. That's a quick 2-0 for Bowling Green. Not too much energy used there. Oasis was a bit closer, but unfortunately Kings are a full hold into less than a minute cap. That's a very one-sided, very strong performance from Bowling Green.
Yeah, that looked pretty strong from them there. Bowling Green looked very comfortable in that matchup. They were going quicker, using ults very well, and just in general, played dominantly.
I do like their composition a little bit more too. A lot of Ramontra being played. Lucio Jones seems like it might be the new support comp. Juno Brink gets played a lot still. Lucio Fury gets played still, but a lot of Lucio Juno. It's really good for taking that kind of space, especially when you're mechanical, kind of seeing you can do things like that quickly. And they're playing a lot for their DPS as well. I feel like the DPS on the side of Bowling Green were getting a little bit more support from their supports. Lucio was playing a lot more with the Sojourn. You can see Clevin on the high ground.
Yep.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
They just ended.
Okay.
So you can see when Clevin was playing on that high ground, they didn't have a support playing with him. They were just playing for big packs, so he didn't have much help. He wasn't really able to keep that sustain down, and they were just really fast punches. So yeah, that's a fast 2-0. Bowling Green makes a statement.
Yep, and now Bowling Green is going to go on to play the 4-seed Michigan, I believe. So I think that'll be a fun matchup to watch. And Old Dominion will go down into the losers bracket. Not sure who they're going to play there. Losers bracket will be a best of 5 instead of a best of 3, so you'll have a little more leeway there to adjust to your composition and adjust to your opponent. So hopefully they can make a statement down there, and can't wait to see what Bowling Green does in the future in this tournament. Well, they're looking pretty strong.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was a pretty decent game to get it started. Bowling Green shows just how strong they are. Old Dominion might not be one of the highest performing teams here, but they did put up a pretty good fight against a very good team in Bowling Green. Bowling Green, I think they're scrim 4-5 right now, so they're quite far up there. I don't know exactly what Old Dominion scrims, but I'm just happy that I hope they're having a good time here at the LAN. Glad they were able to make it in person. So we'll wish them up on their new match as we get into our next stream here. It'll be starting around 11:15, so we'll see you guys then.
We are back here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got match 5 here for our Queen City Clash here in Cincinnati at the 1819 Innovation Hub. I am one of your hosts for this match, Danny Konechny.
I'm Miles. I'm here as well, you know?
Yeah, we got Penn State versus Champlain here. We're going to be going to Antarctic Peninsula for our first map here. We've got some interesting hero bands. We've got Ramatra on the side of Penn State, and we've got Brigitte on the side of Champlain. We're going to be going into our map here. Interesting to see what comps are going to be played here.
I'm surprised on the Ram band. I'm going to be real. I would have thought that we would have played Ram here since I've only ever seen Ram played on this map.
Yeah,
like, I only ever really see Ram played a lot on this map, so I'm a little surprised by it. The Brig band as well. A little less surprising, but, you know.
Yeah, Ramatra is definitely one of the better tanks, especially on brawl maps such as this one. Brigitte, maybe they're just trying to avoid like a Brig Juno situation where there's just so much healing and so many ults and stuff going on. You know, we'll be seeing here. We got a Winston Kiri rush for Champlain. We've got Zarya pick here for Penn State. Opted for the Zarya instead of the Ramatra here. We're gonna have both teams TP out. It looks like.
Interesting to see what we got. Yeah, we got also some monkey coming out.
Yeah, the Winston Kiri rush. Actually, they're switching over to the Lucio or the Juno, excuse me, instead of the Lucio. Both teams TP out here.
Oh, no, they are Lucio.
Oh yeah, they were going. Maybe just a speed ring out of spawn or something.
Yeah.
Now both teams switching over to that Sojourn, and here we go. Wanston now engaging on the left side here. Just trying to take the space here as the monkey dives in now.
Monkey just looking for some extra poke on the side. Already used Suzu from Champlain. Playing very far out. Already down a bubble. Torv already used his E, so he's more diveable now. Looking for,
Wanston getting a pick there on to the Winston. Wanston picking up Winston.
There goes Lucio as well for Champlain. She's going to have to back up and get out. Not much you can do about that.
Nice rail shot there from Nee, but doesn't pick up any eliminations, unfortunately. And that's going to be the control point going over to Penn State as they tick over towards that 100% marker. Turret now going down for Bryson. We'll see how he can, stuff this left side choke here as the rest of Penn State are on the right side fighting this Winston now.
Interesting move by Champlain's tank to go over here onto this right side, open up that space on the left for his team.
Yeah, but now they're kind of getting stuffed as Plankton falls to Wanston, and Penn State, they've got this control point just locked down as he finds the Winston pick as well, and Bryson finding Rig Pig. Penn State now, they're going to have some ultimates for this next fight, so will Champlain, but they're definitely looking worse in that ult economy as Plankton swaps over to that Torbjorn. Bit more survivability in that brawl engage.
Penn State's looking really clean right now with the way that they're playing this. We're looking at this Winston, forcing him to take the duel with them to create space. And once he does such, Champlain's trying to move up the other side, and it's just not. They're just doing it too slow.
Yeah, it's not working out for him. We've got the overclock in the arms of Nee. He can be ready to launch that. It looks like he does now. He's got that overclock in hand, and he finds one onto Bryson, but he gets grabbed. He gets the solo grab, but it doesn't matter. He gets protected by his supports. And now Wanston finding Rig Pig. The Nano comes out on to that Zarya, and she's just going to tear through the back line of Champlain. Penn State, wow, that Nano boost was insane there onto Wanston, getting the 3K, and they've still got the overclock and the orbital ray in the back pocket. Champlain have nothing for this next fight. It's just going to be a wash.
Yeah, I was going to say, Champlain used Rush and Clock and just weren't able to get anything with it.
Here comes that Winston dive, but he doesn't quite build the Primal Rage in time as Overtime now engages, and it's just going to be over for Champlain here on this sub-map. It's going to be 1-0 for Penn State now on this this control map here.
Yeah, Penn State played that really cleanly. Forced the Winston to take the duel, like I said earlier, and just once he takes the duel, the Champlain needs to take the other side, and they're just doing it so slow that Winston takes too much damage on just by creating space.
Yeah, the engage there is very tough for Winston.
Yeah,
because they're just so much damage coming out of Penn State.
Exactly. That's why I'm surprised they're still running the Winston, because there's a with the Soj and the Torb, there's a lot of damage onto that Winston, and then you add the Zarya, you're just gonna kind of explode.
And you've got those Zarya bubbles too to protect those dive targets.
Exactly, yeah.
It's gonna be really difficult, but they're making the swap over to the Venture, which I actually really like, especially on such a closed quarters map like this one. Venture's really, really good in those tight corners. And
Yeah, we're gonna
small
swap back to
rooms.
both teams running the Sojourn as well, which is gonna be really good on this map.
Yeah, you got them long sight lines as well for the Sojourn. But Plankton, he's playing in this left room, just trying to poke out that Torbjorn, and he
Great
manages
kill.
to find one on the Bryce. It's a great early pick there
Yeah.
for Champlain. Hopefully they'll be able to make something happen there and
Champlain just needs-
capture that point, but Watson is walking onto this back line now as
Uh-oh.
there drops that monkey. He's down to low HP, gets Anthony. He does
Winston's
fall
gone.
to Wanston.
Wow.
And that's
There
going to be a
goes
cleanup
Soj.
there
Yeah.
for Penn State.
They're gonna get the, try to see if they can get any of the stragglers over here. Not probably gonna be able to though, with the Juno.
And despite that opening pick from Champlain, Penn State are still able to capture that point first.
Yeah.
And there's got to be some sort of switch going on here for Champlain. They've got to get back into this somehow.
Yeah, this Zarya is causing them a real issue. Because even if Monkey creates space, this Zarya just walks in your backline. And there's not really much your backline can do about it with the bubbles.
Plankton kind of just wasting his cooldowns there just for fun.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is.
I appreciate that now. Penn
Monkey's
State
just
are on that
forcing
top.
point, yeah.
Yeah, that top thing. But Akioto getting a nice pick there on the Plankton.
Yeah.
Penn
Oh, they
State.
traded though with the Ana.
Champlain
Winston gets the
answers.
Torb as well. It's even right now. Both DPS are gone for Champlain.
Champlain do get the flip though.
Penn State.
Bit of a tank battle going on here.
Winston's gone.
Plankton
there goes
making that
Anna,
swap
yeah.
over to the Hanzo. We saw that over on the A stream a little bit ago. He played the Hanzo on King's Row.
I'm almost surprised with the Hanzo pick.
Yeah, we were definitely
Yeah.
surprised there before too.
I
But
would
he
see-
made it work, kind of.
I haven't seen much Hanzo. Hanzo, at least in my opinion, I would say Hanzo's not in a great state right now. He didn't really get the best perks in the update, so I don't really see him played a lot.
Yeah, and
But we'll see.
Penn State, they did get that flip, but here comes the Winston now for the touch. And
Penn State's got a lot of ults right now. I think if they play this conservatively, I think they can win this.
yeah, they could win this
Oh,
right now. But Cosmo
third.
finding a pick somehow into Bryson, and
Yeah.
Bryson, that's going to be hopefully a retreat now for Penn State as Champlain work to capture this point. But the Graviton Surge now comes out from Watson, and he finds one onto knee with the help from Quinn, and that's going to be the Champlain. They take over that point, and they answer with
Champlain's
two picks of
winning
their
it,
own.
yeah.
Despite the ultimate advantage from
Yeah.
Penn State, Champlain come out on top. They did use two ults of their own. They used both support ults, which is actually that's actually really bad.
I was gonna say Penn State, even though they used two ults, they came out with the advantage here because they now have ult economy coming into this fight, and they're what, 2 fights pretty much? They're
Yeah.
about 2 fights from winning this game.
They could maybe
They can
squeeze
do
it into
it, yeah.
one, yeah.
Yeah,
But you know he's got that primal rage in his back pocket.
yeah. I
Gets
think
slept
he's
there
gonna
on
be
the
able to get
left,
out here though. Yeah.
though. Yeah, uses
Yeah.
it. Making so
Oh,
much space, but he
wait.
just gets absolutely
Wow.
destroyed by Penn State's DPS line, and Bryson
Yeah.
just dominates that Winston, and Penn State now they're gonna try and advance and take this point. Big
Trying to
Bum
get
still
out.
has that nano boost.
No one can die right now.
Oh, that is
yeah,
a big,
that's big.
pick, and Watson's falling to low HP, but he's
Yeah.
managing to stay up.
Watson
And
is just gonna walk.
the
this
nano,
down,
the double
yeah.
nano comes out, one onto Quinn and one onto Big Bum with that perk now, and Watson just finds me. It's gonna be a really hard fight here for Champlain.
Yeah, I think Penn State's gonna win this.
They've
with-
got their DPS ult, and here comes
Yeah.
the Molten Core, though, out of Bryson on Penn State. That's just going to lock down that point, and that's going to be it.
yeah,
Penn State
very rushed.
take Antarctic Peninsula 2-0 against Champlain.
Yeah, once they the Hanzo died after Winston died, it kind of sealed it because now you're down to 1 fight now, and it's gonna be a very rushed fight just to take that final, to get into that in the first place. And so like you're not really gonna be able to get there in time to have a true fight.
Watson here got an absolutely insane 3K. That 100 energy Zarya is not to be trifled with.
All tank players cry.
This
All tank players
is the
cry.
tank player here,
Exactly.
so-
Yeah, Zarya. All my Winston enjoyers just cry at Zarya.
Yeah, definitely made it very, very difficult there for Champlain to play that Winston comp.
Yeah, we are not Zarya enjoyers over here.
Well, you might not be a Zarya enjoyer.
Yeah, I'm not a Zarya. You though.
The support DPS player over here, kind of like Zarya. Not gonna lie.
Zarya enjoyer over this one.
But yeah, it was very good first map there.
Yeah.
Especially for Penn State, they came out.
Yeah, Penn State played very cleanly there. They didn't overcommit with anything, and they looked to force that monkey out, which is exactly what they should do in that situation. Because if they kill the monkey, there's just nothing Champlain can do about it. Yeah.
The supports too, especially from Penn State, I saw a couple times they were able to get some picks of their own. But it looks like we're gonna be going to a quick break here, I think. Just while we figure out this next map.
While we wait for some maps, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see you guys right back here in a few minutes.
Yep.
All right, and we're back. Still not quite ready to jump in game, but you know, you can see our lovely faces again.
Exactly. You know, we're very attractive, I would say.
Well, very is a strong word.
You know what, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
But it looks like we're going to be jumping in here soon.
Going to Runasapi for today.
Yep. So Champlain picked Runasapi, which is a interesting push map.
Yeah, I wouldn't think Runasapi would be the pick. I would say Kawa would be my choice here.
And Champlain banned Tracer on this map, which is actually a
Yes.
really good ban.
Yes, and then Penn State banned Ball, which
both are great bans.
Yeah, they're very good bans for this map. I wouldn't be surprised to see some Winston or even some Queen on this map, to be honest. I see a lot of Queen and Winston coming out of this.
These 1v1 style heroes are very good on this map because it is incredibly flank heavy.
Yeah, I think we're going to see maybe some Torb, maybe some Sojourn here as well. Maybe some Genji, but I feel like it's going to be more.
Some Genji on this map.
Yeah, but I feel like
it's
going to be more some Torb, to be honest.
Probably.
With how strong Torb is right now, I feel like that's where we're going to be at.
We'll see here in a couple seconds, but Right now we get a nice clean look at this giant water wheel, which, I mean, can we just
Exactly.
talk for
It's a
quick
great wheel.
second? I love this map. Like,
Yeah, it's a
visually,
very nice map.
It is very, very pretty.
All right, coming out here, Penn State's playing the Zarya Reaper Soj. Pretty standard, I feel like, for Penn State so far. They haven't really changed their comp up much. Which, I mean, if it's, it's working. Why
Yeah,
change what's
don't fix
working,
it.
you know? Champlain's coming out here with the Winston again, some Soj. Farah, which is interesting here.
I like the Farah pick.
I do like the Farah. I'm just concerned with the Kiri Lucio pick for the Farah. I feel like you don't really have a great way of healing the Farah.
Yeah.
However, we'll see here, see what happens.
I think in a sec here we might actually go to a quick pause.
Yeah, we're going to a pause here in a second.
Something happened. Yeah, wrong
Oh,
settings
yeah,
happened.
no,
Whoa.
we got some technical difficulties on the
That's
side
okay.
over here.
That's
just
alright.
normal NA production.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, what
normal
if
NA production.
would it be
Can't always get stuff.
a
right,
UC
you know?
Overwatch tournament with a
Yeah,
little bit of,
exactly, yeah, we
little
can't-
technical difficulties.
Exactly.
in
Every
that,
time
but
we stream, I feel like there's something. I feel like there's always something going
That's
on with some
alright.
channel.
It's all right. It's all good. We'll get those settings.
We're
all
going right
fixed
back
now.
into
Yeah,
it
going
now,
right
yeah.
back in. Here in a sec.
Probably going to see about the same picks. I don't think anybody's
Yeah,
gonna
I
change
don't think
anything.
they're gonna
No,
change.
no
anything up.
one's.
I think it's
No, I don't
just-
think anyone saw what they were playing, so I don't think there's anybody. It could be any swaps here coming into it.
No foul play.
Yeah, exactly.
being
Yeah, I
engaged
don't
in
think
here.
anybody's gonna
I think it's gonna be all fair.
do
still.
some stuff. Yeah, I think everyone's just gonna roll out on what they were.
We get another look at this water wheel then.
It's a good wheel.
Such
It's
a good wheel. man.
I agree with you though. This map is very nice.
Yeah,
very nice
it's
map.
Really, really pretty. And honestly, I think it's my favorite push map.
Really?
I think I like it more than East
Really,
World, so-
I like Kahlo personally. I
Interesting.
will say though, I like Kahlo as a map design. I prefer playing Esperanza though,
Yeah.
because as a Winston connoisseur, I prefer the dive map
Yeah,
over anything.
makes sense.
It's the same way with like how Watchpoint is my favorite map. I don't know, and everyone
You're
hates
the
on me
Win-
for
you
that.
are
but,
the Winston guy.
I am the Winston guy. I do prefer it. It is what I choose to pick.
Looks like Penn State actually gonna. I don't know if they swapped this at the beginning of last match too, but they're bringing out the Tor view.
I think they rolled out on the Reaper, but I do like the Tor pick. Like I said, I was expecting there to be a Tor. I don't know if it's because they did see what Champlain was running. I don't think it was. I think they just think the Tor pick as well is better here.
Torb is definitely better into Farah as well too.
That's also true. But I think he's just also more versatile than the Reaper is, which is why I think he's better here. Especially with the Winston. Like I like the Reaper into the Winston. However, I do think the Tor will make it better.
Yeah. Me falling there to half HP as Bryson drops really, really low as well. Quinn
Juno's
also
also
on
very
half
low.
HP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watson now just walking on the back line, but this Winston
Uh-oh.
is just gonna stand there and body block him, and
Gets
he
stuck.
finds that pick as well as the Torb turret now going down. Quinn falls as well to Plankton
Winston's
on that
real
Farah.
low there.
Yeah,
Gotta play careful.
Yuya on
Oh,
very
same
low
thing with Kiri.
HP.
Kiri's dead.
Akiyoto gets a good trade onto Rigpig, and Champlain though they're able to just
Champlain,
clean that up
yeah.
and start pushing that bot towards that checkpoint now.
Want to see if we got any. It doesn't look like we're gonna get any swaps, at least right now. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
just gonna stay with what we're at here. I don't think there's really gonna be any swaps coming out, at least this early. Still got to see how it plays out.
Yeah, you saw me there kind of sliding over to the left, opening up this map just a little bit more. I don't know if they're gonna try and do a full back now. I don't know if they're just playing slow on the left. Yeah, they're probably just gonna play slow on the left side.
Yeah.
Take control of these long sight lines here as the Winston now dives on to Wanston. The Zarya and Akiyoto falling to low HP, trading some shots back and forth with Neon Soja gets a nice railgun click there. That was a nice shot.
They're just gonna try to keep fighting. I mean, it's fair. I think it's a good pick. You just can't play too aggressive now without the Sojourn because you lost a lot of your damage.
Yeah, they're doing a full back now as try and regroup, but they did get 52 meters. They were stopped before that forward spawn though, so they are gonna have to walk all the way back from that rear spawn.
They are gonna get a very close fight here though. They're gonna get it pretty early.
Yeah, not gonna let Penn State
get
pick
really
up
in
a lot
the
of
room, yeah.
meterage now.
Nice. Probably, I would say an early Suzu here. I don't think he really needed it.
Yeah, but Rigpig does have that Kitsune rush, and he lets it rip now, but doesn't matter. Plankton falls, but
It's
Cosmo
traded,
gets
yeah.
sprayed out onto Big Bum there. But Akiyoto nails a shot, but Rigpig making it scrappy, picking up Wanson, and he rips that overclock and finds two. Finds one on the Quinn and one on the
Gotta
Bryson.
be a win for Champlain.
And the Primal Rage
Yeah.
now comes out from the Winston, but that was 3 ults used for Champlain.
I was gonna say Penn State's gonna come out on top here with that fight, even though they lost it. They only lost one ult.
Yeah, if you're Penn State, I think you're okay with that fight, but
Yeah.
it does mean that Champlain is going to get that forward spawn,
Yeah.
and
you're
I
right,
think they're
yeah.
just going to let it go after that.
Yeah, they might just back up maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, try and hold.
Yeah,
'Cause-
hold far corner.
Yeah, Penn State has this high ground now, but they're going to push it a little further. A little further past that choke, and
Far's real
here
low.
comes that first dive fight. Yeah, Plankton falling real low there, but Akioto's got that overclock in his hand. Let it rip, and here it goes. They stack it with the nano boost as well now, and the barrage comes out from Plankton. He gets one, but he gets traded. Very big scrappy fight here.
Champlain's still up here though. They're up 1. Make that 2.
Yeah.
It's just Zarya right now. Yeah, and Champlain's still got one of their supports and one of their DPS. I think Champlain's gonna come on top of this one.
Yeah, you're gonna try and stagger the Zarya maybe a little bit, maybe not.
yeah.
Just trying to get it as quick as possible and get this bot moving again. But Penn State,
used a lot of ults there, and they ended up losing. Champlain's in a great spot right now.
yeah, that was a fantastic barrage from Plankton
Yeah.
getting that trade out. Because if that didn't go out, I think
Yeah, I think Penn State might have won it. Honestly,
Akioto could have gone crazy with that nano overclock.
Wanston's gonna swap over to the D.Va here.
Quinn making a swap over to Brig,
Yeah.
definitely a lot bigger of a
Yeah.
anti-Winston comp. And
It's
Bryce
gonna
is on
make
Gecko
a big
as well.
difference, yeah. I will say though, I was talking about this with somebody else earlier. I actually don't like playing D.Va because I think D.Va is very weak into Winston. I will say,
That's fair.
because she can't really do anything now. She's been kind of nerfed now to the point where she's not great into Winston
It
anymore.
could also just be to deal with that Pharah, but it doesn't really
Yeah.
matter when the Winston
Yeah.
and the Sojourner are just making things happen here. And
That Brig's very low. Might be able to kill him.
ooh, yeah, the Winston kind of messes up the dive, lands on
Yeah.
that
Still gonna
thing
get
there,
the
but he
kill
gets the
though,
pick.
yeah.
And Champlain, man, they're making a statement piece here on
Yeah.
Munasapi, pushing it real far. It's not over yet. I shouldn't
Yeah.
say anything. There's still 5 minutes on the
That's
board.
true, yeah. Penn State's also going to swap to the cast here to help deal with this Pharah. I think it's a good swap. There's not much healing out of Champlain for that.
Nano Boost now comes out, and so does that copy, but so does the beat drop and the overclock. Bunch of ults from both teams. The Primal Rage now comes out as well from Champlain. No picks found yet, but just a lot of staggering and a lot of time wasting going on. He still has that 100 rail shot. Goes a little bit wide there. He's got that next perk to pick soon. Gets hindered there. Still at quite high HP now. They're just trying to fight here in this little room. Make something happen. He does fall to
Yeah,
Watson.
I was going to say, I'm not a fan of fighting in that room there. I think with the Echo and the Ana and the D.Va, I think you just put yourself in a very bad position by fighting in that room.
I think at this point, though, Champlain aren't really trying to win a fight. They're
That's
just,
fair,
They're
yeah,
just trying
yeah,
to
they're
stall
just trying
for
to
as long
stall
as
now,
they can.
yeah.
Let that timer tick down because they have the lead. They don't really need to keep
Yeah.
pushing. They can kind of just hold, and they can
Yeah.
they can even let Penn State push just a little bit. They don't need.
Exactly.
They can give space
I will
if they
say,
need.
Penn State's in a great spot right now. They're coming up on 3 ults. I think if they do this correctly, I think they can make a
They
stand.
can mount a
They
comeback.
can make a comeback,
definitely.
yeah.
Yeah. It's
'Cause
definitely not over.
Champlain's only got Barrage right now. Wow.
Doesn't matter though. Rig Pig, the cheeky Kiriko
Great
two tap,
kill.
and he gets another one there on a big bomb, and that's
Wow.
unfortunately gonna
That's
have to be a
gonna force
retreat
Penn
for
State. Yeah, Penn State just has to leave. They're not able to take this duel.
2 ultimates still on the board for Penn State. You've got about 1.5. And oh, what a nice shot from me
Great
on
shot
the
on
Bryson there.
Yeah. Gonna make this stagger take even longer now. Champlain's just gonna be able to push this bot. There goes Quinn as well. The Brig just gets fucking evaporated.
He's just on fire with these Sojourn shots.
That was so unintentional.
Akioto gets a nice deadeye there on the knee, but Plankton returns that with a
Yeah.
barrage of his own on the
Trading
Akioto.
it.
Get that trade out, and they're still just wasting so much time.
Here
in
comes the
spawn
rush
Penn
out of Rig
State.
Pig
Yeah, Rig Pig launches that Kitsune
and
rush
the
now.
rally out of Quinn.
Quinn does pop that rally, but still 2 ults on the board here for Penn State. You got nothing for Champlain, but Champlain are just able to. Somebody's actually taking the bot back though. I don't know if Champlain realized it, but
Oh wow, yeah.
they're just running, and Champlain are just still.
I think that's
the spawn. Okay, yeah, they're all.
I
there.
was gonna say, yeah, they're on there now. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it was Akioto who was moving it at first, though. Just moving
Nano
that
Boost
way.
now comes out
Quinn,
double.
Quinn very low.
Quinn does.
Brig's gonna
fall.
die. However, Winston's gonna get traded. However, Champlain's still, I think, in the lead here. I think they have the advantage.
A lot of red showing up at that.
Yeah,
kill feed.
it's just
Champlain.
Wanston now. Wanston's gonna bomb.
Yeah, opt to use the self-destruct.
Wow!
He gets 2! He got what
got
is Rigby?
both.
Oh my god, that is
Wow.
just wow.
I was not
what a
prepared for that.
huge
That-
bomb
yeah,
there
that
from
was a
Wonston.
great bomb.
That might be the comeback that they need. That might be
I'm
the
a
turning
little
point.
surprised he used it.
Yeah, I was too. I was gonna say that's probably
Yeah.
not the best scenario to use it.
Exactly.
You're down
I thought
1-3,
I
but
thought he was just gonna, you know.
that could be a turning point. We'll
Wow,
see.
yeah.
Penn State now. I say that Champlain still has
I was
3
gonna say,
and almost 4 ults on the
Champlain
board.
has a lot of ults
Champlain
coming
right
into this,
primed
yeah.
to win this game with only 2 minutes left on the board. They've got 3 ults. Plankton's working on that.
Like
barrage as
Penn
well.
State's got barrage coming up, but that's all they got right now.
Yeah, here comes. Sounds like the overclock
Squawk,
and
yeah.
the primal rage as well.
Wow.
There's 2, but Penn State answered with 2 of their own. And
Winston going for the air primal.
doesn't
I love
really
it.
matter though when he
This
gets
is
a nice
commitment.
rail shot. Watson still though making it scrappy.
Wow.
Yuio though trying to clean it up
Wonston-
here.
I think, yeah, Watson's gonna
Yeah.
end up staggering here, which is not great.
And you can afford to stagger this
Yeah,
even with
I
them
was
on
gonna say,
the
you
bot.
don't,
You've
you don't
got
have a lot of time.
such a big lead there for Champlain.
Yeah.
They've still got the
What's good though is Champlain did use 3 ults for that fight,
Sure.
and Penn State didn't use anything.
Champlain though does have both support ultimates in that back pocket. They've
Not
got
wrong.
that sound barrier
Not wrong.
and the Kitsune rush.
I'm-
Bryson though has got that barrage.
I was gonna
but
say, I'm expecting this barrage to get beated pretty
this
early.
barrage either has to be big or it's going to be answered with a beat drop.
Oh, there's
Wonston
the
now,
beat.
There it goes. It gets out early
Beat
just to
early,
engage
yeah.
and make some space here now as Yumio's going to try and dive this backline, but he falling to low HP
I think
first.
Bryson's gonna look for this barrage right now. He's gonna look to try to come over the top, maybe get on the back line.
Greek Pig still has that Kitsune rush as Yumio gets antied, but it doesn't really matter with that tank perk making antis last less time, and the suck comes out, but the barrage does not, and here comes that Kitsune rush from Rig Pig now. Will it
is
be
great
answered
from-
by anything from Penn
This
State?
is great from Penn State, just waiting it out. Penn State's gonna have 3 ults now.
Here comes the
Yeah.
nano boost, the double nano, one on the Watson. Does he find anything? No, the Kiriko just teleports out, but Big
They're
Bum
gonna
gets
get it,
one
yeah.
on the Kazuma. And he does find Rig Pig in the end there and jumping right back in, but there's only 10 seconds left, Miles. There's no way that Penn State can
Yes,
back from
but I
this.
will say Penn State only used 1 ult there. They're coming up on, they have 3 right now and they're coming up on Primal. Champlain only is gonna have 3 ults going into this. I mean, yes, they have their 3 biggest, but I still like Penn State to maybe mount a comeback here.
They have 3 ultimates, but there's 137 meters to first.
That's
They
true.
cannot lose
You're not
a
wrong.
fight.
Yeah.
It's like Akioto though gets an insane early
Great
pick
pick
there
on the
underneath.
Soch. Early Suzu.
There comes
There's
the
the
barrage.
barrage.
He only gets 1, but Wonston answers, and Kazuma's on low HP to be found by Akioto when Quinn gets the final pick. They're keeping on. They're making it happen. They're surviving. They're staying in
That was
it.
good from Akioto. He got an early pick, which caused that play. Without that, Suzu wouldn't have come out early. I will say though, Quinn was forced to use rally there as well, just to stay alive, which is not the greatest in the situation that Penn State's currently in.
Penn State does have those 2 ultimates still, but I mean, I just don't see a world in which they mount an insane comeback. Yumio's got that primal rage too to make something happen, and all the ultimates are about to come online here
Yeah.
for Champlain.
Bob's coming out for Akioto. I think this is more of just a contest.
Yeah, here comes that primal
Right
rage,
now.
and Nee finds the
Nee
first
finds
pick on the
Akioto.
Akioto. Is this where Penn State falls on the map? Wonston though,
Wonston
making
get a
it
pick.
scrappy though, getting a
Oh.
repick onto that Sojourn now. So many ultimates on
That-
board though, it doesn't matter.
Wow,
but Wonston
Wonston.
finds another one as the
Wonston
beat
kills
drop
2.
comes out, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Here
Champlain,
come
that
the
thing-
ultimates for Champlain, the Dragon Blade, the Overclock. It doesn't matter. Wonston falls, and that's going to be the map there for Champlain.
That was great from Champlain.
That was-
Champlain played that really well.
They played that-
I think Champlain is going to be a really strong dive team right now in this current
Incredibly
state.
well, yeah. That was really, really well done from them.
This was a great map choice as well by Champlain.
Can we talk about this play real
It's
quick?
gonna- it's play
this
as
was
well.
a little goofy.
It's play
so
as
how
well.
how does it first happen? So they get the first pick here.
He kills Kiri in
Yeah.
this room before anybody else can
Okay,
help.
so that's what he didn't
Yeah,
melee when he was.
he kills Kiri.
Okay.
And then he
He
bombs.
gets the bomb.
He
This bomb
bombs,
was insane.
and there's not enough cover.
Oh,
for the DPS to
okay.
hide.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So-
I will say though, this was a great map pick by Champlain.
Yeah,
this
that-
is a great map
they
pick.
played that
Took
incredibly,
them to
incredibly
exactly
well.
where they needed to force Penn State off of what they were comfortable with.
Yeah.
Get them off that Zarya, get them off that Torb, and,
Mm-hmm.
and force them into this really like vulnerable situation.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what the next map is
Yeah.
going to be in these next bands.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hoping for some good games here. Getting these bands sorted and these maps sorted.
Looks like we
was-
are going to be going to Shambali.
We'll see. We'll see. It was
what's
yeah,
looking like.
Looking like Shambali.
Looking
here,
like
we'll see.
Shambali right now.
You know.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, it's
Interesting
not
Shambali.
super dive, not
Yeah.
super. It's kind of like a mix of all. Of them.
Yeah, I would say I tend to play more of a like a. I do play the dive style here though. I
Okay.
will play a.
Well, you're
Winston.
just the dive guy.
Yeah, but I also like I you know me. I play a lot of brawl. I play a lot of poke.
Sure.
I play a lot of everything. I tend to lean towards the Winston more because there's a lot of vertical mobility on this map.
Yeah,
a lot of it.
there is.
And that's what makes this map super hard to play, especially on attack. So I like to play that Winston to keep that vertical mobility that I have.
Mm-hmm.
I will say you can play some Zarya, you can play some Sigma on this map with the new perks. You have the
I've
the
seen
levitate
Ram,
perk.
too.
I have seen some Ram exactly. There's the levitate perk with Sigma. There's the Zarya.
The bubble bounce
Bubble
thing.
bu- yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of vertical mobility as well still in play here with perks. So I'm very interested to see what tanks come out of this map. I don't think we're going to see much change with supports and DPS, but I think tanks are really going to be a big pick
I'm
here.
really interested to see if Champlain does go for that dive again. If
Yeah.
Penn State are going to opt to mirror the dive like they did
Yeah.
on Unasapi, or if they're going to choose to try and play Zarya into it like they did on
Yeah.
Antarctic Peninsula.
Oh, wait, are we getting a change? Looks like we're getting a change
Looks
here.
like we're going to King's Row,
Looks
actually.
like we might be going to Kings instead, yeah.
Instead of
Which-
Valley. I could be wrong, though. We might not know. We'll see here. We'll see here in a sec as we
Wow,
gather this
okay.
information, but Penn State
Penn State's banning the Winston here.
ban the Winston. I think that's a pretty good
That's
ban.
a ban. That's a good ban.
That is going to
I will
cripple
say.
Champlain.
Yeah, I will say. Yeah. Winston's not. I don't see a lot of Winston on Kings. I will say.
I don't even know if we're going to Kings. Oh yeah,
It looks like we're going to
looks
Kings.
like
I was
we're
gonna say. It
going
looks like we're going to
Okay,
Kings
yeah,
now
yeah,
instead.
yeah.
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 Here we go. Now here's
Yeah,
the transition.
not a
We're
lot
into
of
Kings,
Winston on
yeah.
it- on-
I don't see a lot. If I see Winston on Kings, it seems to be more in Asia.
Okay.
When I see Winston
Yeah.
on Kings, I don't see it a lot in NA or in Europe. I mean that's but Asia's just always been more of a dive
dive-oriented.
region. Yeah.
Yep.
Never really seen it as a brawl region, at least in current past years. I haven't seen it as much.
But Champlain, Yuio, he's just an insane Winston player, as we saw on those first
Yeah.
two maps. I'm interested to see what else he's gonna pull out from his hero pool.
Yeah,
I don't know what else
exactly,
he's got in the back
yeah.
pocket.
With no Winston, I'm wondering if we're gonna see some brawl here. Kings has always been a very brawl-dominated map.
Yeah.
And I think that favors Penn State, and I think that's why they chose it.
And I think I'm getting word that we're getting a venture ban.
Oh, we're getting a venture ban.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think
okay.
Champlain banned the
Yeah.
venture, which is it could be more of a
Interesting.
protect thing, but I mean we haven't
That's
seen
true,
much
it could
venture
be.
from Penn State.
Yeah. There was a little bit on Ant Pen, or out
Yeah.
of Champlain. Yeah, there was a little bit, but it wasn't much out of.
Out of Penn State.
Out of Penn
So
State,
I'm
though,
wondering if
they
they're
must-
using that to
It
protect
might
like
be
a Farah
it might be a
or-
protect ban.
or a
Yeah,
Sojourn
exactly.
or something like that.
Yeah. Very interesting. I'm very interested to see what happens with these
Yeah.
comps because, like I said, I feel like Kings very much favors Penn State here with what they've been running in
Yeah.
their style.
I agree, and
They're very
that's
mu-
probably why they picked that
Exactly.
map.
Yeah,
You know,
they've been running a lot of Zarya. Wanston looks very comfortable on the Zarya. And, Zarya's just in a very strong state right now.
And we saw the Hanzo pick earlier.
That's
And
true. Yeah, we did see
and
Hanzo.
we saw
pick.
how well
Hanzo's not a bad pick on this map either.
we saw how well the Hanzo can work on this map. So we'll we'll be seeing hopefully a good mix of comps.
Yeah,
here.
we've seen a lot on some of the other streams today. We've seen a lot of Torb and a lot of Sojourn on this map.
Yeah.
I feel like we're gonna get back to that. Maybe some May though.
Yeah, May
There
was banned.
May was banned in one of the games earlier,
Yeah,
so
you're
there
right.
wasn't any May
So-
earlier. I think we might be able to see some May here.
Some May gameplay here.
I don't know
in
if
the brawl.
Champlain's gonna pull out a May with the Zarya. I think Zarya is gonna be really hard to play May into, especially with once she gets her first perk and she gets that extra vertical mobility. I think it's gonna be really hard to play May. I could see Penn State though maybe running some May, trying to separate
true.
Champlain because Champlain looks to be a very
dive
oriented and they like to stay separated and then
Yeah, they
all
like to-
go in together at the same time.
Yep.
They're very like timing based, whereas I think May is very
You can stop that timing
exactly
from
yeah.
happening. You can separate
May's very
the team
good
and
at, May's very good at that.
Yeah, and-
So
disrupting the flow and how they want to
Exactly,
how they
yeah.
want to engage on this dive as opposed to just going in. And
Exactly.
now you got a wall in the mix and you can't bust through because it's got 600 HP
I
because
can
of
see
Maze
them.
perk.
Yeah, I can
You
see
know,
them separating Champlain's tank very easily with a May if possible. Just based off of the style they've shown so far. and the way they play.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I think it's going to be very interesting. I don't think we'll see much variation with DPS and support comps, though. I think
I did see at the beginning of one of the maps, and I don't know if it was just a troll pick, but I did see just a tiny little bit of Life Weaver.
there was a little bit of Life Weaver,
I'm
but
hoping
I
we
think
see
it
more.
was a bit of a troll.
I think so too, but
If you're gonna play Weaver though, I think Kings is a decent one
It's
to
not-
pick.
yeah, it's not a bad map to
decent
pick
one
it
to
on.
pick it. But I do agree. I think it was probably more of a troll pick than anything. I don't think we're gonna see a lot of Weaver today, sadly.
you wanted to get some Mercy going.
I wanted some Mercy. That was
You wanted to see some Mercy.
I want some Mercy Glock. That's what I want.
He wanted a Mercy. He wanted to pay
Yeah.
someone to play Mercy to Valk and to pull out the Glock and start pistol peeping.
Yeah,
pistoling people.
we were going for clips over here on this channel. We're going for clips.
Oh yeah.
We were gonna sing Creed while they were doing it, and we were gonna go.
It was
for
gonna
a
be-
great.
it
It
was
was
gonna
gonna
be
be a
great.
great clip. We were gonna have so much fun over here, but sadly we weren't able to make that happen.
That'd be against
But
the rules, I think.
yeah, that's true. It might be. Yeah, yeah,
Looks like we're going in game here though.
yeah. We're gonna see what we get.
Yeah.
There hasn't been much variation with supports. I will say, like we've been playing mostly Juno Kiri. It's been a little Ana Brig. Penn State's running a lot of Ana Juno.
You've been seeing the Kiri Lucio as
Yeah,
well too.
Kiri Lucio, yeah. I feel like we might see a little bit more Ana this map though.
I
This
think
map
so,
this
too.
map seems to be very Ana dominated, especially on defense.
You've got all those high ground.
Yeah.
You've got the long sight lines for Ana.
Yeah.
You can get some crazy good nades.
Let's see here. Penn State is pulling out the May.
Yeah, you're
They
right.
are pulling out the May.
That'll work
Some
very
Soj.
well with that.
Yeah.
Zarya.
Champlain's coming out on the Rams Sombra Hanzo.
Hanzo might just be in the beginning to
Maybe,
scout.
yeah, just a nice Sonic arrow to start.
Yeah, and I bet you he's gonna go for the Widow shot first before they switch to Sombra. I could be wrong. Though.
Maybe.
I could be
I'm
wrong.
not. I don't know.
Yeah.
The Sombra's interesting.
Yeah, it could be good.
I haven't seen much Sombra this patch, I will say. There's not been a lot. I've seen a few here and there, but it's mostly when playing against the ball
Yeah.
that I've seen a lot of Sombra. But yeah, and then pretty standard supports. Juno Ana, like I said, it's pretty standard on this map. Gotta have that speed, and then Ana just with all the long distance you have.
Yeah, and he did roll out on that Widowmaker.
Did roll on the Widow.
Plankton
Looks like they're staying Hanzo, yeah.
Yeah, he's a fan of that Hanzo.
Yeah.
You know, made it work a little
Swapping
bit
back
before
to the
too.
Sojourn as well.
But
off
out
the
comes
Widow.
that May wall already, and Bryson
Wow.
just showing how powerful May is on this King's Row map,
Yeah.
getting an early pick there onto Rig Pig. Playing in that hotel room, he's got the spray there and everything.
Juno's separated from the rest of Champlain as well.
Mm-hmm.
If Penn State wanted to, they probably could walk onto that Juno, but I don't think they're going to. I think they're just going to play this very slow, stay around this main choke.
UB is now trying to force that May out of that hotel room. I think that's
Yeah.
where you're gonna have to walk
gonna have
into
to,
that
yeah.
hotel to try and force that May out, or else you're just gonna get separated again. And the slow there from the Ramatra doesn't really help. He just gets antsy. He's just getting poked out of this position like crazy, especially with that May wall there.
Yeah.
The rest of your team's not gonna be able to get there to
Interesting.
support.
Plankton slipped off of the Hanzo. He's onto the Pharah now. Rig Pig also dies here to Wanston, and Akioto kills Plankton. That's a great kill.
A nice rail shot. Yuio getting antsy and getting absolutely
Just
pounded.
getting beamed.
Got
Yeah.
a nice block there. Manages to escape for now with his life, but you know, Penn State, they're still holding this choke.
Yeah.
And it's incredibly difficult for Azaria and a May, or with Azaria and a May, to break through that choke point. But I think Champlain, you're just gonna have to open up the map more on the right side, and he gets a
Ooh,
nice
that's a great
pick down
pick.
to Bryson.
I was about to say, I think you have to kill the May or you have to kill the Zarya here to have a chance.
Yep,
And I think that's a great pick onto the May.
Champlain now they're gonna have to go fast here and trying to make something work before Penn State can regroup and attempt to recontest this point. Nia's on a great angle here
great,
though
yeah,
on the top
great
here.
angle.
Slides across,
Looking to go
but
behind.
Wanston's on a hard charge. He's got the Graviton Surge in hand. He's not
nanoed.
gonna get the pick on the Plankton. This is not looking very
Wanston's
good for
also
Champlain.
nanoed, yeah.
Yeah, Nano Boost comes out and Akioto
Akioto.
gets another big pick, but here comes that Ramatra ult and the Juno Ray. Doesn't make anything happen
Wow,
with it though.
that was-
Blizzard does come out for Bryson as well there, and
A lot of
Penn
ults-
State,
A lot of ults use this fight. Penn State using Nano and Blizzard.
but they clean up. And there's
However, Champlain did use all of theirs. They used 2 of theirs as well.
yeah, they've got a minute and a half left to finish off those 2 ticks. They were able to get 1, so it's not unwinnable
Yeah.
for Champlain.
Early wall here from Penn State. That's good for Champlain. Champlain's just gonna be able to just walk through choke, no issue. I will say I'm surprised that Champagne's tank Yuga. I'm surprised he used Ram ult there
Yeah,
in that last fight. I thought he was gonna save it.
I'm wondering if it was more of a survival thing or just to go in with that
Maybe.
generator. But Yoda, man,
Nice
just
pick
hitting
on the
these
flank
shots,
end,
clicking
yeah.
on these heads. Watson still has that graviton surge in his back pocket
Yeah,
to use.
I would be scared of this grab here. This grab is gonna be big, especially with Ray or Clock. You're gonna have
Not gonna
nice-
have access to
I was
that
gonna
clock
say,
though.
never mind on the clock.
He gets a
However,
nice pick, but it's traded out by
I was
Bryson.
gonna say, yeah,
Plankton now looking for a cheeky barrage, I think.
he's gonna look for a barrage here into this ult. I think into
Yeah,
this
here
Juno Ray,
comes
I
that
think.
Juno Ray. Watson launches that graviton surge and manages to get one on the knee there as well. Bryson still playing in this hotel room, trying to get these stragglers. Watson not struggling to stay alive, but
Yeah.
you know, playing his life. And here comes the barrage.
Plankton.
Doesn't quite get anything.
Nanoed
The
as
nano
well.
barrage and doesn't get anything. That's so unfortunate there for Champlain.
Bubble.
And Yuio falls to Bryson as well.
Yeah.
Here comes the overclock from Akioto as well, and
Yeah.
Watson finds another one on the Plankton. Knee is going to be forced out here and falls to Watson as well. And
That was just great from Penn State. Akioto with a nice
Yeah.
clock just to force Plankton to have to back up, and then the nano as well to keep alive.
Champlain do touch indeed, and here comes the orbital ray now for Champlain.
On the Doom Tracer for the touch
Doom
here.
gets a touch,
Wow,
and
Rig Pig
gets
with
two, and
two.
Yuio gets one as well. This might be winnable for Champlain.
It's actually, yeah, Champlain's gonna win
Yeah,
it. Wow, that
Rig-
was great.
That was a crazy
That
touch.
was great from Rig Pig and Yuya.
Knee also making the swap there onto Tracer.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they thought they were going to win that, but they somehow do. Yuio
I
back
find-
onto the Ramatra now.
I do find it interesting. I will say, I noticed Plankton went back to the Hanzo again for that touch. I mean, I'm interested on why.
It's probably just for just in case he gets like a clean one
Maybe,
shot out of nowhere,
yeah.
just to try and flip it. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe he hit a couple body shots and that was able
Maybe,
to,
and that's why
to
Rig Pig
sway
got the
fight.
name. Yeah, maybe. My phone's going off.
NA production. Yuio now just not playing too far up. They don't want to. They still down in this ultimate economy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as Bryson has that blizzard, but
Yeah, and Penn State's also coming up on Juno Wall here soon as well.
walled off one of the supports now. But Juno can kind of just fly over that wall as Swanson loses one, and Rig
Here
Pig gets a
comes-
nice pick on the Akioto, but the blizzard comes out
Blizzard
and
on.
freezes Yuio
Yeah,
and gets
Rev's
Kazuma
just
as
gonna
well.
die, yeah.
That's a big fight loss
That's
there
great, yeah.
for Champlain, excuse me.
Yeah, Penn State is in a great spot now. They're gonna have both support alts and Grav, and Champlain's just behind because they did all those swaps for overtime. Penn State didn't have to swap anything.
Yeah, me going back over to that Sojourn to try and build up something here.
I'm expecting an early grab here.
Yeah,
I think they're gonna grab pretty early.
I'm a little surprised they don't try and hold up a little further, but I think
I'm a little surprised for that too, but especially with the May.
Yeah,
There's the
they could
grab
just
coming
re-engage.
out.
There goes the grab.
Not
Nano
gonna
boost
get
comes
anything.
out though for Rig Pig on the knee. Doesn't quite get anything out of it, but Plankton
Big
gets a
bump.
nice shot there onto Bryson.
Big Bum also went in nano Wanston, so it's still very much winnable for Penn State. They do have to back up though, give just a little bit of space down. Now they're down May. Now they're down to Akioto. Now they definitely have to give space.
Yeah.
There goes Big Bum. Yeah, Penn State's just gonna lose this fight. Once they weren't able to get anything with the grab, they just weren't able to sustain through to keep Bryson alive on the May.
I think Penn State wanted to kind of do just like a soft disengage there and
Yeah.
now re-engage with this orbital ray like
Yeah.
they're doing now, but out comes
Dragon.
that Dragon from Plankton, and Yuio's got that Ramatra ult in the back pocket as well, just to try and make something happen, but Penn State are holding strong in this neutral, and out comes that Ramatra ult.
yeah.
Me falling really low, and Kazuma gets that orbital ray out as well.
Here comes Ray from
But
yeah.
Yuio falls, but it's traded out by Rig Pig. Now, Wanson's falling to
very
low
low, yeah.
HP here. Plankton
Very,
trying to
very
get some
low.
sort of random headshot maybe onto someone, and
There goes
he
Big
gets
Bum.
a nice shot on the Big Bum
Yeah.
there.
There goes
Down falls
Bryson.
Bryson. Watson falls soon after, and that's going to be a
Yeah.
point capture here for Champlain, but
Champlain.
it was not easy.
Yeah, Champlain's doing very well here though in this overtime. They're playing very smart, very composed.
Yes.
In this overtime.
Yeah.
I will say though, Penn State's still in a great spot after these. Penn State continues to remain great in these overtimes.
Yeah, no, really, really good stuff here from Penn State. And they've got almost 2 ultimates now, and this is such a hard point
Yeah,
to attack
yeah.
for Champlain.
And Champlain only has that nano. They don't have anything else to go with it. Yeah.
Out comes the Graviton Surge
Comes Penn.
early here. Good play, forcing Champlain to disengage. for now.
That's still good from Champlain, though. No one died to the grab, and everyone's going to live. And they got Bryson.
Yeah, Plankton got a pick there. Yuya just trying to make some space, and out comes the nano boost
the
onto
nano,
him. Double nano.
Oh,
Ooh,
very
but
close
out
to
comes the
killing
overclock out from
Akioto,
Akioto not able to find any picks just yet.
Ooh.
Just barely misses
Akioto
the shot on
just
the rig
barely,
pick.
yeah.
But Watson gets the trade or the pick there onto me.
Looks like
Walled off. Yuya is going to
ball.
struggle as well. Blizzard in the back pocket for
Penn
Bryson as
State's
well.
going to win it. Yeah, they're just going to win this fight.
Yep, they win that fight.
Champlain will have a touch, though, with Tracer and Doom.
Yeah,
It's going to be very, very close, though. Penn State's in a great spot, though. They have both support alts and a Blizzard for this final fight. Not sure if Champlain's going to win this.
These dive heroes, though, are comforting for Champlain, but it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
but yeah, I was going to say,
Out comes the
Judo-
orbital ray, and that just
Yeah.
melts the Doom Fist. Tracer's not going to be able to show up for
Yeah.
long either, and yeah, that's going to be that first attack done there for
Yeah.
Champlain.
The-
Good push.
It was. Doom came in, insta-slept in an orbital ray. There's just nothing you could do at that point. Just be there. Like, there's just nothing you could do about that one.
You did your best, soldier.
Exactly, yeah. Not much you could do there.
Yeah.
I will say as well, I don't know if you noticed it, Plankton on that final fight of second point, Penn State, Quinn used his orbital ray and went to walk. Plankton dragoned it. It
Yeah,
was
I
a
did
great
notice-
dragon.
yeah, that was a great way to cancel
it
that.
It stopped it, yeah. It kept, the only person who made it through was Wanston, so Wanston can walk forward. He couldn't do anything. So by the time that the dragon went away, Ray was gone as well. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why Champlain won that fight was because of that dragon, honestly.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing we're gonna have to, kind of see how the meta evolves and shapes.
Exactly, yeah. We're still pretty new into this season.
Hanzo's really might be a good way to counter these
Yeah.
these powerful support ultimates like that Kitsune Rush
Yeah.
and like that Orbital Ray.
I mean, we're a few weeks into the season, but Perch is still very, very
Yeah,
new.
true.
Very new. There's still, I've taken a long time and looked at the perks, and even still, I'm finding ones that I think are better now than I did when I originally looked at them. There's some perks that I very much undervalued at the start.
Got pretty similar compositions as to last time now for both teams. We've got Akioto on the Widow here to try and get an opening pick, and Bryson's sticking to that Pharah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Akioto doesn't quite find anything out the gate. I don't think he was really expecting
Yeah,
to. But
I
you
don't
never
think
know.
so, yeah.
Not a bad thing
Very,
to look
very
at.
similar comp from all of them in the first place.
Out comes the nade now from Rig Pig, though. Doesn't quite find anything, and Watson gets the Torb turret pick. It's
Yeah, they are
huge.
back. They are back on the Torb, though. I will say.
Yeah.
This is more of what I was expecting Penn State to run on defense.
Watson just sitting at 100 energy almost
Yeah,
always
just-
now. Able to just beam through
Yeah.
this back line of Penn State, or of Champlain, excuse me, and they got to back out now through this hotel.
Akioto is still very low. Oh, nice one. Quinn, however, is low, or was low at the time of saying it. Wow, Bryson falls, and so does Big Bomb.
Yeah,
This is great picks from Champlain.
This is a good defense
Yeah.
so far from Champlain. Rig Pig's still on low HP though.
Yeah.
Some stray
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
rail shot or something.
something like that. Yeah. I do think though. I think Penn State's on a very good comp for this map. I think I do think even with the Torb and the Soj, I still think I like their comp maybe a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Penn State isn't rolling out with the May here. I mean, I know
That's true,
May
yeah.
is good on defense, but I mean, I
Yeah.
also think
It's
May's
great-
really good
it's
on
great on
attack.
attack.
And
I
you're
will
not
say,
able to
yeah.
wall off the Ramatra as hard, and
Yeah.
I think you're definitely seeing the effects of that. They're not able to run it down, but as I say that,
They proceed to run it
they
down.
proceed to run it down, and he falls to Watson, taking this upper angle.
Rig Pig's gonna just yeah,
rotating
they're just
all the way around the
rotate
map.
all the way around. Yeah,
Champlain have no idea where this team is right now.
I like this rotate from Champlain.
And
Just give it
completely
space.
flip points.
Yeah.
It looks like
Right.
Champlain is now on a path.
I will say, Quinn's in a very bad spot because he's coming back from spawn.
Out comes the nano boost from both
Both
teams
sides,
now,
yeah.
though. Watson launches that Graviton Surge. Does he get any value out of it? He definitely does. He gets one on the Rig Pig. There's 3 still in that Graviton as Akioto finds one of the 9
I was
as
gonna
well.
say Akioto finds knee as soon as he gets back from spawn.
Out comes the Orbital Ray and the Molten Core as well. And Bryson
Yeah.
cleaning up now.
Plankton's gonna get a kill, but it's not really gonna matter at this
Yeah, that
stage-
trade doesn't
at this
matter.
point, yeah, I think Champlain, though, is in a good spot. Penn State had to use all of their ults just to get that fight, and I think Champlain can play this archway if they play fast enough here.
Another thing, though, I think Penn State played that beautifully. They
did play it beautifully.
They didn't make it the quickest fight in the world. Because they knew that if they made it super quick and just, eliminated everyone right away, Champlain are just going to come back and touch again.
Exactly.
And Penn State knew that, if they rotate all the way around and play it slow, they're not going to get that touch again, and they're going to get all of the space here now in this first corner. They're not even able to play the archway.
Yeah. I'm surprised both teams did. Wow, that's a great pick from Akioto and Bryson.
Unfortunate.
I'm surprised both teams haven't played this archway.
Out comes the Ramatra ult and that speed ring from Juno, and Yuyo is just taking so much damage, face taking all of it. Wanston at 100 energy as always, and out comes that barrage and finds one onto Yuyo. And Plankton falls short after. That's going to be a disengage now from
Penn State's
Champlain.
going to clean this up, yeah.
Akioto gets another one too onto Rigpig just for show.
This is exactly what I mean, by the way, when I say that I like Penn State's comp better, because playing Ram into Zarya is so hard. Because you can't, especially when she's 100 energy, there's nothing you can do. You're just not able to do anything. You just stand there, hold block, and pray.
Yep. The damage reduction, while it's good to keep you up, it doesn't
keep
much,
you up enough. Yeah,
it doesn't do much in terms of a team fight, and you're not able to put any damage out.
Yeah, you're not.
Just
you have to just hold block, because if you let it down, you just take too much damage.
And if you're not, if you're not holding block and you are trying to punch, or if you're like on the back line, then the Zarya's just gonna run through.
She's just gonna run through you. Yeah.
Akioto now on this high ground, making a great angle, but falls down, and Wanston gets
with a great pick.
Nano, but he gets that overclock out and finds one of the
Wanston's looking for a pick. He's not gonna be able to get it. I think Penn State's just gonna give space.
Goes for the Graviton Surge and gets two, but out comes the Orbital Ray for counter.
That's a great nade.
The nade.
Great nade. No one noticed the Ana. Look at where the Ana's positioned over there the whole time. No one noticed.
As soon as you said it, they found her.
I was gonna say. But that was a great position. That was a great position.
Champlain won the fight. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Penn State had a great, Graviton Surge
Wanston
there.
died. That's why. Wanston was a. Once they killed Wanston, the rest of Penn State was too far back.
The Orbital Ray too.
Exactly. Yeah, the Ray as well.
Super clutch.
Wasn't able to keep him alive, but he was able to keep the team alive enough to
win that fight.
Even through the nade. Yeah.
It was really, really good play there from Champlain, and they've got that the Nano Boost still in the pocket, and that Molten Core about to be online.
Still though, that was a great name for Big Rock. That was a great name. Yeah.
Penn State now, they got two ults on board as Yuyo's on that high ground.
Immediately charged again because it's Zarya.
But Bryson falls to Rigpig after
a
good rail shot, I think, from Knee. The Penn State opting to take this high ground angle on this high ground lane. Akioto gets one on the Plankton now too. That might be the opening that Penn State needs
I was going to say, Penn State, Bryson
will be back. Here comes the Orbital Ray too.
And the clock.
And the overclock, yeah. Overclock finding the turret kill. Is that all?
Nano coming out from Rigpig. Kazuyo finds Akioto.
That is a great pick there too. Shutting down that overclock now.
Yeah, and Knee forces Big Bomb out, so there's nothing they can do. They have to just back up.
Champlain still has two ults. They're in a great spot now. And there's only 30 seconds left on the clock.
I will say though, Danny, Penn State's coming up with Nano, Grab, and Barrage. That
is a scary 3-0
It's a very especially since Big
Bomb
Bomb gets picked by Knee.
Knee is just absolutely insane here.
I will say, Wanston's also been very good with this bubble onto Bryson with these barrages. They haven't really been able to kill Bryson through barrage.
Yeah. And with that movement perk too, it's
movement
a lot harder to kill a
perk, bubble, and Nano. This could be really scary for Champlain unless they pull some down here.
Still of their own. The Orbital Ray here could save them like it did before.
That is true.
All right, now here comes Wanston. He's got that Graviton Surge. Out comes
He's
the Orbital Ray.
Throw it.
He just whips.
Wow.
It doesn't matter. I think it was a solo grab on the Rigpig here. Cosmo finds one of the Bryson up the trade, and Wanston is just absolutely low HP as all the ultimates now come out for Champlain. And Champlain, they're in the lead on the kill streak.
Champlain with the upset.
Gets 3 with that overclock.
Wow.
And they are able to hold that map. Oh.
Wow. Champlain played very well the last 2 maps.
Goodness.
Upsets the #1 seed in this tournament.
That was insane from Champlain there. That was really good play. Knee went absolutely dummy there at the end.
Yeah, that was
with that overclock.
That was very good.
That was such a good game. Holy.
I mean, believe me, I'm not fully surprised, but I'm a little surprised because Penn State in the qualifiers, they went 6-0 convincingly winning all of their games against the rest of the bracket.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised that this is the outcome of this game.
Mhm. Yeah, Penn State was really, really good.
Yeah.
In
Penn,
those
yeah, I was gonna
qualifiers.
say, Penn State was very good in the qualifiers. They were very good in this game as well.
Yeah.
I think Penn State is still a very good bet for somebody who could win the losers bracket still.
Mhm.
I think they're very good team. I think they can very much make a run in this silver
Oh
bracket.
yeah, definitely, definitely. I would not be surprised if we see a rematch. of
Exactly.
this at some
I would
point.
not be surprised.
I would actually be quite excited
Champlain's
if we
played
saw this.
very well today as well. They earlier they played OU.
Mm-hmm.
That was a 3-map game as well. Went distance. Champlain
Yep.
eventually won that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's a very good game.
Very, very good
Very
games
good.
today. We're gonna throw it to a quick break as we jump into these next games here, but don't go anywhere. We got more Overwatch coming up right after this.
Yo, what is up, guys? Welcome back to Queen City Clash. I'm Sam Puffer. I'm joined here with Joey Dietz.
Hey, everybody.
We got an exciting matchup for you guys. Averna University versus Texas Tech.
Texas Tech had a really good showing in their previous game against University of Cincinnati Black. They beat them 2-0 and are coming in against number 3 seed Alvernia, trying to get a little bit of an upset going.
Exactly. Is this the first time we're seeing Alvernia today?
Yes, this is their first game.
Sounds good.
I don't know what to expect from Alvernia other than they've banned Farah, so they don't really like shooting up.
They don't like shooting up in the air. They want to keep those reticles close to the ground.
Yes.
We'll see what's going on here. Texas Tech, however, did ban Zarya. So it'll be interesting seeing kind of the interaction between the two. We are hopping into game here. We're starting off on Antarctic Peninsula. So I'm really excited to see what these teams run out on.
One of the newer control maps. Not really sure what's the optimal comp play here. I'm going to bet not Roadhog from Clamps.
Okay. Maybe a little bit of trolling.
Maybe a little bit.
Just a wee bit.
The classic spawn room trolling. From what we previously seen from Texas Tech, both Clamps and Shower Mat. Clamps and Shower Mat were their two top performers in their previous game.
Yeah,
Shower
Clamps
Mat-
was popping off. I was watching that last game against UC Black, and yeah, he's been clamping some guys.
Yes, he looked really, really good on the Winston. Shower Mat looked really, really good on the Sojourn the entirety of that previous game.
I love
gonna
what
see.
Alvernia is running out on. If they stick with this, I'm gonna be so happy. I love me some rush.
We did see the Clamps hazard on Kings Row against the University of Cincinnati as well. He looked really strong there. No Ana from either side, so we're going to be going with the optimal Genji set on the Rock Muncher.
I would say this is some honest Overwatch, but I see you break in the top right there.
It's true,
so
it's true. Epic Ray. We get started here. Toad going in front there. Shower Mat poking out from the far right side, going to look for kind of a support here. I'm going to shove back, but he's got that protective shield that Hazard has. Over on the side, instead's able to find the enemy Sojourn. Shower Mat taken down early there.
yeah, they're just pushing Texas Tech back into the spawn room, taking early control of this control point. Really interested to see how they kind of set up here.
Shower Mat immediately going over to Cassidy instead.
Okay, yeah, so some comp switches, bringing up the Ramontra.
Bring out the Ramontra. Shower Mat really trying to deal with the optimal Genji. There. Alvernia is going to be able to play much, much faster than Texas Tech is going to be able to consistently with the Juno Lucio backline.
Oh yeah.
Toad is fully engaged here, and he's turned away by Clamps and Epic Ray. We're going to find out as well. It's a good quick cleanup for Texas Tech.
That was a really good engagement from Texas Tech there. Just running in, getting that speed advantage off the rip, and just kind of collapsing on.
I was expecting Alvernia to go a lot faster than
Yeah.
they did to take the initiative, and they tried, but
Well, it's the difference between like speed going in quickly and just tempo, like up and
Yes.
up game pace. And Texas Tech showing that they can keep up. Let's see here. No ultimates really online yet. We're getting fairly close.
point they were closing from Genji. Clamps going in onto the back line, but he's boosted away immediately, knows that they're caught out. I think they're not going to be able to turn this rematch on yet. Optimal 70% played, but said it's going to have his ult. Blade comes out immediately from Nick. Epic Ray. Toad's able to find Epic Ray in the scrum, though.
Yeah, this is just a scrappy fight. I love how both of these teams are kind of sitting behind their tanks. Almost trying to like weave around them to get to the back lines. It's some interesting Overwatch.
Good cleanup from Alvernia. They're going to be making up the way to near 80% by the time Texas Tech is able to take another full fight, and they've got 4 ultimates to work with.
Saw the junk between hiding. Are we going to a little mistake here? Ooh, okay, we got
to
him.
find Shower Mat. Genji duel over on the side. Juno Ray's coming in.
Oh, they're just getting closed out before they can even get to the point.
Texas Tech throwing in both support ults, so they're able to pick up 2. Blade in from Optimal, trying to bring it back a little bit. He's got both supports over on the side. He's picked
What
up
a
2
blade. Oh
and
my
3.
gosh. That's my go right there. That's my Genji. Fantastic picks. And
That
do
is-
they even have a touch here?
I don't believe they do. Mobilize has just respawned. They're not going to be able to get there.
No. So that is the first round. Good starting the game out fast. Texas Tech coming in after a fairly convincing win against UCal Black. Maybe they're a bit more
convincing.
warmed up. Albernia showing them what's up. Alright, are we gonna see any comp changes? We're gonna see switch over to Lucio Hazard.
Texas Tech in an attempt to make this work again. It should work better on this map than it did coming in there. There's more of a high-low dynamic to this section of Antarctic Peninsula, so it'll allow clamps to really alternate back and forth more effectively, use more cover.
Yeah, Clamps was popping off on the Hazard last time on Kings Row. So excited to see his performance here. Alright, we're doing the classic Antarctic Peninsula.
Yes.
Fighting on the side ground.
Fighting over the giant platform. Toad already falling low. Shouts out.
They are deep.
Toad's taking a lot of damage. Clamps has used all of his block, I believe. Set also falling low. Clamps with the counter engage, trying to force the front line back a little bit. He will fall. Optimal able to pick up another one, and now Albernia can go in with speed.
I would really like to see another good pick here coming out from either side realistically.
Target picks up Nick. Optimal getting those dash resets over and over again.
Get Lucio. And he gets out with his life. That's crazy. 1 HP in a drain.
Optimal at 60% to Dragon Blade, a 30% difference between our two Genjis to start this map. Set might go down here. They're not able to find it. Albernia wants those spawn doors. But Mobilize is able to pick up Set in his aggression. Toggling also falling really low. Optimal is not able to get to that blade quite yet. Shower Mat is going to go down to Toad. Toad at half HP is able to sustain in the front line here.
And they have to fall back a little bit, just falling back to points. Maybe they got a bit too aggressive here, but it looks like Texas Tech just doesn't have the resources to push into them. So that ultimately is just a big fight win for Albernia.
It was very aggressive for Albernia, but they got enough kills to buy themselves some time on the point, ticking up to 50% now.
This is going to be scrappy. I think they still have some response coming in.
Mobilize ripping the Kiriko shout, or the Kiriko rush first. Optimal goes down, Carnage is in from Toad, and he's able to pick up at least, I think, 3 members of Texas Tech.
Classic. I have no bias.
Former main support player
Oh, of
here,
course.
my casting partner. Gusty is holding on to the beat. He's probably looking for the shower mat overclock. However, Zen Set's able to find shower mat before that overclock is used, and Optimal is going to be after this beat ends. Optimal is going to be free to go in with the blade. Here it comes. Oh no, it comes from NYK first.
Beat in response.
Beat out from then. Now Optimal should have a free blade going in if he wants to use it. Here it comes. Not able to find one. Maybe two. Probably 3 here. He's gonna have to shurikens to end it. Nice deflect. The ultimate deflect from the kill feed. I didn't know that was a thing. And he's able to clean up the last. Toad doesn't let him get the 4K. Selfish tank player.
Please report.
And that should be this map. Especially with Epic Ray going down late, there's nobody else to touch for Texas Tech except for Clamps, who I didn't realize was that close to the fight. But he's Suzu's out and Mobilize, he'll go down.
We're gonna have
Shower
some
mat
staggers
follows.
here. It's gonna be it though. That's gonna be curtains.
And that'll be it.
Albernia taking map 1 in a fairly convincing way.
There was some back and forth on the first map especially, but that second map was pretty convincing for Albernia. Optimal, of course.
Oh, we gotta watch the play.
Get our faces off the line. Alright. First time seeing Albernia come into this tournament, their first match in this LAN, and Optimal is already showing himself to be a dominant force on the flex DPS so far.
Love to see a good Genji play. Love to see some sick blades.
looks like we're going into our next map here shortly. But what do you want to see? I guess, what do you want to see differently from Texas Tech?
Differently from Texas Tech, the hazard is not working.
It's not working.
It may have like it was more of a like if they're gonna run the hazard with the Ana worked really well with them for them on Kings Row.
Yeah.
But obviously you don't want to have an Ana Juno into Alvernia's Genji player. So I don't know. I kind of want to see them maybe go for more of try to better match Alvernia's Brawl.
Okay. A little bit of a comp switch up.
Maybe. Better match the hazard, or better match the Junker Queen Brawl from Alvernia, although I doubt they're going to be running the Junker Queen again, unless we go to push.
We'll have to see, because I believe it is going to be Texas Tech's, I think they choose map type, and then there's a ban, and then they choose the maps, if I do declare.
Would you agree that Texas Tech should
we're
look
going to circuit?
Oh.
Ooh.
So definitely not Junker Queen then, I would think.
Now, push, or circuit, excuse me, is famously favored, like these pokier comps, maybe some Sigma.
A lot of Stigma, a lot of snipers.
Yeah.
As a former
Yeah.
Sigma only player myself for a semester for UC Black, this was about the only map I played for a good few months, and it was really fun to wait on the DPS to do something before anything. That's of course in the case that it is a Sigma mirror, which might not be the case.
That's the past precedent here. So we'll see how the bans come in. If we get a Sigma ban, that'd be really funny. If we get a Widow ban, that would also be funny. I want to see some Widow plays. We've seen,
I would love to see some Widow.
We've seen some Widow players so far in the tournament, mainly just on Kings, trying to get those early picks.
Yes, Akasora for Ohio University in particular, I remember, was swapped to Widow on the final point defense, actually, and was able to find a few picks. So we could see that come out here. But if you were Texas Tech, would you not look to ban the optimal Genji immediately following?
I think a Genji pick could be good, especially with how much high ground is on circuit.
Yes.
And how quickly a Genji could dive like that. So we'll have to see if that ban does come through, if it's a bit more of a counter pick rather than a pre-planned ban.
Yes. I've also been in their previous game. I was really impressed with Mobilized as well, and they've, as far as bright spots for Texas Tech, I thought they were showing up really well in that first map, despite the loss.
Check something out here. All right.
We haven't seen what the bans are yet.
No, it looks like they're coming in here.
And it seems as though I think Alvernia's banned Ramatra, and
That's an interesting ban.
yeah, on circuit especially.
I mean, Ramatra's good on circuit. It's kind of playing against that.
Alvernia has banned Widow, so we will not see any Widow plays.
You guys,
Alvernia's banned Ram. Texas Tech's banned Widow.
you guys are breaking my heart. I just want to see some sick flicks, and I'm not gonna get them, man.
I'm not gonna see it. We might see. I need to see the Sigma mirror though. I need to see Clamps.
Yeah, I was wondering if anyone was gonna pull the trigger on that. I think Ram is a good ban. And I kind of have a moment to think about it some more.
Definitely. I haven't seen. Yeah, in the past few weeks, I haven't been in the qualifiers. I didn't notice a lot of the Ram on circuit, but it's could definitely. If you're gonna run Brawl on circuit, I think that's what you have to do, right? You're not gonna run Reinhardt or Orisa, anything like that.
Oh no. So, looks like we're loaded into map here. Let's see.
Alvernia claims Roadhog. Actually,
Lock it, come on. All right, here. What kind of comps are they locking in so far?
Well,
Nothing
I
yet.
think we have some technical difficulties. We have the teams swapped at the moment.
Oh, gotcha.
Texas Tech is on the Alvernia side,
Gotcha. We should be able to swap that.
Yeah, we'll get that swapped real quick.
This city is dazzling.
Just give us 1 minute while we get this sorted out as Texas Tech loads into the defense side of Circuit Royale. We are going to see the Sigma mirror with Optimal heading over onto the Sojourn for Alvernia, and Showermat, in absence of Widow, selecting Ash for Texas Tech.
It is just like we predicted. Got that Sigma mirror.
Showermat opting for the Ash, and we've got Zens on both sides, however, Mobilize is opting for the Ana for Texas Tech, which on defense I think is a definitely a good decision. Toggling going to Juno for a bit of a speed boost, trying to get some rotations around. Toad's going to look to probably go to those left stairs as soon as he is able to take them.
Yeah, it's going to set up a little room there. Dude, if there is one thing I love more than Lucio here, it's getting Zins on both sides.
Yes.
So Zenyatta's just such an impressive hero here on this map.
Definitely. It's one of the maps he particularly shines on. Showermat just looking for some shots in here, trying to find out the enemy Sojourn. Optimal sliding into the staircase for some cover. Clamps is throwing those hyperspheres into the staircase. He's getting some chip damage, some effective chip damage. Oh, he's gonna be able to. Toad's able to get some kills, able to get some healing just in time, rather. Showermat finds Optimal, so a good start to the defense here for Texas Tech. However, Set is able to find out Clamps with that power drill.
Clamps going down is a major pick.
It is huge. Mobilize is able to get the read, get the follow back on Set, but Toad onto the enemy Genji, and Showermat able to find the Alvernia Zenyatta. So a bit of an even play on the defense here. However, Alvernia with their tank still alive is going to be able to still take space even though they're down some players, as it is only the Ash and Zen left to defend for Texas Tech at the moment. The Zen and Epic Ray goes down, so this is going very well for Alvernia.
Yeah, this is just a scrappy push here as Alvernia just continues pushing payload almost over that initial line, and I think they are going to serve here.
Clamps is out of cooldowns once the shield goes down. The Nano is going to come out early on to Clamps though. Bob as well. Texas Tech looks like they're going to be able to hold this. Nice rock.
Yeah, just using those ults to take space there. Even though they were a little bit down, they were down a couple players.
Toad and Clamps are dead even on the Sigma charge. Orbital Ray comes in from toggling and Set's able to take out Clamps, so this Gravitic Flux is free for Toad, but he won't need it now.
No, that was a fantastic disengage from Alvernia. Just waiting a sec, let them spin their ults, then come back in with your own. Easy.
And the Juno circle lets them do that really well. Clamps caught out again. He's out of cooldowns, and that Gravitic Flux solo, and they waste the trans out of Epic Ray.
That's tragic.
In an effort to save him, they just tried to rush out with it, and it's not going to happen.
This is disaster. You gotta fall back a bit. Hold on somehow. Get some kind of emergency.
Stagger after stagger. Alvernia is going to be able to take this point, not even stopping the cart once.
Yeah, you guys just gotta get behind point, get behind a wall. If there's another pick here, it's gonna break.
Showermat's in a lot of trouble separated from his team right now. He's at half, really low. Getting healed up now. Overclock from Optimal. Against the Nano from Nick, able to get it.
It's still just a trade. You want more than that.
And the checkpoint's already been taken, so they're fallback all the way to the end of point C.
If anything, just get in the spawn room, guys. Like,
Spawn room, and Texas Tech has got to start thinking about taking control of the pool area here just to get some purchase on the high ground in order to flank around.
they haven't been able to like stabilize once this whole map is
Not yet. Clamps with his Gravitic Flux, you'd love to have Gusty use his trans before you come out with this Gravitic Flux here. Or get Overclock from Nick, try to maybe force out that trans that he does. Flux first though, the trans negates it and it negates the Overclock. Some poor layering on the ultimates from Texas Tech, and now the Orbital Ray comes in with Toad's own Flux, and it should be a pretty quick cleanup here.
Yeah. It looks like it's just gonna be lights out. Texas Tech probably will have another opportunity here to touch. It looks like if they come out some speedy chance.
Yeah, they don't have speed. Epic Ray immediately onto the Lucio, but
I don't know.
3 meters.
Oh my gosh, that venture block is brutal. Okay.
Mobilize
I got
gets the
enough,
kill
I
on the
got
set
enough.
though. That's a really good opening. Clamps falls really fast on the Doomfist though, despite his nano boost. And
Oh, that is it. Did they see 9?
Did they? That ended really fast. on
Yeah,
the stream.
that. I thought they had somebody up there. If people just died and got
I think
exploded,
that's like, can it be a C9? They had maybe 2-3 people left, but
it's hard to tell, man.
yeah.
Well, yeah, that was a dominant round from Alvernia.
3 minutes 30 time bank.
Just rolling through, especially through that that second stage of the map.
Yep, they didn't
Texas
stop
Tech
once.
was just lost. They couldn't find much of emergence there.
I don't know if they even were on the cart once after checkpoint was taken. Texas Tech to stop it, rather.
All right, seeing some minor swaps here, potentially. I want to see Texas Tech really come out with a presence here. I like the Pharah pick, especially with the lack of a Widow. We're normally on this kind of map and we can shut her down. The Pharah, I think, is smart, especially with some of her changes with the
Absolutely. The especially, I mean, they've got to level it up to that point, but the pull concussion perk basically turns her into a lower cooldown, flying around old Orisa, which is insane. You don't even need any assistance to set up your barrage. You can just pull people in and go. But here's the setup on the defense from defense from Alvernia.
Not
They can, a lot of times you see
Oh, no way.
incredible play from Set on hiding around that corner there, waiting for Shower Mat to
They
round the
called it
corner.
out. Set said, I know you're going to go down this hallway. I'm going to kill you.
Optimal holding that angle with the Sojourn. Shower Mat's going to find it very difficult to find his own angles. And Set is set up in that exact same position again. Surely it doesn't work the second time. No, Epic Ray finds him immediately.
We do a wee bit of trolling.
Yeah, the defense from Alvernia, they're sticking with the Juno Zen over the Ana Zen, while Texas Tech is opting to stick with the Ana. Might be more of a comfort pick for Mobilized, but they are not going to have enough as much speed to move around the map.
Could not close that out.
No, Sharmat is going to escape with his life there. Alvernia forced to retreat here. Clamps is falling to 1 HP though, and the rock hits. And they're not going to be able to heal their tank.
Me, whenever Zen or Lucio or any from support gets a kill, let's go. Clapping.
Sharmat able to pick up Optimal to get a return kill here. So it's not a total loss for Texas Tech. Once they get Clamps back in here, they'll have a player advantage for a few seconds. Set also just now respawning, coming back on the venture.
Yeah, Texas Tech really just does have this respawn advantage. As they can kind of push them up a bit, play maybe a bit slower, play some picks.
Toad with the much faster gravitic flux here. Yep, you gotta have it know Texas Tech doesn't have their trans yet, and that's gonna be 2 quick kills.
And this is just gonna collapse. Sig is dying.
Punch him
Early
again.
the Sig is dying.
Take up the Ana first. That has mobilized being pesky there, and now they fully cleaned it up. Yeah, really good. Toad knew that he had built up a much faster gravitic flux, and he had to have some idea that Epic Ray did not yet have a transcendent, so
No, that was
2
a
kills.
really smart play from the Toad, the Sigma off
Toad.
of
Set able to find another early kill. Was that on a flank again?
it might be. Let's rewind that back.
Give us a
If only
replay.
we
Give us a
had-
replay,
yeah.
please. If only we had more than one observer. Toad coming up to this corner again. He's gonna. Yeah. Texas Tech will come into this next ult with 5 ults, but so will Alvernia. So it's gonna be a total ult dump here. The big advantage that Texas Tech has is the nano boost, and Nick is able to pick up Optimal really early.
Yeah, Texas Tech, you just gotta ult dump here.
Yes.
Say GG.
Win with the ults here. Shower Mat rips his first with the nano boost. Set coming in with the Venture ult, try to delay their advance a little bit. Gusty Trans as well, both support ults out from Alvernia.
Everyone's Everyone's clicking their buttons. Come on.
And Alvernia said able to come on top with 2 kills again before a rock finds him. The overclock from Optimal is not needed as Alvernia is cleaning up this again, and 30 seconds left for Texas Tech to take point A here. Sam, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
It's looking a little bit dire. It's looking tough. If you're Texas Tech, you gotta come in. You gotta have some nice ults here. You have to know the fluxes online. You have the trans ult for it, and you have your own flux. And hopefully you can get some good value here. So that's I'm really looking at plans right now to kind of close some out.
On the other side, Alvernia is going to look to force out that trans with an early overclock from Optimal, I have to think. Or they just kill Nick first. Flux is up, trans is out
Trans
too.
just a touch?
Trans,
Oh
and they
my
don't get
gosh.
there. And they don't get there. Alvernia a quick 2-0 over Texas Tech, and they will move on to the next round.
Yeah, they're really showing up, cementing, making a statement here, showing why they're the higher seed and why they're favorites in this tournament.
This ends now.
Fantastic plays from both sides here, though.
Optimal a consistent dominant performance on both the Genji and Sojourn in these 2 maps.
Two down. Recharging.
Gotta love some good hit scan play.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, after that clean sweep from Alvernia, we'll be coming back with some later Queen City Clash action.
Do we have the next match set up yet?
I'm not sure. We'll have to consult the text, the oracle.
Consult the graph.
Yep. But with that, I've been Sam. Joey.
I've been Joey.
Yeah, I was throwing it to you. Come on, man.
My
And
bad.
we're signing out.
See you guys in a minute.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here for the first of the loser bracket here at the Queen City Clash here in rainy Cincinnati, Ohio. It's a great day for video games.
Yeah. Very good, very good.
We are jumping on board here with you guys with Penn State versus the University of Cincinnati Black team. The University of Cincinnati banned Ash, and Penn State banned Ramatra.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I mean, it's pretty standard bans, I feel like, for Samoa. I mean, see a lot of Ash on Samoa, especially some of these longer maps. What the beach one, I can't remember the.
I don't know the
name.
sub-map names.
And then the like city center one tends to be a lot of Ash being played. Same thing with Ram, honestly, especially on the beach map. There's a lot of Ram played on that map. I also, though, I don't know. I mean, Penn State's the one that banned Ram, which is fair enough. I don't think they're going to play much Ram here based off of what they played earlier.
True.
I think they're going to probably stay towards more of that Zarya. But it'll be good. I think this will be good. Penn State earlier struggled a little bit with some of their... I guess they didn't really struggle.
They didn't struggle, but they did get upset.
Yeah, they did get upset. And then Black is Black. they do their own thing.
You see, Black is, let's just say, and you know what? Never mind. I'll leave this to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if anyone's shitting on Black, I got it.
You're doing what?
No,
All
yeah,
right.
you know what? Yeah, it's fair enough.
Fire this guy. Anyway, we're jumping in here in just a sec.
To Samoa.
Yes, we are on the. I think this is what
That's
volcanic.
I was gonna say, is it like
volcano, something like that.
volcano? I don't
Yeah,
remember what
some
that-
kind of
I
volcanic
don't remember
thing.
what it's called.
But we shall see these compositions here in a sec. But what do you
yeah.
what do you think of Samoa, Miles? How do you feel about it?
I have my indifferences with this map because
Okay.
there tends to be an outrageous amount of Zarya on this map.
That's very true.
And as we said earlier during the Penn State game earlier, I am very much a Zarya hater. So, not my favorite map. I tend to play more Winston on this map than anything when it comes to just my preference in picking.
Do you think we'll see some of the Winston come out from Blurs?
Maybe a little bit. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Right now we're looking at some Rhine on Cincinnati.
Interesting.
Yeah. With some May.
I guess if Ryan is pretty decent into Zarya, and if UCal Black does know that Penn State love running that Zarya, so maybe they're trying to look towards countering that pick here. But we are on a quick pause here for just a sec while we get some technical difficulties figured out once again.
What is with this NA production today?
I don't think this is on our side. I think that's
That's
something
true.
of the game.
But still, though, there's been a lot of pausing and a lot of messing up
I mean, that's
on
just
some of this stuff.
you get that in OWCS
That's
too.
true. Yeah, but at least their stuff's polished.
Polished. Well,
It's more polished than ours.
that's fair. That's fair.
Samson is hovering the Weaver. I don't believe he's gonna play it, but I wouldn't.
You never know.
You know, Seamus is Blurs. Sorry, I always call him Seamus. He is very much a psychopathic Reinhardt at
Alright.
times, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little Weaver. Make it easier. But
Definitely could get him out of some sticky situations,
Exactly.
but it's probably just a troll pick for in the
probably,
ship.
Probably just some ship fun.
Yeah, we'll see.
Penn State running mostly what they were running earlier as well. That Ana Juno backline with that Sojourn.
Definitely gonna wait and see here as we jump on board here on Samoa,
Yeah.
but I think we're getting another pause as soon as we say that.
Okay. Well,
That's all right. You
This
get
is
to see our
going
beautiful
well.
faces once again.
This is going well.
That's all right.
Yeah, and Samson did end up swapping back to that
Yeah.
BAP before we went into this pause again.
As we were talking about earlier on the A stream, the Anas have been a big
Yeah,
factor
very
in a
big
bunch of these
today,
games
yeah.
with those anti-nades, especially with that perk allowing you to bounce them off the walls and off the floors and stuff like that.
Which is why I'm a little surprised that Black's not running any Ana.
Yeah, me too.
But knowing Samson and Nitro, they're not very big Ana players.
They're not into that.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I mean, like they'll dabble in some Ana every once in a while, but last semester didn't play a lot of Ana either.
Okay.
So I'm not like fully surprised on this.
Yeah.
But
I know Nitro's a big fan of that Lucio character.
Yeah.
He doesn't like swapping off that too much, but we are
not
going to
wrong.
jump
Not wrong on that one.
right back on board here, finally, hopefully getting into some actual gameplay for you guys here. We got more of a rush-style competition with that Reinhardt for the University of Cincinnati, and Penn State are on that tried-and-true Zarya, Juno, Ana composition, as we said before. But
Play on
now,
the right side of the map here for Black, which I like. I like trying to play this off angle here. good wall from Bryson. However,
Nitro, they're falling real low and actually gets railgun shot there by Akioto, and Quinn gets the final kill there onto Blursh. UCal are now just going to try and stall this for as much points as they can. If they did capture that point just before they were picked off. But Penn State are going to come in and be able to recapture and start this hold as they tick towards that 100% marker.
still an alright fight from Black. Got a little bit of ult percentage and a little bit of percentage there.
Just messing with the audio a little bit just so we can hear things better, but we're all good now as Akioto gets a nice rail shot there on the, looks like a majority of the team. Does So's Rail still pierce people? I don't think it does anymore.
Sometimes. It's
Some?
weird. Sometimes
Okay.
it does, yeah.
Alright. So maybe that was a multi-shot, I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Akioto's very low though, and so is Swanson.
Yeah, Watson is almost at the 100 energy mark, and there he gets it, but
Watson.
the amplification matrix from Samson is
There goes Watson,
causing
yeah.
UCal Black to just absolutely steamroll here, and Watson falls down here.
Jim's
Versus
taking a nap.
jumping in, but yeah, he does unfortunately get slept there from Big Bum, but he does find the trade afterward. But Penn State are able
Akioto.
to still stall this, and Akioto opting to go for that overclock, and the
That's a great
orbital ray
blizzard
comes
from
out,
Ed-
but the
from
blizzard
Irrational.
out of Irrational manages to counter that entirely.
Yeah.
Penn State did manage to get 60% on the board, but University of Cincinnati they managed to flip that point and keep some ultimates on their side as well.
Yeah, that was good from Cincinnati. They kept most of their great ults, only used Window and Meg. However, Penn State also did keep most of their ults as well. They only used Ray and Clock.
Yeah, both teams there only used 2 ultimates, so got a lot more for their fights. As Irrational does unfortunately fall to Quinn, and Blurst gets frozen, but gets a massive shatter onto no one there. And Epic Gamer rips that overclock and does get
Grav.
one onto Quinn, but the Graviton
Nitro
Surge comes
does.
out. The
Yeah.
beat drop comes to counter that out, and nobody falls thanks to that overhealth from the sound barrier. But now, University of Cincinnati are in a tough spot here as Penn State try to take this point, and they're rushing in. They're not quite able to get that final check, and Blurst gets a nice pick there on the Akioto, but he is antied and falling to low HP, forcing Samson to use that immortality field, and Blurst is still on low HP. He's got to get some care now from Samson, but Samson, because of that care, does now have the amplification matrix on board. He's able to maybe use that to try and hold this point, but it doesn't look like they need to. Penn State here trying to make some kind of recovery and get back into this fight. Big nade there coming out from Big Bum, making Irrational low HP, but the amplification matrix comes out for Samson, making Penn State retreat just a little bit, but Blurst, he goes a little deep. He gets picked off by Akioto, and Epic Gamer is soon to fall after.
Irrational's gonna end up just stalling point. Get the 99. Yep.
Got it to 99%. But
Penn State's in a great spot though right now. They got 5 ults pretty much coming up now. Penn State can kind of just snowball this if they don't use everything.
Penn State can, if they layer those ultimates very efficiently, they'll be able to hopefully just make this one fight.
Yeah.
And take over this first objective here on Samoa, but University of Cincinnati are trying their best to make sure that doesn't happen, but there's a lot of ults for Penn State. Here comes that Graviton Surge and the overclock, and it just absolutely demolishes the University of Cincinnati's attempts to get back and touch that point. The Blizzard comes out from Irrational, but it doesn't matter. They're all dead already. They're making some swaps now to try and get back to touch the point, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it, Lons.
They're gonna get it, I think. Oh, never mind.
I don't know if that counted. Epic Gamer gets there on the Tracer, but Blurst is on low HP, and out comes that Orbital Ray, and I don't think there's much hope for the University of Cincinnati on this point, Miles.
Yeah, they weren't able to get through fast enough. The wall from from Irrational was great to kind of cut off after the grab was used, but they just didn't have beat in time for the grab, so they just burned right through it.
Yeah, Penn State had all those ultimates built up, and
Yeah.
they ripped them way before anything, way before University of Cincinnati had a chance to do anything, and that just, especially from Akioto there, that overclock absolutely went crazy.
I think if Nitro ended up having beat in time for that grab, I think the fight might have been a little different because they would have actually lived through the grab. But yeah, I once they lost that fight to the grab and the clock, there's not much you can do at that point. You don't really have much of a touch after that.
Doesn't look like there's going to be much of a comp switch up from either side here.
Yeah.
Which, I mean,
both comps worked well.
Yeah, it definitely worked out well. We'll see how the learning from that last fight, or that last point,
Black's
plays
gonna fight
out.
on this right side here.
University of Cincinnati, yeah, they're on that room side there. You get a nice little disruptor shot in, forces out that May Ice Cold. But Irrational's also forced into his as he takes up that health and that ult charge from that, but does unfortunately now fall to Bryson, and Blurs is now going to get walled off, forcing that immortality field out, but I don't think it's going to save him for much longer.
That was a great wall from Bryson.
Yeah, that was really, really well played out of him. Penn State able to capture that first point now, and they start that journey up to 100%.
Samson switching to the Kiri here.
I
Probably
like that.
try to help with his nades, probably. I
Exactly.
mean, they are making a very big difference into this. Just like how it was with the game earlier with Miami and Red.
Yep, exactly.
Nades are making a very big difference on Gibraltar, especially.
We'll see how this Kiriko switch works out. Both walls are now forced out by each maze. We try to burn each tank, but
Blurs
Watson's
and
doing a
Epic
better
Gamer,
burn job on the Blurs. Also manages to find Nitro and Samson
And
just for
Samson,
the
yeah.
three-piece. Big Bum getting two there, I think, as well.
Yeah. Penn State's in a great spot here. Again, they're coming up on all of their ults again. And it's kind of in the same situation as they were at the end of last round. If they do it correctly and they cycle their ults correctly, they can very much take this game over right now.
Yeah, they'll definitely be able to just steamroll. And
Yeah.
Akioto getting another early pick there onto Epic Gamer. University of Cincinnati might be forced to retreat now. Irrational falling real low, but I think he popped that ice block just in time.
Yeah.
Watson's got that Graviton Surge in his back pocket. So many ults on the board for Penn State. University of Cincinnati are definitely behind here.
They're swapping to Sombra, Winston here. I like the swap to Winston. I do. I think Winston's very good, especially in Zarya, and with what Penn State's running. I mean, most of their comp is mobile, but like what isn't mobile is really easily to blow up.
Blur's getting out, and nice early pick there onto Bryson, and out comes that Orbital Ray from Quinn, but the EMP, no, it's just a regular hack, I apologize, but Irrational
gets Blurs, but Nitro and Epic Gamer get two. Make that three.
Yeah, getting a second one there for himself, and Nitro falling to real low HP, but Epic Gamer saves his life there with the kill on the Akioto, and University of Cincinnati, they were able to take that fight. They forced out two ults, they've got two of their own
I was
now.
gonna say, they only used Blizzard there, and Penn State used Juno and Doge.
Yeah, they're definitely still in it. It's definitely going to still be a challenge because we are still down one ult. And out comes that Graviton Surge, but the beat comes out to counter it, and so does that Continuing Rush. But the Blizzard gets like everybody's there because of the grab. And the Nano also comes out, and I think it's just over for the University of Cincinnati here at this point. There was both support ults coming out at the same time, and the grab and the Blizzard combined. There's not much you can do to stop that. Nitro's going to attempt to touch here. He does, in fact, get the touch, but falls shortly after the Quinn, and Epic Gamer with the follow-up. Not much the University of Cincinnati can do. They're trying to stall as long as they can, but I don't think there's much more left in the tank. Bryson gets Irrational.
Yeah.
They're just trying to stall, trying to make something happen. Blurs gets slapped and falls shortly after. Nitro getting one last touch. No, doesn't quite make it.
Now we get it. Penn State's gonna take Samoa.
Yeah, Penn State up 1-0 gets the University of Cincinnati black team.
Yeah, Penn State once they just had all their ults and they were able to just snowball it. I mean, they ended up losing that one fight, but that one fight that they lost was a very good, well played fight by Black.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Reinhardt trying to counter out that Zarya, but it just didn't really pan out very well. When he was in deep trying to get value with his hammer, you know, he just got blown up.
Yeah.
And when he couldn't get value in with that hammer, and just hold the shield out, you're not doing anything on Reinhardt. You know what I mean?
I will say, Shane, Boris says this himself. Reinhardt is his worst hero.
Alright.
It is. He
said,
knows
like,
it.
This is Blur's, like, confirmed.
He knows it. It's probably his worst hero.
You know,
Like,
I mean,
he's not a great Ryan player, and
Alright.
he knows it. So like he's probably not. He's not
so
the
yeah,
most comfortable
He
on it.
came
You know?
into that expecting that to not go.
He's
very
not. He's
well.
not the most
Yeah.
comfortable on
Alright.
it. You know, and so like, especially like especially he doesn't have as many hours on it as he does some other heroes that he very much is adamant about how good, how well he plays them. Which is why I'm surprised that they didn't also just roll it on the Winston to start it, because I that's what I was thinking. I was thinking we were gonna go straight to the Winston.
Yeah, to be honest, I also thought
Yeah.
that as well. And I'm glad he did swap to the Winston at the end, because hopefully
Yeah.
we'll see more of that.
Yeah, I think Winston would have been maybe a better pick there than the Ryan.
Yeah.
I know what they're trying to go for, but I
It
think
didn't pan out that way, and
yeah,
that's okay.
exactly. Yeah.
But that's not to discredit Penn State at all. They played that
Yeah.
incredibly
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Big Bum, as always, with those anti-nades causing absolute mayhem there on the back line. And Akioto had some
Yeah.
crazy overclock shots there
I was
as
gonna
well.
say Akioto is doing very well with these overclocks today. Like even in the first game
Yeah.
against
Champlain?
yeah,
Gotcha.
my brain, bro. It's been a long day.
But, yeah.
Yeah, he had great overclocks against Champlain as well. So he's doing very well today. Yeah, and then like you said, big bomb with these nades, making a big impact.
Yeah, big
Big impact.
impact with that big bomb. I mean, big nades. We are figuring out the map pool here. It looks like we are going to Kings Row.
No,
No,
not Kings.
never mind.
What's
Psych.
happening?
Production psyched us out. Still figuring that out, as well as the hero bands. But once we have that, we'll definitely let you know. What else can we talk about?
I don't know.
The Ramatra 2 pick. Ramatra
Yeah.
very, very good on Samoa.
Yeah, I'm still though surprised that Penn State banned Romacher because Zarya is so good
Yeah.
into Ram. Like I would have thought they would have picked something else.
Do you think University of Cincinnati would have picked Ram then?
I don't know. It's hard. Blurs is a very good Romacher, so I could have seen him picking Ram there, even though it is harder and pretty difficult to play into Zarya, especially when she's full energy.
Right.
And with her Pierce perk now, it makes it especially
True,
difficult
yeah.
to play her. So I definitely get why he picked the Ram because of the Pierce perk, shield blocked, you know.
Yeah.
But I do think Ram might have been picked if they had the option.
Yeah.
But I'm still, like I said, I'm still surprised that they went Ram. I would have thought they would have banned, that Winston,
Something else.
like they did earlier against Champlain.
But I mean, it worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Looks like we're getting Diva and Ana banned here for 66.
Yeah, University of Cincinnati banning the Diva on Route 66. It's not a.
It's interesting though.
It's not far out. But
I mean, I get why. Boris is not going to put the Diva into the Zarya. He's not a psychopath.
Yeah, but I think the weirder pick here is Penn State
Is
opting
the
to ban
Ana.
the
Yeah,
Ana.
I agree. That
After
is a
how
bit
much
weird.
work Big Bum has been putting in on the Ana, I mean, maybe they want to run a Kiri Lucio or
Exactly.
something here, or a Kiri Juno.
Yeah, with
Going
how
really
well
quick.
it's been going, I'm a little surprised that they're doing it.
Yeah, but guess we'll find out here
Yeah.
shortly. We are.
I'm interested to see what Black's going to play. 'Cause
Yeah.
They banned Diva, which means they have something that they're trying to protect.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the Winston. There is a lot of dive tend to be run
Yeah,
on this map.
Route 66 is a very dive-heavy map. You'll see
Yeah.
a lot of the Winston. You'll see some Diva
Exactly,
sometimes.
yeah.
So maybe they were expecting Penn State to play Diva instead of Zarya. I don't know. My hair is all messed up.
I don't know. I don't know. Even when we were playing earlier, they were playing what was it? Oasis City Center. They were still playing
Zar?
yeah, I'm pretty
True.
sure. Yeah, they were still
That's true.
playing. They were still playing that Zarya. So I'm not sure how much dive realistically Penn State's gonna play.
Guess we'll find out here now
So
that
yeah,
we jumped on board.
we'll find out here soon.
Yeah, we have jumped on board to Route 66 now. Did they rework this map at all when they did all the map reworks?
Maybe a little bit. I think they might have reworked Third Point a little bit.
Okay.
But
I think you're right.
I think it was just like a few tweaks to Third Point. I don't think there was much change to the main point of the map. Let's see. We got.
There's no
Okay.
way Blurs is running Road on.
There's no way Boris is running Sabrina. Or the ball. I don't think he's running ball either. Or Samson Mercy.
Penn Penn State is rocking the Maga pick here, which, I mean...
Yeah, Malga, and they're on defense as well. On defense, Malga on 66. Wait, wait. Whoa, hold on a second. Did you know what I'm talking about?
What?
Well, who's on Malga? Bryson.
Oh, you're right.
Wanson's on Genji.
Wanson's on Genji here.
Yeah,
That is
there's
a
a little bit
good
of swapping,
spot.
yeah.
That is, I did not pick that up at all.
A little swapping coming out.
Bryson now on the Maga, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are underway here.
Wars is on that,
On the Winston, yep. And, I mean, Maga's going to be tough to play Winston into.
I was going to say, I think Black might be regretting now banning that diva.
An Ana ban when you're expecting
that
to play
also
Maga,
true.
that
Yeah,
makes a
that
lot
also
of
that
sense.
makes so much sense.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense on why they banned it now. I do like the rest of Black's comp though. Pretty standard.
Yep.
For this map especially, but also for dive. Very standard.
It's going to be kind of hard for Wanston on the Genji here to get a good amount of values. Almost everybody from University of Cincinnati have that mobility, but Quinn does pick up Irrational there with a nice whip shot. Irrational getting a little overextended there, getting a little antsy, but that's all right. Akioto now sliding up onto that high ground, trying to get a nice railgun shot into someone. Doesn't quite make it happen though. The disruptor shot pushes the University of Cincinnati back.
This is gonna be really hard for Cincinnati to get a dive off, because realistically, your only good dive target here is the Brig, and the Brig's gonna be playing in a very advantageous spot for her. She's gonna be playing very far back, very hard to get to.
Lurch is just immediately forced off that high ground because there's just so much pressure up there from everybody.
Everyone, yeah.
Everybody is up on that high ground, and it is just so hard for the Winston to, pick someone out and go for it. But here comes the Kitsune rush out of Samson, and Akiyoto's going to jump up there with that orbital ray from
Samson
Big
very
Bum.
low.
So yeah, Samson falling to low HP, Blur's on very low HP, but he's almost got that primal rage, and he does go ahead and pop that. Still, no picks yet from either side now. Blur's finally gets one under Quinn, and there's a nice primal right there.
No one-point problem today.
He is looking for more, but doesn't quite find it.
Epic Gamer popping the overclock, and Nitro popping the B.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to keep Penn State from touching again, but the cage comes out from Bryson, and he gets Epic Gamer, and Wanson's also jumping in to get Irrational. And, Penn State had a really good temporary disengage there, and then immediately re-engaged and just took the University of Cincinnati by surprise.
And that's really bad for Cincinnati.
Yeah,
they used everything and
they
didn't end up winning.
All of their
Penn State only used Cage.
Yeah.
And they held it. That's
they used
very...
Ray too at the beginning.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, they did use
But
Ray.
yeah, only it's a 2 ult to 5.
Exactly, and Big Bum's already halfway there to
Yep.
his next Ray. Like this is
looking dire for the University of Cincinnati right now. Akiyoto does have that overclock in hand to try and prevent Cincy from just getting this last few metering, but out comes the Dragon Blade from Wanston. Suzu's already popped, and Samson can't find a TP target, but he does get Wanston down to 1 HP, but it doesn't matter as the rest of Penn State clean up. University of Cincinnati and Blurs gets staggered by just a little bit there, but does fall eventually. Only 1 minute now for the University of Cincinnati to capture this first objective.
one thing is good here though for Cincinnati. They did use 2 ults for that fight.
That's true.
They did. Penn State used 2 ults for that fight. However, they still have Clock and they have Ray coming out. So Cincinnati's still not out of the woods yet. And there's only 40 seconds left.
Yeah.
They are coming up on their own ults as well here.
University of Cincinnati need to farm their ults here to try and get it before this final fight here. Akiyoto opting to slide away as the Winston dives onto him. Gets a nice shot in the head, but isn't quite fallen yet. He still has an overclock, and there it goes with the orbital ray, and Nitro's the first one to fall. Samson has the Kitsune rush now, and University of Cincinnati are just going to back up, but it doesn't matter. Akiyoto's right there for Samson. University of Cincinnati, they got a touch. Irrational's getting forced out way deep in the back line of Penn State.
I don't think he's going to be able to touch. It's going to have to end up being Nitro.
3 seconds, yeah. It's going to be really tough. Blurs does get the touch, and overtime is now going to start. The continuing rush now coming out for Samson, trying to find some sort of pick in the beginning of this fight as Penn State take a temporary disengage and actually get a fight onto Irrational from Akiyoto. And the pulse bomb now goes down, but Akiyoto goes down to Samson. Blurs now close to that primal rage, and Epic Gamer rips that overclock, trying to get something, farming this Maga. Blurs gets one under Quinn as he got that primal rage now coming out. The Suzu comes out from Samson, who falls to 2 HP, and Bryson finally falls to Epic Gamer as Epic Gamer gets another pick Irrational has that pulse bomb, but opts to not use it. And University of Cincinnati finally get that first point and have another 2.5 minutes to make it towards that third objective.
That was a great fight from Cincinnati.
Yeah, they really,
Yeah.
came through in the clutch factor
like,
there.
They lost Irrational early, but even though they lost Irrational, they traded it immediately with Quinn.
And they still have 2 ults
Akioto.
now.
Yeah.
That was a really, really good fight for the University of Cincinnati.
Yeah, and they're coming up. Penn State does have Cage though.
But
and-
Akioto gets an early
Wow.
pick. And Wanston also making the swap over to the Reaper here. Instead of the Genji, it might be a little easier to deal with this Winston.
Yeah.
He's on that backline with the dual shotguns in hands, trying to make something happen. University of Cincinnati tied out. And Akioto's a little overextended, but he's got a high charge railgun and a couple slides to get out if he needs to.
It's gonna be very interesting when Nitro uses his beat on here because Penn State's got a lot of stuff that is.
But here comes Bryson with a big stomp and a big cage, but the beat comes out to
Cage.
cancel or to counter it. Bryson's now kind of trapped in
Very
this
low.
cage and he opts to cancel it
Able to
instead of
leave.
just die. Blurs was tearing up the backline there for a sec. But Akioto gets another pick onto Irrational. Blurs is just forced into this corner on half HP. University of Cincinnati, they're kind of just stuck in this choke point.
Yeah, this is.
They're getting spammed to hell and back.
Yeah,
And
being
Akioto-
stuck here on dive is awful.
Yeah.
It is not fun.
You've got 3 coming up on 4 ultimates now for Penn State, and nothing. You got the Kitsune Rush for Black,
Yeah.
and coming up on the overclock as well, but not a whole lot in the tank for University of Cincinnati as we are just under 50 seconds here on Route 66. Irrational making the swap over to the Pharah pick, which I kind of like here.
I like into the Reaper. Yeah.
Also, big damage onto the Maga, but Bryson does get a pick onto Epic Gamer, and Watson finds Blurs. Penn State are going to clean this up. It's 1 fight territory now, and I think Penn State are just going to dump ults.
Yeah, Penn State's in the same situation they were on Samoa, where they just have 4 ults for the final fight.
Yeah.
Black doesn't really have. I mean, I guess they have 3, but Black's not really going to be able to. Like those 3 ults aren't going to make a significant difference, I don't think, compared to what Penn State has.
And I think in a crazy ult fight like this, Bryson's going to farm his ult.
Yeah,
pretty
that's
quick.
also
But the Kitsune Rush comes out first, but it is not happening as Wanston counters with that Death Blossom, and that is just it.
Yeah.
As soon as the fight started, it ended.
Yeah, no one's able to touch. Wanston gets 1 immediately, and Big Bomb gets Daniel with the torpedoes.
1-0 now for University of Cincinnati. They weren't able to get any further than that first checkpoint, or they weren't able to capture any checkpoints
Yeah.
besides that first one. Made it just a little bit.
I was gonna say, and
Past
didn't
that
get very
first one?
far into second point either. Like I said earlier, it's very hard to play dive on that part of the map.
Yeah.
There's not really any cover to like set up on, especially playing into Soj and Malga. There's just nothing you can do, especially since now you banned Diva.
Yeah.
Like the one thing you can actually do in that situation is go Diva, and you can't.
You just can't.
Like you
Against the
can't.
rules. Sorry.
So, yeah, exactly. So very, very rough. Bryson staying on that Malgo. Watson currently locked on the Widow. I don't think
Is he just a hyperflex?
I don't know. I honestly,
If he pulls out like a nutty Widow here, I'm just gonna be like, all right, this guy's the best.
I don't think he's gonna stay on the Widow. I think Widow's for the start, maybe.
Okay.
I don't think he's gonna stay on it. I mean, he might.
Yeah, it's probably
But-
just for an opening pick.
But
here.
I think it's gonna be for like an opening, try to get some scouting done, you know.
Nitro's opting for the Zenyatta.
I don't hate it.
I don't
With the
either.
Malga, I don't hate it. I think it's a decent choice. You can see our production guy smiling over there behind the camera. Yeah, with the Malga, I think it's, especially with Bastion and Torb, I think it's gonna be, and Sigma, I think it's gonna be really, really good with the Zen.
No opening pick there for Wanston, but I
He
was,
is gonna
I was
stay
looking
on
for
it.
it. Yeah, he's opting to stay for it, which isn't a bad
No.
decision. The Widow's pretty good on this map, but they're running the double hit scan with this Malga.
Yeah.
So it might be a little hard to just jump someone. Blurs is actually on the Sigma, which I didn't realize at first.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting how Bryson plays this, because he can't, obviously since he's running the double hit scan, he's not going to be able to,
Int.
pretty
Yeah.
much. Yeah, he's not going to be able to really play like
A hyper aggressive. He's gotta play,
he's got to play
play a
very
little
much
slower.
hard.
But I mean,
Yeah.
it's gonna work out. I mean,
Yeah.
Nitro gets a pick on a big bum, but Bryson is just able to push this cart all the way underneath the gas station here.
Blurs is fighting Bryson underneath gas. I saw that before.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
see that. Bryson is
Bryson's
able
gonna
to
be able to
escape
get
though
away
with
though,
that,
yeah.
that sprint, but Blurs is just gonna hopefully get back onto the
There you
high
go.
ground here. There we go. Missed the parkour just a little bit, but that's all right. You're a tank player, not a parkour.
Exactly. We don't practice that every day.
Exactly. Wants until just trying to find some sort of value here on the Widow, but hasn't really gotten anything as Epic Gamer gets one on Naoyaki Odo. The Bastion pick with the...
I was like, Bastion Torb.
Yeah.
This is going to be rough for Penn State. Especially with the Sigma as well and having gas station control. It's going to be rough.
It's looking good for University of Cincinnati, but I think once Penn State realizes that this comp just isn't going to work into this, they're going to swap, and it might not pan out the way that University of Cincinnati wants. But
Epic Gamer's a psychopath.
I did like that. That was cool.
just ran at the Mauga.
Maga's already on half HP, just gets absolutely torn to shreds. And here
going
comes
for
the
the Mega.
Bastion,
Bye.
and there goes Bryson. Down he falls.
This Reaper's Wanson's low in gas.
But
Reaper.
Akioto gets Nitro as well. Reaper, now
Yeah,
low
Watson
on...
doesn't have Wraith anymore. He's got to play this careful now.
He's got the Mega, though, to play around.
Yeah.
Blurs is still struggling to get up on high ground.
Yeah,
Epic Gamer now
That's normal.
in turret form, trying to get something going as Akioto rips that overclock, but he
Oh.
falls to Irrational! Irrational with the absolutely clutch shot there on Yakioto, and the Bastion ult comes down, doesn't quite find anyone, but does make space, and here comes
Mauga.
the Orbital Ray,
Wow.
countered by that Kitsune Rush. You've got some ults still for Penn State, and they've popped that rally, but it doesn't matter. Irrational just getting picks left and right, but there's a quick pause in the middle of the
What did he pause in the middle of the fight?
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think there's a bit of internet issues going on
Some
right
lag.
now.
God.
That's all right. It was a cool fight.
It
though.
was a good fight.
It was about to be cinema.
Yeah. that was also, by the way, great Cheetos from Daniel.
Yeah, no,
Canceling
that
the
was-
clock on top of gas from Akioto. That was great because I was getting ropey there for a second.
Yeah, Irrational.
I think it might have been Samson was about to die.
Yeah.
Like he was about to get clocked.
I don't want to steal Soldier, but he was in the sights of Akioto
This
on
guy.
Sojourn,
This
and
guy.
was about to just click on his head and bam, taken out by Irrational.
Yeah.
But
And-
we are gonna go ahead and get those internet issues
Yeah.
fixed. Do we want to hop over to a quick break real quick, or do you think I don't think it'll take that long. We should.
I don't think so. I mean,
Nah, we'll be fine. We can yap.
yeah, I was gonna say it does look like though, however, Black has lost someone for right now.
Forever.
No, like
hey.
Irrational
Yeah.
looks like he DC'd, so there is some more tech issues coming.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this goes. I will say though, Penn State, it was an interesting fight from them. They lost Bryson, but and Akioto, and still double support on them.
Yeah, that was definitely.
I was a little surprised by that.
I guess they thought. Maybe they thought someone was still alive.
I mean, they did. They
And maybe
still did have Wanson on the Reaper.
It could have
Like,
also just been like a reflex thing to counter that
maybe
flux.
that's true.
'Cause-
Well, no, because the flux came after.
No, I guess was it
did.
really after?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Juno was first, and then it was Riley.
Okay.
And then it was.
And then
yeah.
it was flux.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, no. I mean, Wanson was still there. Like they still had Reaper with them. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm still a little confused on that choice though to double support.
Yeah,
I would have thought they would have just saved it and reset. Yeah.
I do like the Zenyatta pick out of Nitro,
Yeah.
especially to
It's-
blow the.
It's making a very big difference, and you can tell by how much Bryson is actually
dying. Yeah,
dying
the
this time
Zenyatta
compared
plus
to-
the Bastion turret
Exactly,
form
yeah.
will just absolutely melt that Mauga.
compared to
Yeah,
compared to last round. He's taking a lot more damage, and he's dying a lot faster than he did before.
and I think that's also due to the fact that he doesn't have DPS teammates
Yeah.
to go in with.
Exactly,
Now that
yeah.
you've got that Reaper, and now it looks
Yeah.
like you've swapped over to the Sojourn, it's going to be a little
bit-
bit easier to walk in.
They've been on some soldier.
They've been on Sojourn, you're right, I forgot. But the Widow there, you really
Yeah.
can't do anything
Yeah.
with that Mauga. You're just kind of sitting in the back and hoping you get a pick. Whereas now you're able to kind of walk in and do some more things. I think we are going to head over to a quick break. real
Yeah,
quick
I was
as
just
we
saying
get
everyone's
these,
DCing, so let's head over to a quick break.
Yeah, we'll be
back whenever
right back.
it fixes.
All right, and we are back here after some technical difficulties. Apparently, the servers on Blizzard had kind of had a bit of a meltdown.
I was gonna say.
But
Blizzard doing things that they normally do.
we should be back after a small little break from a small indie company.
Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Blizzard.
I'm telling you, it's been since Overwatch 2 came out. They've been having a lot of server issues, and I don't know what it is.
I never played Overwatch 1.
They had to have changed their servers because they had no issues in the Overwatch 1. You're getting stank eye from our production.
Did you not know this? All right. Anyway, we're jumping
stank eye
on.
from our production in the back.
We're jumping on board here, entering in.
Yeah, we're going in now.
Getting into some.
We are replaying the map
Yes.
because
Everyone
small
got kicked.
indie company and everyone got kicked.
Yes.
So we are restarting the map. Bans are still the same. We're still on a diva, but we will now see Cincinnati attack again. I mean,
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
see how this. See how.
See if round 2 goes any better.
See if anything changes.
Yeah. I
Some comp changes maybe. We'll see.
yeah,
We'll
definitely
see.
now that they know what to expect from.
I want to see if
from each
I
other.
want to know if Penn State still runs this map though. That's what I'm wondering.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what we got. We are still staying Malga.
Mm-hmm. Still on the
Looks
Maga.
like we're staying pretty much the same all the way around.
Yeah, I'm not super surprised by
Yeah.
that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Blurs is opting for the Sigma on attack now. Nope, never mind. I lied. Going to Orisa. We might change that anyway.
I like either way. I'm
Yeah,
never real. I
I
like
agree.
Sigma or Orisa here playing into the Malga, especially since you already know that they're gonna play the Malga.
True.
I like this choice. I think the Winston was just,
You went a little too much
Yeah.
on the Winston.
Yeah,
You get burned so quickly
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
Maga shooting.
exactly.
Your shield goes down super quickly.
exactly as much as you want to run the Winston on this map, it's just so hard.
Yeah.
Especially into the Malga, and now the Reaper.
We've got a big little sneaky stack here.
Yeah, they're doing this again, which I don't hate it.
Yeah, it works out pretty well for them if they're on the Winston, but I think because they're not on the Winston, it might not work as well for them. They might get forced out pretty early here. But Akioto instantly getting a shot off onto Epic Gamer. That's not a good start for the University of Cincinnati here.
Morris is also getting.
Yeah, Blurs is also already
Destroyed.
getting
Oh,
bullied, and
and
there
he's
he
dead.
goes, right back to the spawn. Penn
Pretty
State
close.
holding this close, and they're making it work.
Yeah.
Blurs goes ahead and gets back into the battle.
It's interesting that they're off of the Zen now.
Yeah.
Down to the
The Juno Kiri.
Yeah.
I think just because you don't have access to that high ground immediately.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
can-
On attack, it's gonna be a little hard to do.
Yeah. But Epic Gamer with the Bastion, getting a nice jump up there.
That
Dodges the headshot
Bryson's
there.
very low on the Malga, and so is Akioto.
Irrational gets a nice
Very
pick there
low.
onto Quinn as Epic Gamer gets healed back up to full and tries to make something happen with that recon grenade, pushing himself in, but doesn't see anything happen there. But he does get on the high ground now.
I forgot that was the name of that ability.
The recon grenade.
Yeah, I forgot it was recon grenade.
Bryson just running through the enemy team, quite literally just walked through them.
Yeah.
Akioto
Two.
2 already. He's got 100 energy in that railgun to put directly into someone's head, but Blurs is staying alive. He's got that gold form. And they're making a quick little disengage as the Reaper fades out. Got some ults on the board now for the University of Cincinnati. Well, just one. Coming up on a couple more, though. Penn State also
Penn
has
State's
a
in
couple.
a great spot here, though. Yeah. Coming up on Cage, coming up on Juno, half clock.
But we saw this before. We saw this
That's
on the
true.
first round.
Very true. Very true.
And the University of Cincinnati at one point did get through. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do the same thing here as
Rush
Samson
coming up
pops
from
that Kitsune rush. Nothing yet in response
Early
from Penn
Suzu, though.
State. Yeah, early Suzu and early TP out, but the Death Blossom does come out, not finding anyone until Akioto gets the finish on Epic Gamer with the railgun shot. Blurs in a dire situation there, nearly picks up Bryson, but isn't quite there for it all. And Pop the Parasurge
Not able to live, though.
does not live, unfortunately, as Orbital Ray comes out there for Big Bum. I don't know if that was entirely necessary, but
This is very good for Cincinnati, though.
yeah, they popped.
Akioto, Swanson, and Big Bomb all use all.
Yeah, they popped the overclock there as well. I don't know if that was entirely necessary.
Yeah, and
Um,
Blurs is really the only one that used his because Samson's already halfway to another one.
But you do have that cage fight now for
Yeah.
Bryson, and that combined with the Kitsune Rush is a deadly combo of ults.
Yeah.
But you do have the
You do have
the
Juno,
Multicore and
you
the
do
Juno.
have Multicore.
Here comes the Bastion ult and the Orbital Rays. Blurs
There's
finds the
Akioto.
first pick onto Akioto, thanks to the assist from that Orbital Ray. Now, Irrational gets a nice pick there onto Quinn as he falls down.
Okay.
Got the Molten Core in the back pocket if he needs it, but I don't think they will, as Epic Gamer finds Wanston. And it'll be real difficult for Penn State to touch, but they do have the Maga opportunity to do it. He might come in solo cage, but not sure. Epic Gamer now going turret form on this top right high ground. Penn State definitely want to get another touch here, and they do with that Maga. And here comes the cage, but Irrational with the Molten Core gets rid of the cage, but it also gets rid of his own life. As Irrational falls to Quinn, and Akioto takes out Epic Gamer, but Irrational finds one onto Quinn with the Molten Core. Bryson already back up to full HP. Now Blurs is trying to make a quick retreat as he's getting pummeled in the back by that Maga. Bryson does find Nitro, and they're able to get out and also find Samson, unfortunately.
That was really unlucky for Blurs. He tried to steal the Mega from Bryson, and Bryson was able to get it. And so that's what lost them that fight.
10 seconds left here on Route 66. Kitsune rush for Samson. Nothing in the pocket for Penn State quite yet, but they will have that Death Blossom.
Yeah, I was going to say
and
Penn State's
close
in
to
a
an
pretty
orbital
decent spot,
red.
yeah.
Will they touch? They do get the touch, and out comes that Kitsune rush. Wanston already falling to low HP, but he gets out of that Wraith form and pops that Death Blossom, blinding the turret, killing. Also one to Irrational, but Blurs gets a big Terror Surge, gets one with the on the follow-up, but Akioto's there to find Nitro. Blurs trying to make something happen now. The overclock comes out for Akioto. He finds Samson. Is he going to find Blurs as well? Yes, he will, and that's going to be the defense there for Penn State. Didn't even let him get a full tick this time, Miles.
Yeah, that was great from Penn State. They played it pretty much the same as they did the first time. They just didn't use some of their ults early and extra, you know. I mean, there was that one time when they used Quack extra, but besides that, they kept their ults nice and clean.
Yeah.
So they had them for when they really needed them.
Very clean, very well done from Penn State. University of Cincinnati, they played that well, but not well enough.
Yeah.
As you saw.
As I said, I'm still a little surprised about the Zen.
Yeah,
it was working really well in the defense.
Was just about to bring that up.
Yeah.
How they didn't pick the Zenyatta on
I think.
attack.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Attack Zen's, you know.
It's not as
rough.
good.
Rough.
But it also caused the lack of the Zen calls the Maga
Exactly.
to just get so much more value because he's not getting melted as soon as he peaks. And now University of Cincinnati realized that they're swapping back over to that
running
Zenyatta.
on the exact same exact thing as they ran.
Yep.
Previously.
But Penn State are learning from their mistakes, and they're not going on double hit scan immediately.
Exactly. They're swapping this Pharah,
which
I was gonna say
it could work. I don't hate it.
It's gonna be rough though with the Zen, the Torb,
the Zen,
and
the Torb,
and the
Bastion.
Yeah,
precisely.
No one's a natural.
But if they are all focused on the Maga, which I assume they will be, this far is going to be a nuisance for them.
That's true. That's true.
So,
and Penn State doesn't have to go very far. I mean, I guess they have to go to the very end, but you know.
But they don't, you know,
Yeah.
they don't have the entire rest of the map to
Exactly,
capture. They've got just this first point, and that's it. But we are underway here now. Watson taking this underground tunnel approach here to try and get a nice flank, and does push Blurs off the high ground. I think he did.
I think it was Blurs, yeah.
I don't know if he actually made it off, but I think he did.
He's back up.
Yeah, he made it back up. I don't know if he was able to run around quickly or what, but Epic Gamer on very low health does get that Zenyatta orb back up.
Blurs is also very low here, so.
And Akioto's now taking a right side angle, but Nitro gets a nice pick there on Quinn. Epic Gamer still in that turret form looking for some, but Akioto gets a nice trade there back onto Nitro. Epic Gamer's lit on fire by that Maga, is going to start taking some tick damage. And I mean, Penn State, they're playing way closer together. They're playing underneath this gas station, so there's nothing that the University of Cincinnati can do with this poke comp. And they're all just going to fall over now. Epic Gamer does find a trade onto Wanston, but Akioto is just there to take him out, as well as Blurs. Nitro finding a trade onto Akioto, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
University of Cincinnati Black fall to Penn State 2-0. Great game from both teams, and unfortunate there that the University of Cincinnati weren't able to close out that first map, but that's what happens when you play a game made by Blizzard. Kind of signed up for that. Akioto, though, absolutely insane. Oh, yeah, it is a best of 5.
Yes,
I forgot.
It
Never
is
mind.
a best of 5.
Never mind.
It is
University
a
of
best
Cincinnati
of
still
5.
got this.
It is a
I
best
forgot
of
it's best of 5 in losers round.
First sweep
correct.
is possible.
Yep.
We believe.
University of Cincinnati.
For content, we believe.
They've now got.
We want to see it.
They've got what was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought.
I don't know.
Derailed entirely. I'm interested to see though what map they're gonna choose.
Yes.
Because They did their control.
Yeah, I was
didn't
gonna
go so well.
control and escort.
Tried escort, didn't go so well. So what do they got left?
There is.
Flashpoint?
Flashpoint.
Suravasa. There is Suravasa.
It is Cincinnati's turn the shit around map.
Bread and butter.
Yeah.
We could also go to Kings.
You could go Kings.
Kings is also
But
very well map.
Suravasa seems to be University of Cincinnati's like bread and butter when we need to turn stuff around, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it seems like every team, when they need to turn something around, they go to Suravasa.
That's their go-to?
Yeah.
We'll see. We can see if that'll start it.
I could see it happening.
You know, Lucio's a great pick there.
True. That's
Nitro
also
loves
true.
that
It
Lucio.
does work for Nitro.
Yeah.
I could see us running clean.
I'm not sure how a Bastion would work.
I've
Suravasa.
seen it done. I've seen it done.
Listen, we ran it back like in the
That's
UCal
true.
Orange days or in the...
Exactly.
We've done some pretty goofy comps,
There's been
but...
some stuff. There's been some stuff happening. I could see
it didn't go so well.
I could see it.
So, I know Epic Gamer does love that Bastion when he's on DPS, so we'll see how that works. If they might not even go to Suravasa. We don't know. We don't know yet.
He's a support player.
Yeah. But I think we may jump to a quick break.
Yeah,
We may
we
jump-
will jump to a quick break while we look for map and bands, and then we will get back once we have all that.
Don't go anywhere. There we go.
All right, hello,
All right.
we're back.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We went to Coliseum.
Yeah, we're going
This
to
is where
Colo.
we're going.
We're going to Colo. I don't know what is happening out there.
Something big just happened, I think, in the big.
I think it's the other
A
stream. I was gonna say, I
Yeah.
think it's the Bowling Green.
Cohen's having a cast of his life right
I was
now.
gonna say, it sounds like it. Sounds like it. I think it's the Bowling Green game. Must be something going on out there.
University of Cincinnati banned Maga there, and Penn State banned Lucio. We're gonna go ahead and show off our nice little map.
Look at
Map
this.
set here. Check this out. This looks super.
Been a while since we went to this one.
Oh yeah. There we go.
Look at that, Colo.
So yeah, we're going to Coliseo now.
This map is confusing to me. I don't know.
Big push map.
I
Yeah.
don't know about this push map.
I think they wanted something.
I will say
I
though.
think they wanted Esperanza when.
I was gonna say they did ban.
Yeah, I think UC wanted to go to Esperanza there for like a Winston,
Yeah,
Winston style thing.
But like, I still probably would have went Rusabi then. You know.
Maybe. Yeah.
I feel like it's better than you know. Colo.
Well, yeah, I mean,
when
obviously
you're-
Colo, but if they
'cause,
wanted
like,
to go to, so you're saying you'd rather them go to Runasapi than
yeah,
Coliseo?
because I think it's harder to play the Zarya on Rusabi.
Maybe they're
than
just
it is.
they could just be
But
not familiar with Runasapi.
maybe.
It is a newer map,
maybe.
so well, newer,
Newish.
newish. No, not newish.
No, it's not.
Not newish. The guy,
Oh,
not him.
this guy.
We don't talk about him.
This guy.
Anyway,
All
we're
right,
jumping
we're
on
going
board
to
the
the
gameplay
Colo. We're
here.
going to Colo.
We are on Coliseo here. Nice little push bot. How's he doing?
This guy.
He's chilling. He's staring at us. You know,
is
if
he
you wave,
following the camera?
if you wave hello at the push bot, he'll say hi
Yeah.
back. I think that's awesome. That's a good.
It's the same thing with the
a nice
training bot.
touch. I did know that too.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Dragon
But
Ball.
I like the push bot because you're not like
Expecting
they're
it.
not, or and he's not like a teammate or an enemy.
Yeah.
You know? He's
Yeah.
completely different.
Yeah.
But-
Oh, and we didn't even say Penn State banned Lucio.
We did say it.
Did we? I thought we
Yeah,
were just talking about the Malga.
We didn't. I said I don't think we really discussed
Oh,
it.
yeah, no.
So yeah,
Penn State banned
banning
Lucio.
Kind of a target ban there on a Nitro, we
Yeah,
think.
I would say so. I mean, Nitro's been playing mostly Lucio.
Nitro's a very good Lucio.
during this. Yeah, see, they're
Yeah,
not.
they're-
See, Boris is not Winston.
Mhm.
Runasabi, it's right there. It's right there. I mean, not surprised. Well, okay, Samson's just trolling. I think.
I think, yeah.
I don't think he's trolling out of the mercy. But yeah, I mean, pretty much the same comms.
Yep, Penn State tried and true Zarya May combo
Yeah. Honest,
University
you
of
know,
Cincinnati.
same thing Penn State's been running the whole time.
on the Anakiri here.
I was gonna say, since you with the Anakiri,
I don't hate that.
I don't
Especially
either,
if they're not
but-
gonna do like a full dive. I think not protecting the Ana is gonna be okay. And you get the better healing from Nitro. You get the Suzus as well to counter Big
true,
Bum's
that's
nades.
true, yeah.
But you and you still get the nades to follow up with from Samson.
Yeah.
Blur's now jumping on that backline, but the bubble goes out from Wants to protect Big Bum, and Blur's just falls immediately
Irrational,
after.
it's a torpedo,
Irrational, yeah, falls to them Juno torpedoes. Not the biggest damage in the world, but better than nothing.
And this is exactly why all my tank players hate Zarya. Fucking bubble.
What?
Bro, I keep doing it.
This guy, we gotta fire this guy. Someone get him out of here.
Bro, it's a reflex. It's a reflex. I'm not trying to.
Blur's now trying to make something happen. May's kind of sat in the open here. Hopefully they're gonna jump on them, but no, he opts to go on the back line now, create some chaos and create some space as Irrational gets to pick up
Gonna
the
get the
Bryson.
May, yeah.
Blur's now having to peel for his supports as this Zarya is just so deep in the back line.
I do like this though, because now you force the supports out, so now
Yep.
you have free kill. On that
And you're able to push the bot this whole way.
That was close.
And you do kind of stagger the tank there, but they get a trade. They traded each other, and Big Bum also got one onto Epic Gamer.
My Blur's is
So
throwing.
now it's just Irrational on the bot, just pushing it just a little bit. I guess Nitro's there too.
Nitro
Never
killed
mind.
Big
Nitro got a nice pick there on the
Cross
Big
Big
Bum.
Bum.
Irrational, maybe able to take the lead.
Uh,
Nah, they're gonna,
no.
Penn State are gonna be able to touch.
Yeah.
but
However,
quick regroup.
Cincinnati is going to be here first.
Nitro does have that Kitsune Rush in his back pocket as well to go first.
Yeah.
I think that'll be a good plan of attack for the University of Cincinnati.
Penn State
here.
is coming on my Nano here though.
Here comes that Kitsune Rush. Blur's going onto that Sojourn, but she gets bubbled, unfortunately. Doesn't quite find the pick. Epic Gamer now trying to jump on the backline as well with Blurs, and they do manage to jump that Sojourn. She falls so low, but the bubble comes out from Wanston, and now Epic Gamer's on the back foot. Low HP for him. Big Bum's got that nano boost in case he or his teammate gets in trouble. He can just pop that and we'll be all good. In a banger sleep, but a banger pulse bomb
Daniel
from
with a
Irrational
great,
first. Doesn't matter that he got slept. Big Bum gets eliminated there. And Epic Gamer finds Bryson as well. And Blursk has the nano boost going and he's jumping on Akioto. Finds that pick, and the University of Cincinnati take the lead tremendously here. They're going to get the forward spawns here, Miles.
Yeah. Very good fight from Cincinnati. I will say Penn State didn't use anything.
Yeah.
So they're in a great spot here to retake this after cap.
But I think if you're UC Black, I think you're okay with them
You're
not
okay with
using
it,
anything,
yeah.
and you took it. But
Yeah.
here comes the nano boost out onto Watson, but he gets
Watson's
slept.
sleeping.
So he's not going to get any value. The University of Cincinnati are just going to kite out.
Goodbye.
Oh, never mind. He
Gonna
finds
get
Epic
Epic
Gamer.
Gamer.
Epic Gamer anything a little bit, but Blurs
Blurs
gets the
pop.
nice trade with that
Primal,
Primal Rage.
yeah.
University of Cincinnati get the re-engage here, and they're going to be able to retake this bot, but they are
Akioto's
getting
very low
stuffed
there.
into this room. Akioto's going to fall to Samson, but not before he takes out.
The rest of the
Yeah.
Blurs' team. Yeah, I mean, Blurs is just going to have to back up now. Epic Gamer swapping over to that Reaper now that Watson's on Winston. Penn State, though, still in a great spot. They got both DPS ults and Juno ult.
Big ult's coming up for Penn State here.
Yeah.
Epic Gamer trying to sneak around, get some cheeky Reaper shotguns out, but the Orbital Ray now comes out for Quinn. Blurs struggling to stay alive and barely falls there to Wanston. Akioto now trying to take out Irrational. Irrational managing to stay alive for now. Bryson setting up his turret here.
If he got out there, I was giving him a high five.
I think he did get out.
No.
Oh, he died?
No, he died as he landed, yeah.
Unfortunate.
Because he had 3 HP.
Out comes the overclock now from Akioto, but it's Bryson who finds Epic Gamer. Akioto still not finding anybody to kill feed, but Watson gets nanoed and finds 2. Or no, he doesn't get nanoed. Excuse me,
that was
that's
Blurs,
Blurs who
yeah.
got nanoed.
That was Blurs that got
And
nanoed.
he finds 1, but Watson still
did
finds 2.
find, yeah.
And he's got the Primal Rage. Akioto now swapping over to the Tracer. Penn State continue to push this bot, and Bryson still found 1 onto Irrational.
Epic Gamer is now on that Bastion as well, and Irrational just swapped to that.
Kitsune Rush now coming out for Nitro. Wanston jumping in, pops the Primal Rage. Nitro falling real low, but is able to Suzu himself. Epic Gamer trying to make something happen with that recon grenade, getting bounced around by that Winston, who does get nanoed in the Primal and finds Blurs, unfortunately, for the University of Cincinnati. Akioto also finding Nitro as Epic Gamer tries to even things out, gets the pick onto Wanston. Penn State here are very, very close to taking the lead.
They're
2,
gonna take the lead,
1.
I think.
No,
Oh.
they didn't. University of Cincinnati touched just in time, but it doesn't
Oh.
matter. Blurs falls and Penn State are able to take the lead. Quinn finds Epic Gamer. Big Bum staying alive, keeping his team up.
Don't
Get
you
that
just
level
love
3
Torque?
perk. Love Torque.
Like-
he just found another one.
But-
Irrational got one on the Akioto.
Like, Blurs went in the touch and just died.
Melted. Gone. Penn
Oh.
State still pushing up.
Bryson is sleeping.
106 meters now for Penn State. Blurs still trying to make stuff happen on the back line, but gets slept and is falling to low HP.
Penn State has a Juno ult coming up here.
Close to the Primal Rage now for Blurs. He gets anti, and
There's
there
Juno.
goes that Orbital Ray. Watson's soon to follow, and Blurs is soon to fall. Epic Gamer and Irrational fall to Wanston as well. Wanston wants more, but he isn't going to get it. University of Cincinnati kite back into their spawn.
This
Retreat
guy.
for now.
This guy.
Epic Gamer making the switch over to May. Loses
Oh.
the ult, unfortunately. No, over to
Now
Venture.
Venture.
Nano Boost comes out on
The Blurs.
to Blurs. Blurs has the Primal Rage just in case he needs it, but he's hoping not going to use it. There goes 2 for Penn State. Blurs still wanting more, but he retreats to get healed for just a little bit. Now the zap battle between the 2 Winstons, but Blurs is smarter than that. He goes on the back line, forces out Quinn from the fight just for a little bit. And University of Cincinnati stuffed them in this room and are able to take the bot back. Still 3.5 minutes for them to mount this comeback.
Yeah. I mean, Cincinnati is not in a great spot here. Penn State's got 4 ults now.
Nano.
They got 3. They got 3 ults now, even after Nano, so...
Out comes the Primal Rage as well from Wanston.
Blurs
The
does
rally-
get 2, though.
Blurs got 2 with his Primal, and Nitro's still alive, fighting off this Winston, but
Yeah.
doesn't quite make it work. Irrational does find Big Bum. Samson just
Akioto
gets
and,
melted by the Winston,
yeah,
but
and Watson are in the back line now.
there's 3 on the bot now for the University of Cincinnati. They're going to try and cut off the rest of the team, but with the closer spawns, I think Penn State are actually in the advantageous
yeah.
position here. Akioto finding Irrational with the Pulse Bomb as well. There's another ult knocked out, though, for Penn State.
I was gonna say, I'll give credit to Cincinnati. They didn't use the little ults they had left. Penn State used everything.
True.
Penn State's got nothing now, and Cincinnati's coming up on
Nano,
on
and
Nano,
they have
yeah,
the
and they have
Torb.
Torb, yeah. And Venture.
Yeah, that's true. They are coming up on the,
So,
oh, what's it called? Seismic something?
maybe?
Seismic
I don't
Quake?
remember what the
Yeah, I
actual
don't
name
know.
of it is.
Blur's now still trying to make some magic happen. Out comes the anti-nade. Doesn't quite hit anyone, unfortunately. Taking out that Torb turret. Big pick there.
Exactly. That's the dangerous
Nano boost comes out. Blur's jumping in on this back line. Jumps over the high ground. Gets booped away by the whip shot. Now, Epic Gamer with Blur's trying his hardest now to make something happen here on these stairs of Coliseum. Blur's falling to half HP, has to jump back, but Irrational finds one on the Wanston. UCal Black still in this fight as much as they were in the beginning.
Penn State, though, has very much turned around their ult economy in just this fight.
Big anti-nade there on to Epic Gamer. Doesn't quite get the follow-up, though. Nano Boost now coming out. And there falls Irrational by himself, the lowly Torb. It's unfortunate.
Bryson also gets Blurs and Nitro, and Akioto gets Samson.
UCal Black falls to that Nano Boost from Big Bum.
Yeah. Penn State only used Nano. Penn State's still in a great spot for this. They could honestly just leave it here.
Yeah, they could just...
And
They
just
don't
take
even
this
need to
fight
push it
where they
further.
won, yeah.
Yeah, that's honestly probably what they're going to do. They're probably going to get forward spawns and then
Maybe,
just
yeah,
disengage
yeah.
and run back. Because they have the lead. They don't need to keep pushing it. There's no need.
Exactly.
Here comes the Molten Core and the Venture ult as well. The Molten Core finding Epic Gamer before he can find the Tor from Bryson, and Watson
kills
gets
both
two
support.
with that Primal Rage. Blurs just trying to stay alive as he's getting zapped down by Wanston as well. Blurs jumping back into spawn, trying to stay alive. Just under 10 seconds now. Irrational gets a nice pick there on the Akioto, but it might not be enough. Penn State continue to push this bot towards that final resting spot. Nitro pops the round to try and keep the University of Cincinnati still in this one. Epic Gamer trying to land some shots here as well. Blurs jumps in, gets one on the Quinn. Overtime still ticking down. Irrational finds Big Bum and Samson finds Wanston. It's good for the University of Cincinnati. They win this fight, but will they continue to win and will they continue to push that bot? Not so sure about that. We shall see though.
I only use one ult there. They still have Nano. They're gonna have Primal.
Yeah, but Penn State are close to that Nano and Primal as well, and they currently have a Pulse Bomb.
Pulse, yes. And
It's looking scary.
Blast got nothing to save them from it. And once it goes on the like Blurs or Irrational, there's nothing else that can save anybody with it,
Yeah.
you know? So if Akioto gets a stick here, it's gonna be pretty much an insta-kill.
It's gonna be detrimental, but the Pulse Bomb does go
This is-
kind of wide.
Nanoing.
Out comes the Nano Boost onto Blurs, but Blurs gets slept. He's got the Primal Rage in his pocket if he needs it, but he doesn't find
Big Bum is
anyone.
also
Watson is
Nano.
1 HP, finds 2. He gets the Nano Boost as well. Akioto finding Epic Gamer and pops the Primal Rage. Looking for Samson here. Does find that pick, and Blurs is soon to follow. GG's. That's it.
Penn State making a statement after their earlier loss today, making a statement that they're still
the best
They're
team.
still one to watch. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
3-0ing the University of Cincinnati Black team here. Bryson putting in work on the Torbjorn. Absolutely dominating. It's a good game from both teams, but in the end, Penn State were victorious over the University of Cincinnati. And that's going to do it, I think.
I think that's the last stream on this one for
I think that's
for
going to
the
do it
weekend,
for
I
us
think.
here. I don't know about the weekend, but at least for
No,
today.
because I think all the ones are in the mainstream tomorrow.
Okay.
I think so.
Well, that's it
I think
for
this
us.
might be the last for this stream for the weekend. I think.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, thank you guys for watching the this losers round of the Queen City Clash. We'll be joining you guys over on the A stream, twitch.tv/UC Esports. Be sure to join us there. We got more action, more Overwatch coming for you there. But that's been it for us. My name's been Danny Konechny. Thank you guys for watching.
I'm Miles Vaughn. Thank you.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the next round of losers. We got Texas Tech University versus Ohio University here at the Queen City Clash. I'm, of course, Danny Konechny, joined by the UCal Red Tank himself, Mr. Tyler Stiff T. Adams.
Hey guys, how's it going? Good to be here.
Gonna hopefully have some good Overwatch for you guys here. We had OU banning the Torbjorn, and we had Texas Tech banning the Zarya. So, some interesting bans.
These are some honest bans here. I think these heroes specifically are really annoying to play against in a lot of situations. So I kind of like seeing them banning these heroes out of the way. Yeah, personally, I don't like watching Zarya and playing against Zarya. I hate that character. But I think we should see a cool matchup here. These are some really close teams, and I'm hoping for a good match.
Yeah. Miles here earlier was spouting his hatred for Zarya, so
as he should.
You're not the only tank player to despise playing into Zarya. But we are going to go ahead and jump in here to Samoa for your first map on the Volcano sub-map, it looks like.
Awesome. Yep. So this is the losers bracket. So it's going to be best of 5, and the loser will be eliminated from the tournament. So high stakes here, even teams, and it's going to be an intense one, I think. I'd like to see how these teams play these matchups. OU did lose their first game. Texas Tech did end up beating their first round opponent and then losing in the second round. So Texas Tech might have the advantage seeding-wise going into this, but I still think these are two extremely close teams.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams putting on pretty good performances. Like you said, OU did not manage to win their first game, but they definitely made it interesting. We've got some interesting comps for you already. OU opting for the Orisa, whereas Texas Tech is opting for the Hazard and the Genji.
Yeah, this will be an interesting matchup. We'll see if these stick with these, but I think the Hazard Orisa matchup is honestly not too bad. Orisa is able to hit spears on the Hazard pretty well, but if the Hazard plays well around the Orisa, I think it could be a skill matchup here. So we'll see how, but similar across the board for the rest of the team, honestly.
Yeah, that indeed. Even Topaz going over to match that Genji as well. We got the same DPS lineup and also a Lucio on both teams here. Clamps is now just going to go ahead and walk into this point at first. Take a couple pot shots, but not really hit anyone. And already we're going to hit with
pause.
the P.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and get that figured out here. But
yeah,
I mean, we didn't really get to see much, so.
It's you're seeing here, they're opening out the gates here. Texas Tech on this more, I guess, like dive-esque composition. It's still a little brawly. Hazard is a little bit of a brawly dive hybrid. So I think you're going to look for Texas Tech needs to get their quick engages, try to maybe get a pick on the Juno or Lucio. But OU might have more survivability, but they're also on like this Juno Lucio, so they're also going to be very speedy. So I think it's going to be mostly a tempo off for like who's going to be able to play at a higher tempo.
Yeah, definitely. Like you were saying, the Hazard's kind of like a good brawl dive combination. You can kind of play off by yourself or with the Lucio, and you can also just stick with your team and brawl the enemy teams. So hopefully we'll see some of that. I don't know. Are we gonna throw it to a quick break for these technical difficulties, or do we think we're good?
I don't know. I don't know how long we're expecting to be here.
We'll throw it to a quick break for now. We'll get this all figured out, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. We'll be right back. All right, and we're back. We had a little bit of a server issue there, but I think we're all set to go.
Yep, they're just going to restart the map here since nothing really happened. But yeah, it looks like we've been having a little bit of an issue with this tournament. It looks like Blizzard servers might not be going that well.
Small indie company.
Small, yeah, you know. But luckily, it hasn't slowed us down too much. And here we go, back into the map. I think we'll probably see the similar compositions here. And I think it was OU banned the Torbjorn. So, and they're running the Orisa. I was gonna say, like, I think the Torbjorn is very good against these dive-centric compositions. So I was expecting a dive comp coming out of OU, but they are playing the Orisa. I think maybe for their Genji, they're banning the Torb, but I think with the Orisa comp, you're not too afraid of the Torb. On the other side, I think anytime Zarya's in play, it kind of makes you switch up your gameplay. So I kind of see that for Texas Tech.
I think it could have also been Orisa just on this Volcano submap. I'm not sure what they're going to run on the other things. Maybe they'll do something more dive-oriented there.
I could see that, yeah.
But as we say that, we are jumping right back into this match. We've got the OU TP out of spawn. I don't think Texas Tech opted for that, but they're marching down this middle choke here, and Clamps gets an early pick onto Acusora, and Shower Mat finds one onto LeBron James as well.
Yeah, and they'll just open things up here, and they're going to try to get these picks. Oh, Clamps might be overstepping. No. That's a good spear. He's falling low, but I think they're going to be able to stabilize, and that's going to be a fight win on the side of Texas Tech.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and get that objective point captured and start ticking towards that 100% meter.
Yeah, that's the main thing Texas Tech is looking to do is get those picks with the Hazard. He's so good at going in and getting really quick picks, so they need to out for those. But on the other side, Ohio now is going to get the first pick onto Epic Crazy. I can't see. It's just kind of far. It's a little small, but
yeah,
something like that, the Lucio player. And trades are coming out from both sides. LeBron James getting a pick on the Genji. And yeah, the trade's coming out. LeBron James with 2 picks. Yeah, that's going to be a fight win for OU.
LeBron's putting in work, man. I didn't know he had all the time to play Overwatch and everything.
Yeah, I would say LeBron James might be the LeBron James of Overwatch. I dare say.
He's putting in huge work on the Ana there. I know he's mostly a Lucio player too.
I like how OU's opening up the map here to begin this fight. But yeah, like you said, like LeBron James on the Ana is a great player, even though he's known for that Lucio. And now taking the fight here. They're going to try to work their way onto the point. Orisa's going to be really good at just holding this point down, and here comes the engagement. Hazard looking for anything, and he's going to go on the back line, can't find the Juno, good kite, and the spear's going to draw them back a bit. Still in the neutral here.
The orbital ray does now, or the nano boost, excuse me, does come out now for mobilized onto NVK. Isn't able to make too much happen, but the big Terra Surge now coming out of Console Lane 22. Big ultimate there on the board for Ohio University. They were able to recapture that point and clean up there. LeBron James, another 2K for him there at the tail end of that fight, putting in great work now.
Yeah, and that's a huge fight win. Only using the Orisa ult there, and on the side of Texas Tech, they're going to invest their nano and overclock. So they're going to have OU does have a big ult advantage going into this fight. I want to see how they layer their ultimates here.
Yeah, both support ults on the board for Ohio University. Like Tyler was saying, definitely very interesting to see how they're using. Akisora gets an early pick there on the Shower Mat. Topaz is now dueling this Genji, and it looked like the Lucio was over there too.
Yeah, Epic Ray is getting involved on those dives. LeBron James is going to be able to survive though. Can't say the same for Mobilize, as he's going to fall. Same thing with Clamps.
Clamps falls soon after to LeBron James once again, and the sound barrier comes out to counter that blade from Topaz, but he still finds one, but NVK pops the blade of his own. And
there are trades coming out. They need to touch.
So many trades are going out now. Console Lane gets the final pick there on the Shower Mat, but Texas Tech are marching right back to try and capture this point, but the orbital ray also comes out now from Big Whoop.
Touch.
Here comes the rain now from the Hazard, but it doesn't matter.
Well played by Consulame there. It was a lot of trades going back and forth between both teams, and Consulame was able to just kind of survive on his own, and meanwhile able to find picks on people just out of positions in the scrap. I think that was a great job from Consulame to clean that up. And yeah, so first map gonna go to OU, or first round, sorry. All right. Compositions look fairly similar here. I think it's safe to say they'll be out on the same view. Oh, that's so much better. All right. So yeah, similar comps here. I think for this point specifically, I think this is maybe gonna fit. I don't know who this is gonna favor actually. I think this is kind of like a pokey dive map. I don't know, this map is a little bit of a difficult one to play. So.
Yeah, the point is like so centered and it's on the low ground there, which is...
Ooh, Shower Mat with an early pick on Gigwood.
Yeah, Akisora though gets a return trade there onto NVK, but I don't think it's really gonna matter. Epic Z-Ray gets that final blow into Topaz, and Akisora slept.
This might be a stagger.
Yeah, maybe. Not entirely sure. We'll see.
All right, well that's going to be Texas Tech winning the first fight here again. Yeah, on this point you really want to set up some good angles here, make it hard for them to walk out of that hut. No ult's coming on yet, so it's just going to be a dry fight once again.
I like this positioning for Shower Mat here on the top right in this lane. He's able to kind of see over all of the point and even like inside that hut, as you were saying, force them out and put up crazy amounts of spam. But he is forced out of that position. The Orisa goes ahead and clears him out there and is now walking onto this back line. But
yeah, OU's slowly just taking this space, but NBK is actually pushing back the assaults of Texas Tech, and he's going to find a pick onto Akisora. So OU is going to have to restabilize here. Unless they can get some trades out here, which NBK, actually some good trades there. So OU is actually going to pick up the fight win.
Yeah, the early pick from LeBron James, of all people, is what caused that fight win to happen there for OU. You know, despite the pick that NBK found on Akisora, they just traded out backlines, and OU came out victorious there.
Awesome. Yeah, if there was any debate on who the GOAT was between Jordan and LeBron, maybe this map will have something to say about it.
There you go.
All right.
Lane now up here on the left lane, throwing down that shield. Got that perk enabled now. Get the shield up there.
Here's the engagement with the Nano Hazard. He's going to force a lot of cooldowns as he goes in, but he's going to fall kind of low, and the sleep is going to eliminate him. Little too in on the dive there, but now here comes a blade on the side of Topaz, but he's going to die too.
Yeah, Shadow Man took him out real quick.
And both Genjis die with their blades.
You know what? Never mind. I was going to say, you know, big blade coming out from NVK, but just gets shut down instantly by Console Lane. Sometimes the Console Lane's all you need.
Now LeBron James is able to deepen his angle here. As I say, that Shower Mount find just a lot of picks going back and forth right here. And now Clamps is back on the Hazard. Gonna look for some more picks, trades. The Juno ult is gonna make it a little difficult to do that though, as NBK once again is gonna get a pick onto Topaz. Yeah, I really like seeing this Orisa shield here. It allows for such a great bunker on the side of Ohio University. The shield just adds such, I feel like it adds some depth to the Orisa strategies. So yeah, I like the bunker kind of technique they're going for there. But
doesn't help him much there, unfortunately.
Yeah, looks like there was a bit of a split there.
Yeah, that last fight was super scrappy.
It really
Trades
was, yeah.
happening left and right, and it was hard to tell who was going to come out on top, but in the end, I think it was Texas Tech, but Ohio University do manage to capture all the way up to 83%, so Texas Tech, they're going to have a long ways to both catch up and then also overtake them, and Akisora's got this overclock in his back pocket. Going to try and make some magic happen there.
They have the ultimate advantage as well, that you're at.
Yeah, Console's got that Terra Surge as well, but a big nade maybe coming out from Mobilize. Doesn't quite land on anyone. Almost with that nano boost as well. Clamps now walking up, and out comes... I thought I heard of an ult, but I guess I could have been wrong there. I don't think anything actually happened. Clamps has that rain coming up there, and now he has it. Gets nano there from Mobilize.
Ooh, and he goes one shot, and he's going to annihilate the backline with this nano. If you get that Hazard, once the Ana cooldowns are out, this Hazard is really able to rain havoc. So it's really important for LeBron James to be wise on how he uses his sleep dart and anti. But as we say that, there's going to be a swap over to Lucio and Juno to try and get a touch, but it doesn't seem to be enough.
Akisora did get the touch and he popped the overclock, but didn't find anything with it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think this is just going to be the end of it for OU on this round, but out comes a sound barrier now from Epic Z-Ray as well, just to seal the fade a bit tighter. Yeah, all those ults now coming on out.
Yeah, we're really looking at in this map you see the dichotomy in the Hazard versus Ana. It's very difficult for Hazard to get engages against an Ana backline due to the anti-nade and sleep dart. But in situations like that where you see Clamps was playing very patiently, waited for the anti and sleep dart to come out, and then he went in with his nano and was able to just one-shot the backline.
Yeah, really, really well done there from Clamps. Like you were saying, just waiting out those Ana cooldowns. LeBron James, he's trying to prove that he's the GOAT, but there's only so much the GOAT can do in a game of Overwatch. It's a team game after all. The hard carry is hard. It's very hard to do.
Yep. Same compositions once again. I think we found the styles both of these teams are playing for. They're both playing close matchups, so it's really both of them just going to be sticking to what they like and trying to make it work.
Yeah, indeed.
Genji and Lucio taking an off angle on this flank here, looking for an early engage. Clamps is in. MVK does find Akusora, and that's going to be a really good early pick for Texas Tech to ideally get this first point. Shower Map finding Topaz as well.
Yeah, I like that the Lucio's playing very tightly with these DPS, allowing them to not only get that speed boost advantage, but also a man advantage. In the 1v1, it's always better to be a 2v1 versus a 1v1. So that Lucio playing with those DPS is a really good thing to see.
The thing with the Sarissa shield, though, is now it's a lot harder for them to retake because it's a lot more of a bunker-centric cooldown, and now it's a lot harder for them to start taking fights and making space with that. But this Sleep Dart comes out of nowhere and might kill NVK unless he grabs this mega health pack. The anti also coming out, just getting bombarded by LeBron from downtown.
LeBron just hates NVK, man. He might be on the Warriors or something. I don't know.
Now without cooldowns, they can maybe try to take an angle. This is a good shower mat, taking a nice angle. Forces LeBron James out of his position and the rest of the flank. Topaz is going to find shower mat. That'll be a good trade if he does survive, but it doesn't look like it. That's 50%. Texas Tech looking pretty good on this point. No ultimates for either side, though. Coming up on a Blade on the side of OU and a Nano boost for Texas Tech.
Console aim, they're making the swap over to the Winston, too, getting off the Orisa, allowing for a little bit more mobility.
I think I like this one.
Yeah. I mean, go right ahead. You're the tank player. You know more about this than I do. Explain why that's a good
Yeah,
swap.
just like I was saying before, the Orisa, it's a lot harder for them to take space with that shield, so Monkey's going to be able to attack a lot better here. It's not that great of a matchup into the Hazard, but I think it's better than what they had. But Hazard is just really good at finding those picks, once again. So now we're looking at last fight territory.
Yeah, and Texas Tech has almost every single I mean, they're kind of close to Blade and the Hazard ult, but they've got basically a beat, they've got a nano, and they've got an overclock, whereas OU, they've maybe got a nano, and they'll have a Blade.
They do lose their ults with the swaps.
Yeah.
But
yeah, Akusora onto the Tracer as well, too. I didn't even notice that.
We're looking at a Nano Blade soon, ideally, but both sides do have it. As Topaz, sorry, is going in with the Blade. No Nano, though, but he still finds Mobilize. That's a huge pick. But without the tank, it's going to be a rough fight. It's going to be scrappy.
Yeah, NVK did get the nano, was able to find the pick there onto console lane, and now finds one onto LeBron James as well, but Clamps is trying to, close out these fights. He jumps in onto the Juno, and with the help of Shower Mat, does find it, and Topaz finds the trade of the Shower Mat, but I don't think it's going to matter too much in the end.
Without the supports, it's going to be hard, especially with this NVK Blade. Now he should be able to clean things up. Looks like we just have the Winston here, and there's not much he's going to be able to do with all of these ultimates.
LeBron James does get a final touch in, but I don't think that's going to help too much, and that's the map there for Texas Tech, 1-2.
And Texas Tech winning our first map here. Pretty close matchup so far, I'd say, though. I think the main thing I'm seeing here is that when Clamps is able to make space and get those picks, it's really good for them. Getting a lot of good engagements. I think on the second map they played, it was a lot harder for him to get those engagements. So we see, depending on how they're able to approach their dives, really.
And I think, like you were saying, too, especially with Hazard, you've got to pay attention to those Ana cooldowns. You've got the Sleep Dart, you've got the Anti-Nade that can really mess you up. And, I mean, throughout this whole tournament, we've been seeing stellar plays from these Ana players. Definitely one of the top heroes right now.
The big thing in the matchup, too, is the Orisa. Orisa is good. I think we saw a lot of the potential with the Orisa of bunkering down points, but especially on maps like that where it's all like the last map they played, it's already such a hard map to retake. You really need all the advantages you can get. I think the monkey swap had some good intentions. It is a very difficult tank to run into the hazard though. Personally, I love playing Wrecking Ball. I think a Wrecking Ball would have gone so hard there. But you know, but still a valiant effort there, and Texas Tech up 1-0.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what OU brings to the table in this next map as we find out what it is here shortly. But I think we might throw it to a quick break as we get these maps and bans in here. We'll be seeing you guys in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We got more Overwatch coming for you just in a sec. All right, and we are back here. We do have the maps in for you. We've got Route 66 here. So going to Escort. What do you think about that, Tyler?
So Route 66, that's going to be the map pick of Ohio University. If you ask me, I'm thinking that they might do a little bit of Sigma, possibly. Either Sigma, that's like my niche pick, maybe like they do want to like play a little bit of a bunker style. But I think more realistically, it's going to be a dive matchup, and like looking at maybe Topaz's Genji with LeBron James on the Ana in the backline.
Yeah.
I think they do like that Ana-Genji synergy, so this would be a good map for them to do that, as well as running like maybe like a Brigida, Winston,
Yeah.
Diva, but I think that's what I could foresee happening.
Yeah, definitely like you said, LeBron James and Topaz, that trusty duo,
Yeah.
big two. Topaz on that Genji, very good at forcing out the cooldowns from Mobilize too, allowing for Consoling to go in on whatever hero he wants, whether that be the Orisa or the Ramatra or something. So we'll find out here shortly. We're gonna go to a quick.
Texas Tech. No, we're good.
Oh no, we're good.
They're asking who got the first ban.
Oh, gotcha.
So
Okay.
Texas Tech, since they're the higher seed, they'll get. Or wait, no. OU lost the. Since OU lost the map, they get the first ban.
There
So
you go.
usually it's Texas Tech gets the first ban of the series because they're the higher seed. But since Ohio lost the first map, they'll get the first ban, and then Texas Tech will do a following ban.
Do you want to just go ahead and explain the ban system too, or?
Well, yeah. So just like the ban system is, each team gets to ban one hero. The first team starts with the order I just said, and then you can only ban. Your team can only ban one hero per series, and both teams can't ban the same role. So, for example, if OU wanted to ban NVK's Genji, then Texas Tech would not be able to ban a DPS. So sometimes it's used as like a protection. You see that a lot in OWCS where they'll ban Lifeweaver just to protect the support. Because no one's playing Lifeweaver, they just ban it because, well, I am in my ranked games, but no one in the OWCS is playing Lifeweaver, so they use it more as like a protection.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So I think that was Sojourn and Mauga?
Yes, Sojourn and
Okay.
Mauga were the bans. Texas Tech banned the Sojourn, whereas OU banned the Mauga.
Okay. So the Mauga ban came out first. I want to say I have this tournament seen a few spawn holds with the Mauga,
Yeah.
but I don't know if that's like a legitimate strategy. So I think of it more possibly for that third point where it is brawl centric or a protection for a tank they wanted to play. And then the Sojourn ban, I think that says a lot to Akisora's gameplay.
Yeah.
Great hit scan player. Want to strip that Sojourn away from him, but I think he might probably be on an Ashe here,
Yeah,
which
that's-
could be a little even more dangerous.
You could make some absolute nasty work with an Ashe. But like you were saying, Sojourn definitely one of the better hit scan picks, especially placed in the hands of Akisora, is very, very dangerous. So good bans from both teams there. What else? Route 60. We talked about Route 66. What about the other escort maps? Why Route 66 instead of?
So in the pool, I think Route 66 is the most neutral site.
Okay.
Circuit Royale, you have a very poke heavy.
Yeah.
Gibraltar, you need to play dive. Shambhala, you need to play brawl.
Okay.
Route 66, I think, is the most wide open. It's kind of like the King's Row of escort, if you ask
Okay.
me. It's kind of like you can play a lot of things on Route 66 that would work. Definitely first point is a tough nut to crack sometimes. I think there you're kind of forced to play a certain kind of way. But for the most part, I think it's a somewhat flexible map, so
Yeah.
I think teams are drawn to
Can
it.
kind of just go for
Yeah.
whatever feels good in the moment, as opposed to being forced to stick to one specific play style.
Yeah.
Are we having?
Looks like shower mats. AF.
Did you disconnect or?
Oh, they're swapping.
They're swapping
swapping
players in.
teams. Or they're substitutes.
We having substitutes?
A
I think that's what's
substitute would
going
be
on.
interesting.
Yeah, they're swapping out here. Texas
Oh, and
Tech
they
is swapping
selected
someone.
offense.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have a swap. So shower mat is coming out. That is their hit scan player.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this might mean we might see like a Genji Tracer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually when the hit scan comes out,
You're
it's
getting two flexes.
because you don't get. Yeah, you don't usually find like two projectile heroes in one comp. Usually it's a projectile and then like a tracer.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe they might have a tracer specialist coming in here. I'm not too familiar with the
With their
with what the lineups
Yeah.
looking like, but I think that's what we might see.
that'll be fun to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those dives centered heroes are generally a bit more enjoyable to watch instead of just someone sitting back
Yeah.
and clicking on heads.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see who comes in, but definitely interested to see where that plays out. Charmat's it's going to be Nemris coming in, so not sure what Nemris has been playing.
Has he been in at all this tournament? I haven't seen
He
him.
might have, not in any games I've seen.
Okay.
So we'll see. We'll probably figure it out pretty
Yeah.
early.
Yeah, we'll definitely see what he gets selected on here. still waiting to jump on in. You know, esports players, as you know, not the quickest when it comes to lobby setup.
I know when we're playing red team, we take as much time as we need. We'll like talk, disagree, yap, and then we kind of just wait for them to tell us to hurry up. And then, I usually, usually I'll just sit back and like let them talk, let them yap. I'll maybe give it my input, but mostly they're just like they like to do their yapping. Especially in a close series like these, you kind of need that time to discuss strategy. But it looks like Nemris might just be having trouble getting into the game,
especially too at a LAN like this where you're not in a familiar or not like a familiar setup. You've got maybe rental equipment in some scenarios, so you definitely want to take all the time you need to center yourself, make sure you're ready, and maybe make some swaps.
Yeah, I think my experience, this past few weeks have been my first time playing in a LAN. I played in Chicago 2 weeks ago, in Kentucky last week, so that was my first experience ever playing in a LAN, and I think it's just a completely different atmosphere than just playing at your computer. Like, being next to your team, playing with people watching you all the time, it definitely makes you play kind of differently. Maybe you play scared, maybe you play too aggressive. It definitely switches up your play style a lot. So looking at how players kind of adapt to these situations.
Yeah, and especially like you said, you mentioned having an audience. That added pressure can break some players.
It really can, yeah.
I mean, you've seen, maybe you haven't seen, but in pro play, I mean, you're looking at Violet. You know, a lot of times people see him as one of the best, but as of recent, he's been making some blunders, and nerves may play a factor into that.
Yeah.
So
I think at that point it might just be getting old.
That could be too. He's getting up there.
Yeah, he's played in front of audiences enough. I think.
That could be true. Yeah.
I think you see it a lot, like in pro play, you see it a lot with rookies. I think that rookies it takes them a while to get started. It's really hard for a rookie to kind of make their name known.
Yeah.
Especially when they start off in those really high pressure situations. And yeah, so it's just one of those things that you have to get used to. And I think, like, seeing those games, like, I think a lot of the times LAN games are a lot closer compared to games that are played online, just because of the fact that, like, if you're a good team and you're playing against a team you think you should beat, and then they start getting like momentum and then people start cheering against you, it's one of those things where it's really just a downward spiral for you. So
hard to get out of those situations.
Yeah. Momentum is so much stronger when you're in person versus in LAN.
Is that also, I don't want to leak anything, but does that sort of play into why you guys like to attack first on certain maps as opposed to defend first? Or am I saying too much?
That's something my captain chooses.
Okay.
Personally, I think usually strategically you decide to defend first because then you get to, where you need to attack to. But I think attacking first definitely does help a lot with momentum, especially if you attack well. I think on maps like King's Row, where usually every team caps third on King's Row, it's a very easy map to attack. So attacking first there is definitely one of those things where mentally wise, you're able to like cap 3 points and then be at a good mental going into defense, versus on defense, get 3 points capped on you.
Yeah.
But it's obviously you need to attack well for that to work, because sometimes if you mess up your attack, then
then that's it.
But for the most part, I think it's just a preference thing.
That's fair. Good insight.
And it looks like our teams are in the lobby.
Finally. We'll see if we can maybe get into the game here. Hopefully. For you.
But I noticed they all changed their profile pictures to be like the cowboy, because they're the Red Raiders, Texas Tech. So
all right. And we're on
cool.
Route 66 too.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect thematic.
All right, I'm excited to see these competitions.
Yeah, I'm really excited, especially with those bands too. We didn't really get to, I mean, we discussed them quite a bit, but we didn't get to see them fleshed out at all. So very excited to see what these players select.
So we got red team on the offense, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, and then purple. It's kind of fun. We got a purple team.
I like the purple. Yeah.
We got. It's a fun color. All right.
You were right. You've got the Tracer Genji there for Ohio University.
I think Or wait, I think we got the teams flipped because,
Yeah, you're right.
left side is...
We'll get that fixed real quick.
Because left side is OU, right side is
Yep.
Texas Tech.
Perfect. There we go.
So yeah, Tracer Genji. So yeah, we do have a Tracer Specialist coming in, and Tracer Genji, Winston, Kiri, Lucio. This is classic dive composition. So if this is executed well, it's going to be very difficult to play against. But the Acusora Ashe, like we said, might be dangerous as well. We need to see how well they're able to survive these dive engages, and if they're able to get picks on their engagements.
You've got the classic dive defense backline of Brig Ana as well.
It'll be a tough nut to crack.
Oh yeah, especially with LeBron James on that Ana.
Exactly. They're just going to be inching card here for now, getting into a position where they'll be able to set up for a dive. Clearing this first high ground is Clamps. And Topaz can mark it out. Got to be careful though. Don't want to die early here. And they're just waiting, playing it. And now here's the dive, and a good whip shot is going to make it so the Winston isn't able to follow up there. They're going to have to wait until they get another opportunity. The whip shot just completely throws off the dive, and it makes it impossible for the rest of the team to follow up if the Winston doesn't get there. But as I say that, Topaz ends up on the low ground, and Clamps is going to able to kill him there. So now it's a 5v4. So OU might have to take a second. Acusora does find the kill on the Lucio. And trades are just coming out here. This is...
very scrappy here, but looks like Texas Tech are inching ever so slowly towards that objective capture point now. NVK falling to half HP, gets healed back up though. Is about ready to re-engage once he's got that deflect, but in comes Console, but it doesn't matter. Epic Z-Ray gets the double there onto the back line of OU.
Okay.
Immobilized, cleans up Topaz. Console still on the point, but it's not going to last very long there. And
yeah, right there, I think Ohio, once their space fell apart, it's a lot harder for their composition to retake. They don't have the same mobility. Texas Tech's comp is just so mobile that they're so good at taking space. And Ohio is a lot slower of a composition, so it's going to be harder for them to take space, but they want to play this comp defensively.
Out comes the nano boost from LeBron James on to Acusora. Acusora trying to get some value out of it, but then doesn't quite find anything. Immobilized, drops that Kitsune rush, and NBK gets a nice pick on the big whoop while Clamps pops that Primal Rage and has his sights set on Acusora. Pops the Primal. Acusora had the bob, but opts to not use it there as he was getting just absolutely demolished there. Nemris finds two on the Tracer, one with Pulse Bomb, but Topaz does get a trade on Immobilized, but if he can get out, it's pretty good, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to, and it's a good team fight win there for Texas Tech.
The trade on to Kiriko is not bad. I think they did have some discipline not using too many of their ultimates. Texas Tech used 3 while Ohio is coming back with around 4. So it's going to be, it's just how they take this retake. I think maybe a Bob out first or maybe a Primal Rage. Oh wow, but Winston Clamps is just going to keep them in this room. Like they're not able to take any space right now.
NDK is going to pop the Blade too, and so is the beat from Epic Z-Ray, and now all the ultimates are coming out from Ohio. Every single one except for that Primal Rage for now, but Bob finds 2 and Console finds a 3rd. Topaz put in some work there, but I don't think he got anything, and Big Whoop gets the cleanup onto NVK. Nemri's going to get picked off? Nah, he'll get out. But it's a good fight win there for Ohio University. It's their first fight win in actually stopping the payload, so maybe they'll be able to get some momentum off this and keep it going forward.
Yeah, when you're all trying to push out of that room, you kind of just need to use all your ultimates in order to get out because you haven't set up any angles to make it easier. But that's a good pick early on to Epic Ray. So Console and Topaz are going to get some good picks. We don't want to trade out here, though. But the Primal Rage is probably going to be good in this room. Looking pretty Kiri. Kiri's going to fall. And those are some good picks on the side of Ohio University. I think that fight, they took tempo a lot better. And with just a dry fight, no ultimates, that'll burn a few minutes.
No, okay. Texas Tech used the beat last fight. I was going to say, did Epic Z-Ray beat or Ajax there? No, they used it last fight. So we're all good in the Ajax department, but Console jumped up on there. Gets forced out though. Clamps has now jumped the back line of OU. OU's trying to survive. Clamps farms that Primal Range and pops it. Has his sights set on LeBron. LeBron able to get the nano boost out, but doesn't quite survive himself. Console finding one of the Epic Z-Ray. Mobilized though, and Nemris, they're trading back. NVK gets Topaz as well, and I think that's going to be it for OU on this point.
Oh yeah. That was well played on the side of Texas Tech there.
Oh, big
Wow.
stagger too.
Yeah, huge primal displaced the backline extremely well, and once your backline is displaced like that, it's really hard to save them. And it's going to open things up. We're moving on to third point here. This is where you might see a little bit of a compositional change sometimes, but I think most of these teams are both going to stick to their dive.
Yeah, definitely. Texas Tech, they've been just absolutely insane on this dive. I don't see a big reason to switch it up unless they start losing some fights here, but that being said, Mobilize has that Kitsune Rush in his back pocket, but NBK falling really low, and so does Nemris. Both are now being healed back up, though, as Acusora tosses that Dynamite in. Here comes that Kitsune Rush from Mobilize. Clamps was on really low HP there, but gets brought right back up and engages on to that back line, but everybody from OU is there, and they're just able to push him right back, but still gets a little bit of meterage on that cart. Clamps gets antied and immediately cleansed, but now comes the blade out of Topaz, and LeBron finds Epic Z-Ray, but Topaz falls, but not before Acusora gets one onto Clamps as well, making sure that his death was not in vain. Acusora has the Bob too. Bunch of ults for OU, and a couple for Texas Tech as well.
Ohio did a really good job there, kiting that Kitsune Rush, then coming back in quick with that Nano Blade once they were up on cooldowns. Took a really good fight, got some early picks, and now here comes the Bob in this engagement, so now we're into this next fight. We'll see if the Bob sparks it looks like it's sparking a kite. But never mind, Topaz is going to go in, and it looks like his team didn't get the rest of the memo as Topaz dies to Clamps, and now this is an opportunity for Texas Tech to go back in.
Yeah, the Winston does dive in, but the back line of OU is able to get out, and out comes that Nano Boost now from LeBron onto Consulate, and Consulate procs the Primal as well and finds one onto Mobilized. That's a nice play there. Jumps the back line as well and finds one onto NBK. Can he find the last one? No, not quite, but
I would have liked to see maybe only Nano used there. Sometimes stacking Nano with Primal is a little bit of an overuse in Ultimates, but it does win them the fight, so hopefully they can get a lot of use out of this rally, because Texas Tech has the ultimate advantage going into this fight.
yeah, Texas Tech does have a lot of ults here for this engage. LeBron chucking a nade doesn't quite land on anyone. Here comes the beat and the blade from Texas Tech, and NBK finds one with that blade. Can he find another? Not quite, but Mobilize does get two of his own. Clamps also forced to use the Primal, or was he? I don't know if he was forced, but he uses the Primal. Doesn't quite find anything with it, unfortunately, but Texas Tech win that fight, and they're pushing that cart even closer towards that end objective.
Last fight, there's going to be a Kitsune Rush on the side of Texas Tech, giving them the advantage, and here it is. It's going to come out. They need to find a pick here to try and win this thing, close it out, but just a big scrap going on, angles going on, but the Winston diff as Consulate takes out Clamps, and that's going to be a huge pick for OU.
Yeah, it's going to force Texas Tech to retreat now for one final fight here at the end, and Clamps is going to make the swap over to the Ramatra, who's on the hazard there for a sec, but the Ram for this bit of a more brawl last fight going on.
Yeah, they need to be able to get a touch here. Without the Winston, it might be a little slow, but they should be able to get a touch with Nimbus, who does have the Pulse Bomb. We'll see if that can get any value here. Ramatra's going to be a really good pick here for just surviving on this point.
Nanoboost comes out now on to Consulate once again, and he finds Mobilize, and LeBron finds Epic Z-Ray.
Both
and
supports
they trade
dead.
back. Clamps finds one, but it doesn't matter. Consulate gets NBK and also Clamps, and he's on Nemris the Tracer. It's just the Tracer left. The Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide from Acusora, but it doesn't matter. Consulate finds Nemris, and Ohio University, they were able to hold. They weren't able to hold as well as they would have liked, but they didn't get the full cap, and I think that's a win in their books.
Yeah, this is one of those maps where it's sometimes when you get a lot of momentum on the first and second points, then that third point is just like a really tough nut to crack. Especially in this case, Ohio University did a much better job at defending the point, granted, but it's also a lot harder of a point to attack and finish off. But you do hate to not cap all 3 points, especially when you attack the first 2 points so strongly. So this does open up a window for Ohio University to win this map, but on the other hand, first 2 points are pretty difficult in their own right, so we need to make sure that they're able to play them better than they did on the defensive side when they switch over to offense.
We see the Echo possibly coming out for for Nemrus there on Texas Tech, and they're opting for the Brig Juno as opposed to the Kiri Lucio, which I think is definitely better and more of a defensive on the defense side there. Not as much forward and I guess a little bit of vertical mobility, but you've got definitely a lot more survivability and with that Brig and that Juno.
Yeah, Brig Juno definitely a popular comp, backline composition. And I think with the rest of their comp, it'll probably work pretty well. I think like the Torbjorn is going to be really good at controlling angles. They work really well together, so it's definitely a more defensive-minded composition here. And I'd like to see what Nimbus can do on this Echo here, because we knew he was coming in for Tracer, but now we'll see if this plays any different. Interestingly, Ohio is keeping the Ashe, Genji, Brigana. I still think it's a pretty good composition for attack, but you definitely need to work harder to get for your Ashe to set up really good angles. And right away, Clamps is asleep. It looks like the engagement's coming in.
It was a big anti-nade there from LeBron, but I don't really think they were going to engage on the dive there without Texas Tech, or without Texas Tech engaging first. But Ohio now moving under the gas station. Big anti-nade again from LeBron, but can't find any follow-up as they're going on this Torbjorn now. Topaz falling so low, but somehow managing to get enough care there to stay alive.
Nothing's really dying here. Everything's getting low, but there's no like finishers here, so everyone's like, but now, everyone's just falling low. No picks yet. Everyone's just
kind of just a big ult farm.
Yeah, I know.
LeBron's got that nano boost. Mobilized almost has that orbital ray, but the nano boost comes out on to Consulate, but he finds one already. Can he find another one? Not quite yet. As NVK gets the turret kill on a Topaz, that's a big one right there. Nemrus now trying to fight this Winston off the high ground.
I feel like Ohio can't let this opportunity go to waste getting that first early pick, and they did have the ultimate advantage, but now, as Texas Tech goes in here, using the duplication, it'll probably open up an opportunity for another fight, actually.
Yeah, the duplicate forced out the rally there from OU.
This is a good dive.
That was really good. Consulate now got that primal rage, and he's gonna pop it in that tiny little room there. With the help of Topaz, gets one onto Nemrus and also found one onto NVK, and might even pick up Epic here as well. I think he will.
Yep. Yeah, and that's a great primal there. Really good dive. I think Ohio have done a really good job of going in and out at the right times. There's still going to be a little bit of a contest stagger here from Clamps, but yeah, I think Ohio did a really good job at knowing their windows and taking the right opportunity. That was a perfectly timed dive for Consulate at the exact moment when Torb was forced to use his E and low in the back. Well played by Ohio University.
I'm kind of surprised that Clamps opted to use the primal rage there.
I didn't look like it was winnable.
Yeah, I didn't think it was winnable either. Like, I get the idea to stall, but wasting an ult just to stall, especially on the first point when you have the whole map to play, I don't think that's the most optimal idea.
Yeah, so we'll see. The second point, they're going to have ultimates. The Molten Core is going to get a little bit of value, but it's really hard to get value with the Molten Core on maps like these. So it's not going to do too much, but they are still have the Rally and the Juno Wall. Ult's coming out from both sides.
Yeah, the Rally and the Blade and the Nano all coming out. Topaz finds two. LeBron gets one as well. Topaz on 6 HP in the backline, but is able to get out, live another day, and Acusora gets the last blow on the Mobilized there. Texas Tech probably going to have one more opportunity to touch, but it's going to be really, really hard to get out of that choke without using some ults here.
Like we said, this is a really hard choke to push out of. I want to see Texas Tech approach this fight from multiple angles, from bottom left, bottom right, and it looks like the Monkey's doing that right now, so I want to see the Monkey come out. And it looks like they get a good fight here. They're really good engage on the Ana. And it's going to force the rally too.
Bob also comes out
Bob is
though,
gonna get a kill.
Finds one on the Mobilized, but NVK trades it, but Bob is there too! Bob finds two!
And Robert's popping off!
Dude, he's actually going in.
Wow.
Bigfoot finds one as well onto Epic, and that's going to be the fight win there for OU. They've got 4 minutes to make it almost to the end here.
You know, I really loved how Texas Tech started off that fight. They had sent Clamps from the bottom to make space, and then they had a really good dive onto LeBron James, getting him early. But then just Robert found a great position and killed 3, and that really just opened things up. So amazing play from Acusora. Well, let's be real, amazing play from Bob. But no, moving
Great
into the third
positioning.
point.
There you go. From Akusora. But Bob did all the hard work. Now, Clamps is going to try and get his revenge as he jumps and pops that Primal Rage, but he's just getting melted. But NBK does find one onto console lane, but Clamps does find LeBron there as well. Almost going to find Topaz. Yeah, he does find Topaz in the end. And they're going to play the Touch the Spawn Door challenge here, it looks like.
Hopefully our observer presses N. Okay. I didn't see any of that fight. I was too distracted. But anyway, this is a good defensive start for Texas Tech. They're going to farm their support ults here soon. Ohio University has an opportunity to go with Primal, going on the deep dive. He backs up to peel the Winston. Huge anti, actually. That's going to be able to give you an opportunity to kill the Rallying Brig. Huge opening pick. We still have the Primal for this fight, Ohio University. But they're just going to be able to clean it up here as Texas Tech now needs to reset and look for their next fight.
That's just an awful stagger there onto NDK. Just caught out there in the open, couldn't really do much. But
If you're Texas Tech, we have no ults here, so we just have to take a quick fight and try to contest this point. That Nano is going to make it hard. Topaz almost goes down, but not quite. So, Ohio University wins this second map. We got a series here.
we got a series on our hands. It's 1-1. Ohio University played that extremely well, especially on that offense. They just kind of speed ran through it. Both LeBron James and why can't I think of Akusora. I couldn't think of Akusora's name. Anyway, both of them put on extremely well attempts there. Akusora with that Robert position, like you were saying. Just popping absolutely off. Got those two very, very clutch picks in order for them to capture that second point. And LeBron James's consistent nanos and anti-nades and sleeps have just been absolutely tearing through Texas Tech.
Yeah, that looked really good. I think I was a little worried when I was watching Ohio on defense, thinking that they might not be able to do the same on attack, but or they might do the same on attack, but their attack looked a lot cleaner. I think they did a good job setting up nades, setting up angles, and overall just taking pretty good fights at really good times. I think Texas Tech also played very well on their offense as well, but then got stuck on their third point and also didn't have many good fights on their first and second point defense either. Like I said, I think they had a few good attempts, but there was just a lot of mechanical plays going on the side of OU. But I think that was a very close map. Both teams attacked very well, but it was the third point defense that made it all the difference.
Yeah, and I think another thing, like you mentioned too, is how some teams will opt to swap, and we saw Ohio University did swap on that third point, and it worked out, or it did not work out, I should say, for Texas Tech, who swapped at the end there. Despite making that swap, playing to your comforts was a better option there, and I think we're going to jump to a quick break here as we get this next lobby set up. We'll be right back.
Don't go anywhere. Welcome back.
We're back. We got some Midtown coming up. Some hybrid here.
Midtown?
Yeah. Who plays Midtown?
Who the heck plays Midtown?
It's 2025, guys. Come on.
Come on.
Thought we were over the Midtown
Huh?
craze. We had some swaps for Texas Tech. NVK is being subbed out for Shower Map because Ohio banned Genji.
Yeah, it's looking like, or actually Texas Tech was the one
Oh.
that banned Genji.
Okay.
So I'm thinking that NVK might be their Genji specialist. I don't remember if I've seen him play anything else, but I think they're aiming to like go away from the Genji because maybe I think the Genji does allow for Ana plays, and then the Topaz, LeBron James, you kind of like shut that composition down, and it seems like they like that composition a lot. I think you could ban the Ana or Genji, and it accomplishes the same thing. But we might try to. I think Texas Tech might be trying to look to Brawl, possibly, or maybe even Poke.
Sigma.
I think a Poke actually makes a lot of sense
Yeah.
because Genji's really good into those Poke compositions. And then Ohio's going to ban Ramatra, so I think they might have been expecting some sort of Brawl. So I think they wanted to get away from that. So I think we have interesting compositional opportunities here, and I think Poke might seem likely.
Yeah.
For the defense, at least.
I think Poke's definitely gonna come into fruition here. We saw Texas Tech kind of preview the Sigma there. We'll see if that's actually what they're gonna roll out on. But Midtown, like you were saying, pretty Poke heavy map.
It can be played. It's mostly, I think a lot of different stuff can be played on it. And we're going to a pause
Already
again.
a pause.
But yeah, I don't.
Oh, he's back. I think we're good. We'll
see.
We'll
but-
see.
But yeah, Midtown in general as a map, I think you can run the Sigma on defense pretty well. It also works on offense occasionally, but Brawl's been seen here, Dive's been seen here. I think it is a reasonably flexible map. It's like not as poorly made as some might say. It's just kind of, his first point is really annoying to get past. Second point is pretty annoying as well. So it's just like, I think you have opportunities to break defenses. It's just a very defendable map. And people love offense-sided maps like Kings Row. It just feels good to be able to cap all 3 points. This is a defender-sided map. So I think that's why sometimes, at least me personally, it's not as fun.
Yeah, fair enough. Got a very, very interesting backline
Yeah,
here.
Sigma
for
Mirror here. Sigma Mirror.
Sigma Mirror, yeah. But Ohio University have the Alari in the back.
Ooh, we get to see some Alari game.
Yeah, that's not something you see so often. But Nemris is still on that Tracer and Shower Mat, he's back on the Sojourn.
Yeah, so it looks like Ohio honestly has the stronger poke since they lean for a full poke DPS and support line. So they're going to be able to play range a little bit better as Nimbus kind of has to close the distance on Tracer. And they're going to try to make some sort of efforts at making space here. Aku's Soar is going to shut it down though, getting that pick onto the Juno.
Getting those nice pokes under that bus stop. But
LeBron James said
LeBron just dunked on Nemris right there. Oh my God. What a shot for LeBron.
1 HP and then just flicked 180s. But yeah, like we're seeing here, on these rotates, you really have to be quick because there's a lot of spam coming down from OU. And honestly, they are going to swap to Zen, so that makes it a little bit better, but Texas Tech is going to lose the spam fight. So they really need to have Nimbus take some angles to open up space for them and cause some attention, but the Torbjorn's going to make it really difficult.
Yeah, that Torbjorn definitely causing some issues for the Tracer flanks, especially with that turret can kind of just shoot anyone and anywhere.
So they're walking out now, but Dynamite isn't going to hit, so that's going to give them an opportunity. Oh, and Console Aim is going to go down, so that's going to give us an opportunity to see Texas Tech take the point here.
I just realized how many deployables Ohio University
Oh,
has.
yeah.
They've got the pylon, they've got the lamp, and they've got the turret.
And then if you count Bob.
Oh my God, you're right. They've got so many summons, dude. What the heck? Are they playing League?
And that's,
Topaz tried to maybe spark a recontest there, but unfortunately gets poked out there. Clamps now dropping to half HP as he walks in. Gets rock diffed there by Console Aim and has to fall back just a little bit. Nemris now trying to take a high ground angle here.
yeah, this defensive composition for Ohio, it's a very stalwart, but when console aim dies, there's not much you can do. All your space is gone, so that was really easy for them to take the first point. LeBron James doing his thing, gets a nice pick on his shower mat. So now the defense is gonna be able to take some space of their own, but we have a lot of ultimates online. We might be seeing a dump here soon.
Yeah, as I say, we almost have 5 ults for both teams, so this next fight's going to be a little bit of a mess.
This is really going to be who uses their ultimates better and
Yeah.
who uses it more disciplined. You don't want to overuse, and you definitely don't want to underuse, and here they come.
You definitely don't want to whiff a pulse bomb either, but like you said, here come the
two-man flux.
Finds two with that big flux and finds another one, but gets a little overextended there and gets traded out by console aim as LeBron finds one with that Alari ult. And I mean, Texas Tech, they got their picks and they got a little bit of space, but they probably were looking for more there, I think. They weren't able to push that cart all the way under that underpass section, and they only have the Transcendence left.
Yeah, really, and I don't know. It seemed like with the amount of ults they use, they should really be able to push this a lot farther. Only the Alari ult was used from Ohio Esports. But that is going to be a good opening pick from Shower Mat, giving an opportunity. They only have the Transcendence, so they need to rely on these first primary picks. Constantly force off high ground. And they're going to force them to use window as well. So this is a pretty successful fight. They don't have to invest any ultimates. Shower Mat completely changed the trajectory of where the fight was going just by that primary pick.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate there for
Oh, here comes
Console.
Robert. We've seen him do something before, but
And he just falls over.
and he's gone.
Here comes
he
the
does get a touch.
though. Yeah, they were able to touch OU. Still in this fight. Here comes the flux from Console, and I don't know if it hits anyone. Oh no, it hit the Sig, but the Transcendence does unfortunately cancel that out for Texas Tech. And Nemris gets a nice early pick there onto LeBron. Immobilized finds Console, but Extra retrieves Nemris, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Ohio really had to use all of their ultimates to get on the point. They used Molten Core, they used Flux, they used their Bob, and now they're swapping onto the Tracer. And they layered them all at the same time, and all Epic Ray had to do was press Q, Transcendence, and it negates all of them. I think they needed to layer their ults a lot better on that retouch. I know why they used the ults, because they kind of had to use it to win the fight. But when they're going against the Transcendence, they need to layer the ultimates better so that they're able to get picks with all of them.
Ooh, Console aim falls there.
That's a great early pick.
Yeah, that's really good for Texas Tech. Nemris finds that opening one now. And trying to poke out this Alari pylon, get rid of all of these summons from the side of OU. Shower Mat's got that overclock in his back pocket, ready to rip that at a moment's notice. Immobilize has that orbital ray to combo up, but it's going to be Clamps with the flux.
Not going to find anything, though.
Just whiffs it, unfortunately, and here comes that orbital ray and the overclock. Lots of ults coming out from both sides. LeBron drops that Alari ult and finds one on the Epic Z-Ray. No Transcendence for this fight, but Shower Meat returns with an overclock shot from LeBron himself. Nemris on really low HP here, and Clamps is coming back, but it's going to be a really hard fight for Ohio to come back. But he gets, Big Whoop finds one in the spawn room, is able to touch, but I don't know if it's
out
going
of
to
the
be.
sky. Whoa. Yeah, and they're just trying to touch there. Yeah, that was a great offense from Texas Tech.
Yeah, it looked like OU had him for that first point, and then they lost a little momentum on that second point and kind of just rolled over on third point.
Yeah, I think they didn't have as many opportunities to get their bearings straight. Once they lost that first point, it seemed like the poke wasn't working as well. I think, especially on that second point, there's more flanks for Nimbus to take. He's able to make more space in that way. But I think the biggest thing was really just the ultimate usage. I think Texas Tech, overused one time on their second fight, but then Ohio Esports did the same on their re-engage. So in the end, Texas was able to snowball their way from third point due to that. And yeah, that was a dominant offense. Don't see 2 minutes left attacking on Midtown very often.
Yeah, that'll be really, really hard for OU to defend against if they make it to the end here. 2 minutes is, like you said, not very common on Midtown and super scary to see. I see Consolame's on the Reinhardt. There's no way he's sticking to that, right? There's no way in 2025.
I think in the year of our Lord, if I see a Reinhardt played in this match, I would be a little dumbfounded personally. But it's getting dangerously close to countdown, and he doesn't seem to be pressing the H key. So I think we might be seeing some Reinhardt gaming. This sends you back, doesn't it? And a Widowmaker to try and get a pick. You got to play this Reinhardt so well. You have to play it perfectly in order to get success on Midtown. He is decent on Midtown, but like look at all this spam he's just taking, and his shield's almost dead. Like you have to pad so well, so perfectly, and fight as a team. So it's really going to be an uphill battle for this Reinhardt.
Yeah, another thing to mention too is that Discord orb from FNC Red.
Exactly.
Melts the Reinhardt.
And the Reinhardt makes space here, and if they stabilize on this corner, I'd like to stabilize, but they're not able to fully stable there. They did a good job taking the initial space.
They're going to stagger the Torb too. That's just unfortunate for Topaz.
It looks like LeBron James is probably going to live here, so they won't be staggered out too much, but yeah, the Reinhardt's like, you take so much damage walking in like that. He made a lot of space, but then it's so hard for you to stable when you already used your shield and your HP to take the space to begin with.
They're going to try it again. I'm not going to lie. I thought they were going to go back and swap.
I really want to see them go from this left side, try to bunker in that room. I think that's usually a better play when you're going for this brawl, but it's still going to be really hard. Still like already taking damage, and now they're not going to have any shield if they catch them on this rotate. Which looks like they're able to get into the room safely. Right. So this is what I like. Now they just have to stable in this room, and they don't have to walk far to point. They've completed a pretty hard step here about this. So now it's how they approach it from this angle. They won't have any ultimates though, so it'll be pretty hard unless they get this.
Not
that's a bad pick.
Impressive though if Shower Mat finds Big Whoop, but Topaz does get the trade. Clamps opts to use that gravitational flux and does find Consolame. I think Ohio U are gonna have to make a retreat now or fall over and go back to spawn.
Yeah, I think they opened that up pretty well, but then when Big Whoop got picked on the Juno, it was just over from there. You need your Juno. I think they should have stayed in that room, tried to farm a Juno wall, maybe engage with their beat possibly, but they really need an ultimate from that point to try and solidify some sort of attack there. But it was I think they might try to do something similar this fight, but with the help of ultimates.
Doesn't quite look like though that they're going for that left room.
They're gonna engage with the beat. Ooh, and that's a good pick.
But the Transcendence does come out to negate any further death from Texas Tech, but both orbital rays are now coming out. And Consolame does find mobilized and also
2
plans.
kills.
LeBron gets 1 too, and that's going to be the point capture there for OU probably if no one else is able to come back and contest. Nemris though, he's here, he might be able to. No, Topaz finds him.
Okay, Consolame on the Reinhardt is able to get some space made, able to get a few hammer kills, and it's not terrible. I think it's still a little difficult to do that. They had to use the help of a beat and a Juno wall, but now this is some really good space being taken here. They gotta play this high ground. I feel like he drops it a little early.
Get a big shatter here too.
Earth Shatter is going to be huge. It's going to be hard to play it into a Sigma, though. But once you close the distance, this is the better brawl comp they're on. So they really just need to find good ways to close this distance.
Yeah,
and they're walking up right now. Have resources.
They're
just waiting for an opportunity, it looks like. Maybe a speed boost, a Juno ring.
There's
the Juno ring. And
are we going to see the shatter yet?
Shatter!
Oh, no! And he gets no one! Oh my god, the biggest shatter in the world just goes completely wide. Doesn't get anyone, and Shower Mat finds Big Whoop, and that's going to be the fight. You know, look on the bright side though, they do still have that overclock. They didn't commit more than they needed to. It was a whiff shatter, but
he walked past the Sigma. I think the Sigma walked forward. It might have been a devious juke play from the Sigma. But yeah, that is, you hate to see that. That just hurt me down to my soul. I've definitely been there before.
I was gonna say every single tank player in this stream just cried out in agony. They watched that Earth Shatter with Acusora, like I said though, does still have that overclock, and Topaz gets a good pick there on the Nemris early on. Acusora sliding on in here, opting to go on the car, which I think is probably good. As Consolame gets another one onto the Zen, and Big Whoop finds mobilized.
Those are some good picks, and they don't invest anything to do it. So now they're going to have this overclock for the retouch, and if, set up on this high ground, Akusora is going to have a good angle to try and use the overclock to cap the second point. They're in a good
We
position.
saw something similar though on.
Oh, they're going to flux it off. I like this. This is a pretty good flux. It denies the overclock, but the beat's going to come out to counteract that. But the overclock is still trying to get some value, and it does. Wow.
Akusora
Yeah, that's an amazing beat.
found 3 with that overclock, despite getting fluxed by clamps. And I was gonna say, we saw a very similar situation with Texas Tech's attack where OU just overcommitted all their ults, and Texas Tech kind of just came in and steamrolled there. But I think this time Texas Tech did the opposite. I don't think they used enough.
I think this was really good ultimate usage from Ohio University. I think a Zenyatta ult should have come out because Ohio University did use more ults, but they won the fight. So in the end, if they use one more ult to win the fight, it doesn't really matter. But now we're going to get another ult fight here as Sigma's going to walk in with this Juno ult. Clamps, and now they're just going to kite this out, wait to retake space.
Yeah, well done there by OU, not choosing to fight in a Juno raid for no reason. Just back up and let that dissolve for a bit. But here comes the window from Big Whoop with the overclock from Shower Mat. Is he able to find anything with it? Nothing quite yet. He gets domed, not quite domed, but gets demolished there by Akusora. Console aim is falling really, really low. They're forced to use the lamp on him. Still might not even survive that, but the Transcendence is forced out as well.
They're doing a good job living for now. And Shower Mat's out of the fight, Akusora's out of the fight actually, so they'll have to wait for them to come back, and now they're going to take space with this Torbolt from Topaz. Looks like the backline split off on the left side, but Shower Mat gets a great pick onto Topaz. It's going to be even though, so we'll see if there's any trades that come out from either way. This is a really good angle here.
Clamps does find a Big Whoop after Shower Mat. Hit him with a big shot there, and Consolin falls soon after, as well as Akusora and LeBron. So that's a good fight win there for Texas Tech.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of, I think the ult usage here is a little bit better, a little more disciplined. I think trades are coming out pretty well. Texas Tech did a great job at finding their picks, finding their opportunities, but now OU does have the ultimate advantage, and a Bastion is gonna, Nemeris feeling a little frisky.
I like it. I like the Bastion.
I love some Bastion.
I think that's a great play here.
So this will really burn the Rhine shield. It's going to be difficult for Consolame to keep his resources against this Bastion. He's going to have to wait for those turrets to come out and then get in. And the beat engage, be able to take some base. Oh, and a shatter? How's it get? Oh, it gets the Sigma? Ooh. I think this makes up for the last shatter. I think this makes up for the last shatter.
I think Clamps tried.
Nice.
Did Clamps try to flux that?
I didn't see, but it looked like he might have shattered the Sig. I think he solo shattered the Sig, and then I don't know if he fluxed.
I think he fluxed.
What was his ult percent? Did you see?
I think he had it, and then it went down. I was at 10 at the end there, so.
Can we get an instant replay? Can we do that? Isn't that's a button right there?
Yeah,
right? Does that work?
I don't think it works, unfortunately.
Tragic.
Yeah.
Wow, if you shatter a flux, that is insane.
Yeah.
So that would be kind of wild.
I could be wrong, but I wasn't expertly tracking the ults there at that point. Not a main support anymore.
Yeah, I feel ya. But no, yeah, I think Ohio, they definitely had the ultimate advantage, so they just kind of used their ults pretty well. I think Texas Tech had a pretty good effort. And Texas Tech does have the advantage still. 2 minutes, 40 seconds, almost 3 minutes on the clock for them. So Ohio, still going to be pretty difficult for them. They're on the attack again. Honestly, the Reinhardt feels pretty hard on first point. And so, as I say that, Zarya looks like to be the next best option. So I think I like this option a little bit more. It allows for a little more, I think you get a better brawl opportunity. You don't have to take as much damage walking. And you can bubble in your Venture. The Venture Zarya synergy is really good.
Yeah, I like the Venture switch here too. And as well, now that we're in overtime.
And they have their perks.
Yeah, I was just going to say, all of the perks are unlocked for every single hero in overtime. So you saw some of the players were switching between the DPS heroes at first just so they can go through and unlock all those perks right away.
See, that's where that bubble comes in handy. It denies the rock. And the Zarya's going to be able to take some really good space into the Sigma. But, as I say that, Shower Mat and Nemeris get picks of their own. And that's going to be one fight down, and we only have one fight left.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really, really unfortunate to have those players picked early on for OU. They only have just under 15 seconds now to come through and capture this point. Some of them are low now too, and LeBron gets picked. A random Zen volley, I think, picked him up, but Topaz finds the trade there onto Nemris. Console Lane now trying to walk in with that Juno ring, bubbles the Venture as they go in as well. Dodges the rock. Topaz drilling clamps in the back and finds the pick, but Epic Zero gets 2 in the kick on a Topaz. Wow. Akisora does find the trade on the shower mat, and I think OU are going to be able to win this one.
OU's going to win this? They lose LeBron James early, and they still are able to, looks like they get, Epic Z-Ray killed 3 people that fight.
LeBron's back on the Lucio, though. You know he loves that hero. Going to go back and speed in the rest of his team. Texas Tech are going to try to look for a recontest here from Nemris, but it doesn't matter as Ohio University, they capture that first point, and now they're just going to try and get as much bonus card percentage as they can. Try and push it as far as possible.
But Epic Z-Ray gets another pick.
Another one onto Akisora, and Nemris has this pulse bomb in his hand.
He needs his team to follow up on these opportunities, and
and they C9!
And it's a C9. Wow.
OU. They just walk off the cart.
A C9.
Maybe they thought it was just going to continue auto pushing, because I know it does auto push through that door, but once it's through, it's through. You can't just sit off the point anymore.
A C9? I'm surprised. I think this might be the first one we've seen this tournament, to be honest, but wow. That is a terrible time to C9. Holy wow. And they're also on a brawl comp too, so you think they want to just be playing on the cart, all 5 of them. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's karma for Epic Z-Ray killing 3 last fight and them not winning. So I guess him getting the opening pick there, they were like, okay, you guys can have it. Because yeah, insane Zenyatta gameplay here from Epic Z-Ray.
Yeah, putting in work.
But also but shout out to OU too for capping that first point despite Epic Z-Ray getting, first of all, getting the pick on LeBron James. That's the most important pick you can get on your on the flex support. But Topaz able to find 2 of his own, 2 or 3, and Topaz and Console Lane playing so well together with their bubbles and venture engages. I really like the comp they were using. It sucks that we weren't able to see more of it progress, but maybe we'll see that more throughout the series.
What do you think of the Farah choice from Topaz here?
Farah is really good in these overtime opportunities because she has insane perks. Yeah. Her suck and moving barrage abilities.
Oh, no!
And as we say
it, Epic Z-Ray putting in even more work just on that Zenyatta.
He's putting a Jonak 2018 performance right here. Holy crap. And just like that, this opens up the opportunity so much. Your Sigma Clamps is going to be able to take the space here. Now Console Lane is going to have to hold the space. It's going to be hard, but he's probably going to have to fold it and eventually come back in once Nimbus is back on the Tracer.
Akisora fell dangerously low there, but does get healed back up. But now Console Lane is struggling, having to use that kinetic grasp in order to just stay alive for just a little longer. And big whoop falls once again to Epic Z-Ray. Though Akisora does trade out Shower Mat now. Epic Z-Ray just on, what an angle for him, but gets demolished there by Topaz. Good lord.
Topaz got a little revenge there. Okay.
Topaz gets 2 as well. Now the Nano Moose coming out onto Clamps. He's going to try and find the Solari and does manage to with that rock, but Topaz is still putting in work.
Topaz can't be too close.
Does manage to escape just for now. I don't know if he'll stay alive. Does grab the mini there.
Yeah, they might get a re-engage. I think it's only Sigma on the point. I'm not sure, but I think they're going to opt to just play spawn hold here as 5, which I think is the right decision.
Yeah.
Because they need to defend really close, so it's going to be a difficult situation.
Texas Tech still has a minute, too, and they've just got to get it just this little bit past that garage opening. Yeah. As we said before, OU just stepped off the point. So if they could just win one fight here, it's over.
And it's at 0.1, so it's literally I think if it ended right now, it would be a tie, because I think this is where the card defaults to. But Topaz kills Epic Z-Ray.
Does OU C9 again? There's no way.
Another C9? The same spot!
Guys!
Was that a flux? Was it a flux that C9 them? I think this is the play, is it not?
We'll see here in a sec.
Or is this a different play? This is a different play. But wow.
Oh my god.
The same spot, OUC9s, twice on Midtown. I can hear them out there. Like, it's insane. It's getting freaky. Holy crap.
That's just unfortunate.
What a
for
crazy
OU.
map.
Yeah, just a series of unfortunate events for them there.
Yeah, I really like what Topaz was doing on that Pharah too. I think they really had an opportunity. If Topaz played his angles well and they were playing on the cart, I think there was an opportunity for them to hold. But the problem is, if you get off the point for 1 second, it's 0.01,
Yeah.
so they immediately win. So yeah, that is terrible cart management, if I'm gonna be completely frank.
The original, I think the original C9 was worse, just because they just captured.
Yeah.
They should have just
Yeah.
been playing on that point in general.
Yeah, it was still up in the air if they'd win the fight or not, but it's definitely like, yeah, losing the point. there
And
is just-
right
makes
there
it
too.
Wow.
So bad.
That's a crazy map right there. but-
Absolutely insane. But we are going to jump to a quick break as we get this next map set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. And we're back once again.
Welcome.
We are going to Esperanza now, going to a nice push map. What do you think about that?
Yeah, push is one of those that I think you have to have a lot of knowledge on how the game mode works. I think it's definitely not an intuitive game mode. I think you're taking fights kind of like off the bot a lot of the times. I feel like it's a little different in how payload works just because the maps are a lot less forgiving in where you take your fights. So I think they're very like interesting maps, but they're also very steamroll heavy. So we'll see how this plays out. OU is gonna ban D.Va and Texas Tech bans Brigitte. What are your thoughts on these?
I mean, the D.Va ban, especially on Esperanza, you see generally some dive style compositions, and D.Va's one of those dive tanks, but I mean, we haven't really seen Console LAN pull out the D.Va, or excuse me, haven't really seen Clamps pull out the D.Va, so I wonder if that's more of a protection pick for OU.
It could be. D.Va definitely gets played here, but again, I don't know if Clamps would have played the D.Va in the first place, so I could see it being a protection. Brigitte, on the other hand, I think that from Texas Tech is saying, hey, we don't want you to play Ana, Brig, Genji. So I think they're definitely attacking that play style for OU. They did it with their, I don't think they banned Ana, but they did it with their Genji ban definitely. So, but on another note, coming out, there aren't any swaps, so we still have Nemris and Shower Mat playing the Sojourn Tracer, so this makes sense here. Dive v dive, it seems, but with a Pharah on the side of OU.
I'm a little surprised OU are not opting to run Lucio here, rather instead run the Juno Ana. So not a whole lot of backline protection. You've got the speed ring and the mobility of Juno, but Ana is going to be definitely the primary dive target here for Clamps. As he goes in, but gets kind of punished in doing so and has to back off for now.
This is I was liking to see maybe a little more follow-up there with the dive from Clamps. It seemed like he was able to get in and make a lot of space, but I didn't see any follow-up from Nemris or anything like that, or any rails coming in from Shower Mat. I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, OU does a good job surviving the dive. Trades are going to come out, but this should go to the side of OU, unless Topaz falls here. But it's looking like they're going to clean it up, so they just did a good job surviving the dive there. I think Texas Tech really just needed to follow up on a kill there earlier.
Yeah, I think if
now they're swapping to Ash.
Yeah, if there was more follow-up on that Winston. Oh, and we've got ourselves a pause once again, ladies and gentlemen. So,
hey, third time's the charm.
Hopefully this time it's the last one.
Yeah.
But we'll see what the issues are and if we need to jump to a break. But I think we could just yap for a bit.
We could. I want to talk about this Ash pick for a second. I think Ash alone on this map I don't hate, but with the composition that Texas Tech is running, they're playing the Winston, Curie, Lucio Tracer. Very quick, very fast composition that wants to get in on top of the team. And then Ash is going to be back, so it means that Ash really won't have any protection when they're on the dives. If the Ash has a good angle, it could work. But it does open up an opportunity for Ohio to counter dive, and really all that needs to happen is Console LAN can go in by himself and probably force the Ash out. So it'll be interesting how they approach it. I think you kind of need the Ash when you're against this Pharah.
Yeah.
So that's the other side of it. But in the end, I think it'll probably work out as a composition, but they still need to be smart in the way they play it, obviously.
Yeah, Topaz definitely needs to pay attention to that Ash. Looks like we just had some headset issues, so I think we're going to go right back into the games here. Now that those are all fixed. And Akisora, I don't know if the pause helped him or harmed him in getting that kill onto Nemris. But OU are going to continue to push that that wall towards the end objective now. And they're going to just hold this high ground, try to get that forward spawn. But you really don't want to give up this high ground once you've taken control of it, because it's such an advantageous position for you to play in. It gives you just an oversight over everything else, and the dives now are trying to come in, and Shower Meat does get a nice pick there on a Topaz with that Ash, but in comes Console LAN, but he's peeled for by Clamps and is forced out now, unable to pick up the pick onto that Ash.
Yep, so this fight's going now towards the side of Texas Tech, and ultimates are going to come online here. Clamps is going to kill Accusaur, so that might temper down the action a bit. We might get a stable here on the side of Ohio University. Oh, well, here comes a Nano, actually, so it looks like Ohio's going to take this fight into the rush. It's going to be hard to get a pick here, but there is a Primal for Console Aim. He's not going to use it, though. Just taking the space for now. I don't know where, looks like there might not be too much follow-up here for him. So they're just going to stable once again, but they probably need to use an ultimate here soon to get an advantage in this fight.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush there came out for Mobilized, kind of...
or LeBron James could just kill the
he
Ash.
could just be the best in the world, you know what I mean? He is the GOAT. Accusaur now on low HP, and the Robber came out for Shower Hat, but doesn't quite find anything. Nemris nearly takes out Accusaur, but is forced out. The Primal Rage coming out now for Console Aim as he's jumping on that back line, and Clamps also the same thing, coming out with that Primal Range, does get antied, but he's got plenty of HP still in the tank, and Nemris gets a nice pick there on a Topaz. Definitely good for Texas Tech here. Hopefully going to take advantage of that and push that bot a little further, but Ohio University are going to make it difficult for them, especially with that Juno Ray, and LeBron gets a nice nade there onto Nemris.
They should be able to take the advantage with this satellite vector. They should follow up on this opportunity. Clamps is able to just kind of walk onto the back line here. He needs 4 because he has really good position.
Overclock now coming
those
up
are
from
the good picks.
Sora too, and Epic Z-Ray used that sound barrier the last fight to try and stop the imminent push from Ohio University, but it doesn't matter with Accusaur's overclock in the back pocket, though you are forced to commit that there in order to win this fight, so you're not going to have anything for these upcoming fights.
I'm curious if they could have won that without the use of overclock. It seemed like they had the advantage in that fight without the ultimates, but using the ultimate just to be safe never hurt, because now they might get the forward spawn here off of it, which would be huge, but there is going to be a touch coming in from Texas Tech, so... And now a dive onto the high ground. We need to see if either team can come out on top, and that's a nice stick. That'll open things up for Texas Tech. They're going to win this fight.
Another thing, too, to note, Shower Hat made the switch on over to the Cassidy and did actually find one there into Accusaur. Cass, a little less backline pokey and a little bit better at the brawl, in a sense. So maybe just a little bit more frontline pressure here for Texas Tech. They do have that Kitsune Rush as well in the back pocket, ready to go at a moment's notice. They're going to take this high ground here and maybe also try and unlock that forward spawn, but Topaz swapping over to the Tracer now off that Pharah. But a bit better follow-up on the dives from Console Aim there now, as he does onto the high ground and he's
falls so low, but
trying
doesn't
to get Shower Hat or Shower Mat, and he does in the end as LeBron James gets that finish. Very scrappy fight here, right by this. Nice sleep there from LeBron.
They want to clean up these kills. Kiri doesn't have any cooldowns here. Hopefully she can die. But wow, this Kiriko is kind of putting in some work on LeBron James. But after the heals come in, LeBron James will end up winning the fights. And Console Aim finds 3 of his own, cleaning it up very nicely. And so does Topaz. And I just want to note this Cassidy pick. I think that shows you how much work Topaz is putting in on this Tracer. I think that is a clear anti-Tracer DPS. Oh, yeah. So I think that shows that Topaz is putting in a lot of work here, and we haven't seen a lot of his Tracer throughout this series, so it's fun to see him get some value here on this Tracer. And now with a Pulse Bomb, a lot of ults on OU. We'll see how they fight this.
Quite a lot of ults from both sides. We're actually opening with a Deadeye here from Shower Mat. Doesn't quite find anyone, gets a couple hit markers, but no eliminations coming out of that, as Clamps does pop that Primal Rage as well and has to go in, but is forced out immediately as he goes in, but jumps right back in there with that sound barrier and the pulse bomb stick on LeBron. It's a nice stick. Shower Hat also finding one on the big whoop there, but the orbital ray comes out now, and
oh wow,
OU gets 3 of their own. Trade back, and oh my god, Accusora, the railgun
from the embers, rise again, dude. 2 picks to start there on Texas Tech, and OU just is able to come back and get 5 of their own. That was an insane comeback in terms of the trade, and that gets forward spawn. That is an important fight to win, because now it's so much harder to get forward spawn in this. So once you get past that hurdle, you have such a huge advantage.
Yeah, you can definitely play a lot more defensive here, and you can kind of just sit on this high ground. You don't really need to push any further than that. Yeah, great dive down from Texas Tech. Topaz answers with a Pulse Bomb, though, Kale, on to Shower Mat. Clamp still trying to make this dive work as Console Aim is forced to use the Primal Rage, and Mobilized finds Akusora as well. Console Aim kind of 1v3ing here as he's tossing all these players around, exits that Primal Rage at about half HP, but Ohio University were able to push
That's
a
a
little
huge
further.
ante. They can get the Lucio here.
Whoa.
Ooh, almost hits the sleep, but the Lucio is gonna
dies.
die.
Yep.
And wow, 7 HP LeBron James doesn't get traded. That is massive. Not getting traded there is so important since the spawns are very unforgiving in push. And now they push past the forward spawn, and OU is just pushing on ahead. Use their ultimates there so they won't have too many. They'll have a nano coming up, but the Kitsune Rush starting things off. This allows Clamps to get a huge dive on here, makes a lot of space, but OU's doing a great job in just kind of kiting out here. And staying in, Sojourn's gonna die because of a little misposition there. Wasn't able to slide all the way out, but Topaz also gets Shower Mat.
Almost 2 ults on the board for Ohio University as they use that nano boost. They've almost got a pulse bomb as well, but Texas Tech has some ults
That's
of
a
their
great
own.
ante. Suzun.
Big beat
Wow,
drop
they're
there
just
from
throwing everything at this monkey and he won't die.
so many ults coming out there too as well. Clamps now's got that Primal Rage of his own, but Acusaurus trying to make something
There's a
happen.
Primal too.
Out comes that Primal now, targeting, I think, the Sojourn. Doesn't quite get that pick there, and out comes the Orbital Ray. This is just an ult dump of a fight. Acusaurus somehow finding Epic Crazy there. Diving on in now, trying to duel this Sojourn, and does get the pick onto Shower Mat.
Akusora might be a little opposition, is able to get out. And see, now the great thing is, now you can just play to hold this high ground, and you have the lead, so you don't even have to push the bot too far. But the thing is, you have to hold the high ground, and if Clamps comes in and jumps on one of your supports, it's gonna be a lot harder to do it. And that's gonna be a pretty good fight win for Texas Tech. I mean, nothing really used from OU. They were just kind of holding the space, but you kind of want to burn a little more clock than that. But now we're getting into last fight. 30 seconds left. Ohio has 2 ultimates on the board compared to Texas Tech. They're almost at 3. So it'll be a pretty close fight here coming up.
Yeah, just under 30 seconds here. About to enter the overtime. Looks like Ohio University is able to stop Texas Tech before they get that forward spawn. So
yeah, they want to get as many fights as possible here.
Out comes a bunch of ults. We've got the overclock from Akusora, the Kitsune Rush from Mobilized. Clamps shutting down that overclock from Akusora, but Consolame's got that Primal Rage in the back pocket as Clamps is jumping on that back line. Now trying to make something happen here deep in the back line of OU. So is Shower Mat, but he's got that overclock. He's got 150 charge on that railgun, but it's going to start taking down now as that overclock ends. And Nemrix gets a nice pulse onto Akusora there.
That's a huge pulse bomb. This is getting the last fight territory. Shower Mat is anti though, but here comes Console Aim, and he has a Primal Rage too. He has an opportunity to clutch up here for his team. Sojourn 1, and there's 2 from the side of OU. Another from LeBron James from downtown, fadeaway, 3-pointer. And Topaz to clean it up with the assist. Slam dunk. Basketball reference. Boom, Ohio.
We are going to a map
Brings us to map 5.
Giga banger here, ladies and gentlemen.
That was such a great pick opening from Texas Tech. I thought they were going to maybe pull off this comeback with that pulse bomb, but then Conslame opened up a lot of space, and here is the play again from downtown.
LeBron, just the GOAT, man. Like,
gets a lot of damage in.
Big nade there. Oh my gosh, LeBron. I mean, that's why they call him the GOAT, you know what I mean? So, big things coming out of him. But as we get ready for this map 5, we're going to send it to a quick break while we figure out the details for it. We'll be right back with some more Overwatch. Stay tuned. We're back once again.
We're back.
We're going to New Junk City this time.
New Junk City, Flashpoint, map 5.
Yep. Texas Tech banned the Ana, and Ohio University banned the Hazard for this one.
Yeah, we really saw what LeBron James could do on the Ana. I'm not surprised at all to see the ban. I'm surprised it took them this long to ban the Ana, to be completely honest. But the ban on the Hazard, too. We saw Clamps has a really good Hazard, as we saw on Samoa. So we haven't seen any Hazard since then. So, but this is a map where people might play that type of style. So I think the ban there makes sense. So now it's really just a matter of what they want to play here. I think we might see some new comps possibly. Ooh, the Zarya Adventure I'd like to see.
I like that.
That's a fun comp to watch.
Clamps on the
Mauga.
Mauga Genji. Yeah,
Okay.
we saw, we had NVK swap in for Nemris, so
Yeah.
no more Tracer, we're going back to the Genji.
Yep, NVK. Hopefully he's been staying warmed up since those last 2 maps. The Genji is really good there, and this could be a map the Genji is a little more successful on, so I think that's why he's coming in. Love to see what he can do.
Ohio University opted to TP out, so they'll probably get there just a little sooner than Texas Tech will.
Yep. The Lucio Juno backline for OU. They're going to be wanting to go fast with these venture bubble engages, so
Yeah.
kind of looking to see something to start up here somewhere.
Almost like a forward
Wow.
dive as opposed to like
And
a top
Akusor
dive.
just won a 1v1 against Shower Mat right there. That was a really nice mechanical play, and that just opened things up.
My
Topaz so
God.
low.
Topaz was on like 1 HP there, but they were able to survive. Got just a slight amount of carry, I think from LeBron on Lucio actually.
Yep, they bubble in the venture again. The Genji's going to counter dive though, but NVK can't get as much value there. Against that Zarya, it's going to be really hard with his deflect not being able to do much.
FNC does get a trade on the
Akusor is
Topaz, but it's traded right back out for Mobilized. And as I say, another trade comes out. LeBron falls to Shower Mat. But I think OU are going to be able to capture this point and start taking in Flashpoint. These points took up pretty quickly. So they're going to have to go quick in order to try and make that re-engage
And
happen.
still trades coming out. 2 kills
Yeah.
just on the side of Texas Tech. The Clamps comes around, is able to slam onto the Juno, and now this is winnable for Texas Tech. They still have the Venture there, maybe able to get a pick. The Juno is really low, but is able to fly away now. Topaz is gonna die, and so will the rest of OU, as LeBron James is gonna scurry on out of there. Texas Tech wins the fight, but 41%.
Yeah, they were able to solve 41% there, which is very, very good for OU. Gives them just a little time to regroup, reset, and re-engage here. No ults quite on the board yet, but we're getting pretty close to an overclock. We'll see console aim also swap over to the Orisa off the Zarya, so no more bubbles before that venture. Trading that up for maybe a shield later down the line or some spear spins.
Opening up the fight really early. Trades coming out from both sides. The Brig is going to be a really good trade, though, as Mauga comes and slams in. Overclock, trying to get this Juno. It capitalizes on it as Big Whoop out of the fight, making it Texas Tech should win this one now, and OU have to stabilize. And this is going to be the last fight here for the point.
Yeah, the question is now, will OU commit a lot of ults to capture this first point, or are they, you know, considering the future points, and are they not going to commit everything to capture just this one point and save some ults for a future fight?
Yeah.
We'll see how they engage here. We've got NBK with the Blizzard, but we've got the lots of ults coming out.
And it
right
looks
away.
like it's the former.
Oh yeah, beat drop coming out, and the overclock for OU. You've got the
They're
the
not going to
Warhammer and
touch the
rally.
point. And
OU.
Texas Tech wins the fight. And so many ults invested there. Only beat an overclock, and they get out Rally and Juno ult. So it's not a terrible trade, but you want to try to take a fight with the 2 ults and like actually get a fight on the point. Sorry, and it just wasn't done there. So I think they lost out on some opportunity. Not doing terrible in the ultimate department, but once again, missed opportunity.
I feel like OU might be a little allergic to the point.
I'm seeming like it.
Yeah, they're not super good about touching.
That's
it.
a really good trap.
We got the
Akusor.
Venture ult coming out, but the Cage and the Blade come out, and the Cage Blade is such a deadly combo. The Orbital Ray also comes out now. Blade finds one on the Big Whoop, but
Consulate gets 2 though while he was in the cage. I think he was just able to survive so long, and they used too many cooldowns to try and get him. But it's kind of an even fight here. Yep, and Consulate is gonna die. The Topaz gets one of his own. The trades go in Texas Tech's favor, maybe? Yeah, LeBron James has to get out, but he is here with the Sojourn. It's still a scrap as the fight's going on, but now the overclock is going to be forced. It's going to clean it up, and I don't hate that they're using the overclock to just ensure that you win the fight.
Yeah, you kind of already knew you were up in the alt economy too from that last fight, but Console Lane does have that Terra Surge now, so maybe not as advantageous as they thought it was going to be since he's made that swap over. Mobilize getting pretty close to another orbital ray as well. Acusora engaging on the left side here, trying to make something happen with that that railgun shot. Doesn't quite connect.
I love watching these Sojourns fight for the flanks. It's really just a mechanical show-off between the two of them as the Orisa's going to now come in to try and take some space. Some ultimates might get used here soon. Big Slam from the Mauga takes a lot of space as well, but now they're going to kite out. The Orisa ult has opportunity, but the Orisa falls dangerously low. Topaz does kill too, though. That is huge. Capitalizes on the engage from the Orisa.
Orbital Ray, though, coming out to try and swing this back in Texas Tech's favor, but Topaz gets a nice drill dash
I'm loving this venture from Topaz.
Oh, yeah. Putting in work on that venture. Clamso still at pretty much max HP, and with that cardiac overdrive, able to maintain it, but not for long now as the rest of OU converges onto him, and they're still able to make this scrappy, but Texas Tech are forced to retreat now as OU do get that point flip.
And they get it up to 99 there, so if you're Texas Tech, you can't be too upset about that. But OU they really only had to use their Terra Surge, so a lot of ultimates online here for this defense. I think Texas Tech needs to take a dry fight and try to burn as many ults as possible.
Yeah, I think they're going to want to go quick here, too. It looks like that's kind of what they're doing, just to bait out as many of these ults out as they can. They
use the rally?
They use... Okay, well...
But they're finding picks, though.
And so OU did drop 3 of their ults as well there. Clamps finds one on the LeBron and Acusora.
Yeah, rally was worth it. Never mind, I'll shut up.
After.
Rally was worth it. They used 3 ults there. Yeah, they did a great job at capitalizing on that situation. They recognized that they could find the pick on the Console Lane, so they invested in the Brigida ult. So yeah, just great job there by Texas Tech.
Really well played. Now they've got this this cage fight. They've got a blade. They've got an overclock, and they're getting pretty close to that orbital ray. So these next few fights are going to be really, really tough for OU. They only have that orbital ray and might farm a Terra Surge, but again, I'm not sure. I guess in these close corners, it could be pretty good, but in that openness of the actual point itself, it's going to be a little difficult to find any value with that Terra Surge.
Sharmat has a good angle here. He's going to be able to play poke really nice on this point, and this is getting really scary because this is going to be the last round if Texas Tech can win this. And right away, a lot of ults coming out. The Blade's going to find a pick on it. Juno and Lucio next. No supports for Ohio University. Texas Tech wins the first point, and yeah, Ohio really needs to step up their game here because Texas Tech, they have the point, 2 points captured already. Ohio needs to get something going.
They said that something needs to change, and so they swapped Console Lane over onto the Junker Queen here, which I don't hate, but I also don't love. It's a little bit better into that the Maga, but you're putting yourself just with lower health overall too, and you're susceptible to those railgun clicks from a shower map.
It really means he has to make a lot of mechanical plays and knife a lot of the squishy targets, and Mauga's going to engage here, and it's a lot harder for this queen to hold space as they kind of just collapses. But the rest of the fight's going to break out here. Nothing exactly happening yet, and Texas Tech can really just take their time. And Acusora needs to find something, and he gets the pulse bomb kill without a stick, and that's exactly the opening that Ohio needs as they're going to try to follow up on these kills.
Topaz gets one as well, and Clamps trades out Acusora, but Topaz finds another, and Console Lane was trying to strike down this Maga with how much health he has. Only a Junker Queen's not going to be able to do that, but with the rest of the OU team, they're able to take him down pretty quickly there at the end. They've got the sound barrier and the blade, and getting pretty close to that Junker Queen ult as well, but we have the rally and the cage coming up for Texas Tech.
Yeah, Ohio only used Pulse Bomb there, so it was a really cheap fight for them. But now they need to not have the same issue as last point. They have to use their ults well, try to lair them, and not get picked early.
Yeah, they want to actually find some value from these ultas.
Exactly.
Opposed to just
Now Mauga's
getting a
in.
load of nothing.
And here comes the rally too, and they get the big whoop early. They need to find a trade immediately, or at least try to stable. The brick could maybe be killable in this with the blade, and it does. So now the trades, but now Ohio has no supports on their side. The DPS are really going to need to pop off here if they have a chance.
Yeah,
And
the deflect battle
deflect
goes out. Topaz wins the defect battle, but does not win the 1v1 against Shower
Here
Mat,
comes
but
the
out comes the...
But this is a massive rampage, possibly. He's in the trap, though. Mauga trap's going to make it difficult, but this is still winnable for OU, especially if they're getting back fast. Akusora kills Shower Mat, and now it's just the Mauga and Brig. It's a 2v2 on point. Pulse Bomb up. It needs to be massive. We need to stick the Brigitte here if they want a chance. Brigitte low. Actually, Brigitte just falls straight away. And without having to invest any more, Ohio, with losing both supports, they're able to win that fight. That's insane.
Yeah, I think Ohio somehow knew that they didn't need to commit any ult. They knew that the Mauga was going to eventually fall there. And now they have that Pulse Bomb, and they've got an Orbital Ray too for this next fight that Texas Tech, they're not going to be ready for.
Yeah, just like crazy mechanical plays from the Junker Queen and the DPS there to save themselves. And now this game is still alive. Ultimate's still on both sides. OU, a little bit of an advantage. This fight's going to be a lot more open. Topaz looking for an opportunity to engage, getting marked out hard by this Mauga and Shower Mat, killing Akusora early.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to want to stick to the Genji Tracer here, but I mean, I'm not sure if, well, I guess Akusora can definitely play a multitude of different heroes, but I don't know if the Tracer's going to work out well with the Junker Queen here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They're still on sort of like a divey brawl. I don't hate it too much. I think they still have to go quick and kind of play it like a dive comp. With this Junker Queen, it just relies on so much of mechanical plays, which right now, if they hit Pulse Bombs like that, then it won't be too much harder for them. But Junowall coming out and make it winnable for Texas Tech. MDK is going to capitalize on it with a kill on LeBron James and pop the blade of his own. Trades coming out on both sides. MDK needs to make a hero play, and he's killed 3. But it's not going to be enough. Ohio University will win this fight. Just going to kill the Mauga.
They made it close though. I honestly
did.
thought Texas Tech was gonna win that one, but OU with all those ultimates that they used were able to come out on top there. Topaz putting on a great show with the Genji.
Yeah, Topaz, this Genji mirror has been really nice to watch. It's been a real fun one, especially like these DPS are really just going toe for toe with each other.
Yeah, Topaz now falling pretty low HP, but does get healed back up. But Shower Mat finds an early pick there on the big whoop. There's
Once
gonna be
again, Shower Mat getting early picks and follows up with his overclock. And
Bradley
they just need to
comes
lose
out
this
too.
fight quickly. They can't stagger. This is last fight. Oh, this is going to be that's a very hard pick to come back from. It's already at 80% and it ticks so fast. They need to get another fight here, but Topaz still respawning. And he's just now alive.
Akusora is probably going to be the one to touch here.
And they're
As
gonna
the stage fight comes out. Is anybody going to be there to recapture the
Gonna
point?
get a touch. They need to live this cage though. But LeBron James dies, and so does the Junker Queen. And just like that, unless some crazy trades could come out, but Topaz, there's not much more he can do. Texas Tech wins the 5-map series.
What a good game from both teams. Texas Tech, though, the better team, sending Ohio University back home to where they came from. Great game from both teams.
Well played game on both sides. I think, yeah, just like insane mechanical plays, the DPS, the tanks, the supports, all of them played out of their minds today. Shout out to Texas Tech, the longest drive here by far. Came all the way down and they're staying for day 2 as they put up a great performance against Ohio University. Ohio University also played super well there. So sad to see them go, but one team had to come out on top and Texas Tech just edged their way in.
That was a fantastic game of Overwatch. You had absolutely insane plays from both DPS. You saw those insane Genji 1v1s. You saw the Sojourn 1v1s. Those were really, really cool to watch and really fun to watch.
Every fight, it seemed like you never really knew what was going to happen next. Picks would come out left and right. There was never, it was barely any fights. It would just be 5 people kill 5 people on the other team, and it'd be a team kill. Every fight, there were picks coming back and forth, very evenly matched, very scrappy. fun Overwatch to watch. Glad
yeah.
we could cast it.
Great games from both teams, though. I think that is going to be the end of it, at least for now. We
Yeah.
are going to say goodbye. We will see you guys either tomorrow or I don't think there's anything else tonight.
I think we do have one more game,
One more.
possibly.
Ah.
I think like the other stream is casting a game right now, and I think there's one more after that, so that will, I believe, be on here. So maybe stay tuned. Have this on in the background. You might see it come on. But yeah, thanks for watching,
Yeah,
guys.
thank you guys for watching. I've been Danny Konechny.
And I've been Tyler Stifty Adams.
Thank you guys for watching.
Hey guys, Stiffy T here. Coming at you to say that we are done with the B stream tonight. Final game of the night is being streamed over at UC Esports. We got Miami versus Texas Tech. That'll be over there. So check it out. But thanks for tuning in.